we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I'll keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
FYF Sports Medicine, we back. Salute to one of the new music sponsors of the channel, FYF Sports, man. Make sure y'all go check them out, man. G Baby. G Baby is streaming on all major music platforms. Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube, anywhere you stream your music. Make sure y'all go check out G Baby. G Baby's about to go on tour. He's going to be touring in almost every major city here in the U.S., man. One of the newest up-and-coming artists, man. And salute to G Baby, just one of the first artists that's become a sponsor of FYF Sports, man. So salute to G Baby and his team, man. He's coming out with a new album soon. That song you just heard is called You, from his most recent mixtape that was released at the end of 2024. Make sure y'all go check him out. We got a lot to talk about today, y'all. Got a lot to talk about, man. My apologies for shooting these notifications out late. But everyone should start creeping in here as we progress along. We got Mahari says, what's good? OKC is a juggernaut that is going to be tough for Indiana. They're definitely going to be tough for Indiana. I'm still not ready to call OKC a juggernaut. It's their run to the finals this year was not supremely impressive. Their regular season was impressive, but their run to the finals was not impressive. I think injuries kind of stifled what could have been a great Denver series and what could have even been a great Memphis series. But Ja Morant went down. Obviously, Aaron Gordon and all of the injuries that and Michael Porter Jr. and all the injuries that they were facing. I thought Steph Curry could have put up a significant fight. He says Kamal Lamont has been impressive. Their playoff run has not been impressive. Their regular season was impressive. Their playoff run has not been impressive. I thought of any team in the West, I thought Memphis would probably be the best matchup for OKC. But, I mean, nonetheless, you can't take nothing away from it. Injuries and all. I mean, you get to the finals, however you get to the finals. It's not necessarily their fault. He said defensively that they've been impressive. They've been good defensively. But, I mean, even when you talk about the defense, and I've said this, I said, if a conversation is had and the NBA chooses to balance that whistle, which I'm not even talking about SGA's fouls himself. I'm talking about how they've allowed OKC to be somewhat more physical than the other team. The other team is not able to get away with it as much. And if that whistle just balances out and they call an even whistle on both sides, curious to see how that looks. But again, they did what they were supposed to. Like OKC did exactly what a number 1 seed is supposed to do. You when you become a number 1 seed, it's to make your road to the finals as easy as possible. When you become a number 1 seed, it's so that everybody else can beat up on each other and that your path to the finals becomes paved in gold and it's easy as hell. So do I take anything away from them? No. You get to the finals however you get there. But I just think that, they're leaving the door open for a lot. We got 2 peas in the bong. He says, Alex Caruso is I don't think he's underrated anymore. I think he's been elite. I think he's been elite for a long time. I don't think he's been underrated. I mean, it's hard to put him on because of his injuries and because he's coming off the bench, it's hard to get him on a all defensive team, but is he underrated? No. I don't think he is. Hey, man, he was a great defender with the Lakers and the Bulls. So we kind of have to see, man. But when we talk about, I want y'all to think about this trajectory, y'all. First, there was Ja Morant. Ja Morant fell to the wayside, obviously with the injuries, the gun issues, the reputation issues. So the media had to discard him as the potential Jordan comparison. Right. Then it was Jason Tatum. Right. But then Jason Tatum starts to dissipate in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, his number 2 option on the team, wins Finals MVP. The media and most Jordan fans threw him into the garbage can. On top of how he performed at the Olympics as well. He got thrown further and further into the dumpster once that happened. So then you discard Jason Tatum. Then Anthony Edwards comes along, and let me give a shout out too. Let me give a quick shout out to Bob the Builder, man. Bob the Builder coming through with the super chat. And if you want a super chat, the link is pinned to the top. Make sure you go over to FYF Sports Clips if you want to send a super chat. But Bob the Builder says later on in the video, can you talk about why the Leafs lost to Florida? A little bit of hockey talk. I'm not the biggest of a hockey fan, but I mean, we can address it to a certain degree since you sent the super chat. So yes, we can address it to a certain degree. Salute to Moose Talks Hoops, man, one of the OG content creators. Make sure y'all go check out Moose Talks Hoops. He says the classic media game of build them up and break them down. You ain't lying. And I even said this. I don't, and some of you guys might remember this when I did a debate on Player's Choice. And I was doing a debate with Ticket TV. And Ticket TV was making the argument that Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic were the best duo in the NBA. And my whole premise was you need to stop trying to prop up some of these guys just because they have some short-term success. Stop trying to prop them up and put them somewhere where they don't necessarily belong, because then when they fall back down to earth, then you're gonna be so butthurt that you were wrong that you're just gonna tear the player completely down. So when Anthony Edwards was on his high horse, and for example, let's just go to this year. What was the high for Anthony Edwards this year for the media and for Jordan fans? Well, the high was Anthony Edwards beat LeBron James and Luka Doncic. That was the high. One, especially once you do something that takes out LeBron James, you're going to become the media darling. How do we know this? Let me show you guys some stuff right here. How do we know this? All right. I got some clips I'm going to show you guys. All you have to do is beat LeBron. All you have to do is have a little bit of success. All you have to do is be able to jump high and wear the wristband on your forearm at the right place, and you're going to have people in the media saying stuff like this.
Listen to what I'm saying to you on national television. Right now, when I see Anthony Edwards, I see in the making Vince Carter, Kobe Bryant, MJ, Michael Jordan. I see that. Listen, y'all know how I hate cold weather. I'll fly to Minnesota to see that brother. He is box office. Anthony Edwards. You hear what I'm saying to y'all? He is special. He ain't there yet in terms of the names I mentioned, but he's coming. And he is box office worthy of walking through the turnstiles to see that brother play. He is a showstopper. I want the NBA to put the Minnesota Timberwolves on national television even more. Yes, yes, yes.
And then you leave ESPN and you double down on it.
And this brother, Anthony Edwards. Lord have mercy. Did you see the show he put on? Watching Anthony Edwards gave me flashbacks of MJ in Game 1 of the 1992 NBA Finals. You remember when Jordan was just, yeah, and then looked at Magic in the NBA Finals against the Portland Trailblazers. It was like, yo, what do you want me to do? Remember that? That's what I saw from Anthony Edwards in the third quarter against Kevin Durant. That's what it felt like, y'all. As he dismantled the Suns, scoring 18 points in that third quarter, and was talking smack to KD, looking for KD, giving it to KD, then talking to KD after he had dismissed the notion of Bradley Beal or Devin Booker being a better two-guard in the game than him. Anthony Edwards has become my favorite player. He lets you know he's coming, and then he shows up. I love that. I can't get enough of that.
So they went ranting and raving and roving about. And then Anthony Edwards had to come out and he had to basically say it. Even LeBron James spoke on it. He says, I'm capable of being that guy, but I don't want to be that guy. I want to be the guy to just show up, hoop, and just kill dudes and go home. And then LeBron James also says, why do you want to be the face of the league when all the people that cover our game, talking about the media, talking about the Jordan fans that filter throughout the media, when all the people that cover the game and talk about the game on a day-to-day basis shit on everybody. Why do you want to be the face of the league? They're not going to give you a fair shake. They're not going to allow you to fail and help you pick up the pieces. This is not the 90s no more, where players can consistently lose in the first round and still get top 10 accreditation. We talked about it on the last show, for example, with Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon goes 5 years in a row. First round exit after first round exit after first round exit after first round exit. Then goes to 6 year and you don't even make the playoffs. I want y'all to think about it. What kind of conversations will be having had about a player who does that? They're going to get called chokers. They're going to get called bums. They're going to say they don't deserve their money. They're going to get called every name in the book, and people are going to have shows and vlogs tearing them down. Here's the problem, and here's what's so unfair about this. When these players are on their high, for example, the Ja Morants, when players are on their high, Jason Tatum's, Anthony Edwards, right now it's SGA, even when Jamal Murray was on his high. Every time a player is on a high, every time a player is doing good, every time a player is looking elite, that's when the Jordan comparisons come. But I want you guys to take note of what's going on and what's about to start happening. Because now that these players are on their lows, which all players have highs and lows, and most of them are still early in their career where we're supposed to be giving them grace. When they're on their lows, why do they then all of a sudden start not then comparing the player to LeBron James? I mean, because if you really think about it, Anthony Edwards is doing exactly what Jordan would have done. Anthony Edwards did in this playoff series exactly what Jordan did when he faced significant competition in the playoffs. When Jordan was faced against insurmountable odds in the playoffs, what did he do? When Jordan was faced against a better team in the playoffs, he lost. He got swept. At times he choked and he disappeared. Anthony Edwards, I mean, if you're going to keep with the comparison, Anthony Edwards did exactly what Michael Jordan was doing. When he faced a significant challenge, they got their ass whooped. This ain't trolling, this is facts. Keep the Jordan comparisons going, whether the player is on the high or the low. Keep the Jordan comparisons going. Take the good with the bad. But once you attach these players to Jordan or Kobe or whoever you want to attach them to, attach the good and the bad. Daryl Glover says MJ scored 63 in the loss. What does that mean? That just means he took a whole bunch of shots to get his 63 points while absolutely nobody on his team could do anything. A loss is a loss. Do you think that 63 points had the Celtics worried? We got G24D says Olajuwon is better than any center in this inferior super team cupcake era. First of all, there are no super teams right now. Secondly, I don't think he's better than Nikola Jokic. There's a lot to be debated there. I don't think he's better. And it's just funny how, again, with centers like Hakeem Olajuwon, y'all always want to talk about winning and this, that, and the other. The man was a loser. The man lost in the first round 8 times. I think 9 or 10 times if you count towards the end of his career. Why do y'all propagate these losers? I want y'all to ask yourself, especially when we stem from the 90s. Why in the 90s? Why is the 90s the only era that's allowed to sell us a whole bunch of losers as if they were great players? I was listening to Man Down Sports the other day, and this is the first time. Oh, man, and I got to give Man Down Sports and them props, right? Because they normally can hold it down. They normally can fight the good fight. But see, y'all know Sports Tea. See, what Sports Tea do is she tries to push the totem pole further and further every time she says something about LeBron James. And she pushed it so far that even her own panel of LeBron James haters had to shut the hell up and be like, oh, man, why the hell is this dumb idiot saying this dumb shit on this platform? She had the nerve to say, and she literally quieted the whole panel. I want y'all to go check out this episode. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. She said, it almost sounds like she has her nose closed. She says, I think David Robinson's better than LeBron James. I said, what the hell? The guy below her was like, I'm a David Robinson fan, man. They was all in a weird way trying to tell her to shut the hell up. She was like, yeah, I think so. I think David Robinson is better than LeBron James. And the man below was like, I love the Admiral. I'm an Admiral fan, but I can't do that. Let's move on. Let's not do that. And she kept saying it. It's just like they will push the totem pole to complete stupidity. The 90s is the only era that's allowed to sell us a bunch of losers. And these losers have a built-in excuse that Jordan stopped them. Jordan never stopped David Robinson from winning shit. David Robinson never even got to the finals to play Jordan. Ewing had opportunities to win when Jordan was around. That man was smoking layups and missing layups when he had opportunities to go win. Choked off a game 6 where they was up. The 90s is the only era that's allowed to sell us losers. If winning is the standard, remember, winning is the so-called standard, right? You're not allowed to lose. You're not allowed to choke. You're not allowed to have bad moments. That's what they sold us from the 90s. Outside of Jordan and Pippen, everybody was losers. Reggie was a complete loser. Barkley was a complete loser. Karl Malone, Losing record in the playoffs, complete loser. David Robinson had to tank a year to get Tim Duncan before he won anything, and he wasn't even in his prime, but in his prime, complete loser. Sean Kemp, Gary Payton, complete losers. Everybody in the 90s was all bums. They was all losers if we go off the winning standard. But the 90s can sell us that these guys were great players. We got a negative thought says Olajuwon was elite on both sides of the floor, unlike Nikola Jokic. Olajuwon was a loser, my guy. Tell me where this defense was when they was losing 5 times in a row in the playoffs, when they was the higher seed, losing the lower seeds in the playoffs, when they didn't make the playoffs in 1992. When they was on the verge of missing the playoffs in 94, 95, they had to go get Clyde Drexler to save the season. And they made the playoffs as a 6th seed because Olajuwon was once again doing Olajuwon things, which was choking. Barkley was a loser in Philly. Couldn't stand the losing in Philly. He had to go build a super team with the Phoenix Suns, by y'all definition, a super team. Tried to join the Blazers. Blazers couldn't trade for him, so he goes to a 50-plus win team in the Phoenix Suns, and they still lose. He tries to form another super team with Houston, with Pippen and Olajuwon, and they lose. Danny Mack says that was no super team. Oh, now see that here's the problem, Danny Mack. Don't try to say that they're not a super team now that we saw the results. Go look at what people were saying when they were put together. When Barkley, Pippen, and Olajuwon got put together, they had championship aspirations. The media was talking about it. The fans were talking about it. It's not my fault that Charles Barkley walked in fat and out of shape, not ready to play. Why don't y'all get on Barkley? Barkley could have helped make that team super if he didn't eat Dunkin' Donuts all summer. But see, y'all don't want to talk about how these players lacked a love for the game. They didn't care about fitness, their bodies. Barkley walked in out of shape. Then he started beefing with Pippen because Pippen was like, look, I got a bad back and I'm staying in shape. Your ass is walking in 35 to 40 pounds out of shape and we trying to win a championship. Just because the super team don't work don't mean it wasn't a so-called super team. They just choked. Why don't you just say it like they did? They choked. They folded. Why don't you just call them losers like you call players today losers? Like y'all call the combination of Kyrie, KD, and James Harden losers. Why don't y'all call them losers when things don't work? As opposed to give excuses like, oh, they wasn't super. Yes, they was. Pippen went on to Portland. They almost beat the super team Lakers. Not my fault y'all had young stars like Derek Coleman. Derek Coleman was supposed to be the guy that came into the 90s. That before that, it was Len Bias. But Derek Coleman, when he came into the 90s, he was supposed to be he was the talent that was looked at as the counter to Michael Jordan. But what did Derek Coleman do? Derek Coleman walked into the 90s, got fat, got lazy, didn't work hard, just was there to pick up a check. You guys call it hard nose. I'm looking at a superstar that was lazy and was just collecting checks and got fat. So I want y'all to be mindful of the people, how they try to criticize and critique the players of today, especially the young players. Anthony Edwards, going on 4 to 5 years in the league. But people are tearing him down as if he's a 9-year vet. The Boston Celtics got players walking around. You got Kristaps Porzingis coughing up his lungs. You got Jaylen Brown walking around on a bum knee on a torn meniscus. All right. People trying to say that they choke anytime they have a bad game. But then when it's all said and done and we find out that they were dealing with all these ailments, nobody got nothing to say. Allow the players today to be great. See, and this is one of the reasons why y'all fear and y'all are scared of Michael Jordan joining NBC. And when that article came out to let you guys know what Jordan's intent was and who he was coming to NBC to check, when he came and said he was coming to check the toxic Jordan fan base, then y'all start running amok, whiffing around. Let me give a shout out to Sean Talks with the $19.99 super chat. He says, I mean, even being a superstar is not worth it. Look at Jalen Brunson. He was literally just the most clutch player and was a hooper. And everyone was getting getting G behind. He struggles. Hold on, let me read your message properly. He's the problem on the Knicks. Well, I get what you're saying. Now everybody's saying he's the problem. When he's high, when Jalen Brunson gets to his high, then you have people running around saying he was a better Knick player than Carmelo Anthony. Now he has a down moment. Now everybody's jumping ship. Now he's a bum. Now the Becky Hammond talks are coming back. These guys aren't allowed to fail. Reggie Miller was allowed to fail his entire career. David Robinson was allowed to fail his entire career. Karl Malone was a failure his entire career. It's funny, and I want y'all to look at how narratives are built different. In the 90s, Karl Malone has the ball, opportunity to force a game 7. Jordan steals the ball, hits the clutch shot. Where are all the Karl Malone choke narratives? We watched LeBron James turn the ball over twice in the playoffs in crucial moments. Everybody called him a choke artist. Nobody credited the D. But the narrative around that turnover was Jordan's great defense, Jordan clutch shot. Nobody talked about Karl Malone choking. Even though Karl Malone for his entire career had shown you guys nothing but choking in the playoffs. There were still not these choke narratives. John Stockton, Karl Malone, 2 top 10 players in the NBA, never could get over the hump. They were choking. Even when Scottie Pippen was running around on a bad back, they choked. And then when we talk about how y'all over glorify the wins, the over glorification of the wins. I mean, I was literally watching the Fluent video from like a year ago when he was talking about is the 90s watered down, and he was talking about how the Bulls beat the Lakers. Whoa, what version of the Lakers did he beat? Magic didn't have 2 of his best players. He didn't have James Worthy. Byron Scott got hurt. It was just literally Magic out there. Let me give we got another super chat came through. We got from Herb Young. Herb Young says you're doing your thing, man, as usual. Salute to Herb. And then we have another super chat from MNMATL. He says JDRs are afraid Jordan is going to tell the truth on NBC about all these myths that they believe in. That's what they're afraid of. Yeah, I know. But see, Jordan was allowed to be great, which, again, he was great. And then his greatness was elevated when they were at the top. But they never judged Jordan from the floor. And he had to work his way up, right? The way the media looks at these young players now is they put them in the basement, and then they have to work their way out the basement to the top. They never get to operate from even ground. They never get that grace period of just being young, going through the growing pains, us understanding that, okay, maybe this team made a dumb decision here. For example, the Denver Nuggets. How do we weigh this season for the Denver Nuggets? The organization completely sabotaged the team. You fire your head coach a couple weeks before the playoffs. How am I supposed to say any player on that team choked when the stupid organization fired the head coach walking into the playoffs? How do we give these good? How do you have a fighting chance? The fact that they were able to take OKC to a game 7 with a standby head coach who half the time sat there just looking like didn't the replacement head coach look like the Mad TV? Have y'all know what the Mad TV logo looked like? You literally got a coach that looked like the Mad TV logo, doing nothing. The Memphis Grizzlies could have potentially had a fighting chance. What did they do? You fired the best coach that you've ever had in your team's history for absolutely no reason. Still to this day, nobody knows why this man got fired. You fire him. What is Ja Morant supposed to do? What the hell is Ja Morant supposed to do? And we supposed to judge these players? And here's the thing. And then also, y'all, and I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let y'all up here to cook on this as well. Well, what are the lies what do they tell us about Jordan? Because when they talk about Jordan and Jordan's growing pains, they say Jordan didn't have anybody in the 80s. That's a lie. Jordan had a 20-point per game score in Orlando Woolridge. He was a number 6 overall pick. He averaged 20, 4, and 7. But because they didn't win a championship, y'all going to run around, and because Orlando Woolridge never had the opportunity to blossom into a household name, y'all say he was trash. They had the number 5 overall pick in Green. Jordan got him traded. They had Quentin Daly, the number 7 overall pick. Jordan got him traded as well, especially Quentin Daly. Jordan single-handedly went to the front office and got Quentin Daly traded because he said Quentin Daly was taking shots that he felt he should have been taking. And then if you go listen to Fluent and Chill, well, this is how I want y'all to listen to when you listen to old heads, and old heads will say something, and because they're old, we take it as fact, but nobody fact checks it. When they talk about George Gervin, they said that George Gervin was a bum. They said George Gervin was a shell of himself when he went to Chicago. George Gervin was not a shell of himself when he went to Chicago, y'all. The year before he joined Michael Jordan and the Bulls, he was an all-star averaging 20 points, over 20 points per game. Think about this. He was an all-star averaging over 20 points per game. The Bulls went and got Jordan help. But what happens when that great player is a scorer? They cannot function. Jordan does not allow that great player to be great. So when he joined Michael Jordan, his production, his points dropped, and he looked less than. It was so bad by the time the playoffs hit, he wasn't even in the rotation anymore. This was a guy who was the year before an all-star averaging over 20 points per game. So they're going to lie to y'all, man. They're going to lie to y'all. They're going to tell you that they didn't have help. The Bulls, Jordan had so much help, it was crazy. Top 10 pick after top 10 pick after top 10 pick after top 10 pick after top 10 pick. I guess when you throw so many darts, you're going to hit on one. One of them darts going to stick. One of them darts going to hit the target. And that's ultimately what happened. But the lies they tell, man, they're going to tell y'all a lot of lies. They're going to tell y'all a lot of lies. Shai the G says, if you believe Lamont's lies, you're stupid. How are these lies? I would really want you to come up here and explain how any of this is a lie. Jordan said in his own book that Quentin Daly stole his thunder, was too good of a scorer. He says, I cannot play with other great scorers. That's what Jordan said. Jordan said he got these guys traded. Go read. Go do some research. Y'all always say it's cap, but then when I drop the link, y'all either don't hit the link or y'all don't have any information to refute, because you don't. This is all factual. This has already been researched. And this all stems from, and why is this all connected to Jordan? Because it's people like Stephen A. Smith, like the video that I just showed y'all. Every time a player does something well in this league, they run to the first camera that they see and they try to compare it to Jordan. Ant-Man has a great stretch. This is just, Ant-Man is just being Ant-Man. We all know, because we have a brain, that there's nothing about Ant-Man game that is similar to Jordan's. They are two completely different players. But yet, because the media sees a young player at the shooting guard to small forward position do something great, they always want to connect it to Jordan. So all I'm saying is, if you're going to connect the good to Jordan, then connect the bad to Jordan. Because, like I said, Anthony Edwards did exactly what Michael Jordan did every time he faced a superior team. Every time he faced insurmountable odds, Jordan wilted. Jordan never overcame. Jordan only won as a front runner. Jordan never did anything like the Denver Nuggets did to the number one ranked Seattle Supersonics, upset them in the first round. He never did anything like that. Whenever Jordan was faced with insurmountable odds, going up against a great team, where everything is stacked against you and you don't have a super team or the greatest coach of all time walking in, he never prevailed. Not in one series ever. He didn't overcome anything with Washington when he had another 20-point per game score, right? When Jordan was relegated to being the second option in Washington, Jerry Stackhouse was the best player. What's the only thing he did there? He butted heads. He forced them to change the offense. He took the ball out of Jerry Stackhouse's hands to give himself more shots. And did it equate to anything? This is a Jerry Stackhouse who the previous year had dropped 57 points. This was a Jerry Stackhouse who could go get buckets. He was clearly the best player on this team. You go disrupt the winning dynamic in Washington, you cannot win. You wilt, you whiffed away, you lose. Early on in your career in Chicago, when odds were stacked against you and when you didn't have a super team, you always lost year after year after year. And Jordan fans only blame his teammates, just like you guys say. LeBron fans only blame LeBron's teammates when Jordan lost. Every time Jordan lost, who do you guys blame? Do you guys blame Jordan? Because when you get swept by the Celtics and then somebody in the chat type, well, Jordan dropped 63. That's just you saying it ain't Jordan's fault. So if it ain't Jordan's fault, whose fault is it? I want you guys to ask yourself, have any of you guys played on the court with somebody that dropped 50 points? I have. I'm going to bring him on the show. Some of y'all might know the YouTuber B Dot, right? If some of y'all know the YouTuber B Dot, he's all over IG. So me and B Dot was playing in a basketball league. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, B Dot can hoop. He got game. It's hard to play with B Dot though. This motherfucker will shoot the ball every single time he touches it. It's hard to play with him. As good as he is, off the court, coolest dude you ever meet. Great family, all of that. When you playing with him, when you playing with a guy that shoots at that volume, you got four guys on the court. So when you telling me that Jordan dropped 63, that's just you telling me there was four other guys pissed off on the court. This is one of the primary reasons why the Knicks couldn't win. What did all the Knicks players say about Ewing? Are all these Knicks players running around talking about the greatness of Ewing now that their careers are over? All of these Knicks players are running around talking about how selfish Ewing was. And if he would have passed the ball more, they would have had an opportunity to win. This is what Anthony Mason was saying. This is what Charles Oakley was saying. This is what John Starks, this is what Derek Harper were all saying. When they reflect back on it, they were just looking at a guy that just chucked up shots. Selfish. Two peas in a ball says, I've had a 50 piece. Look, I remember a game that I was playing, and it was just a pro-am league where I scored my first 40-point game, 2 peas in a ball. The one thing I vividly remember in that game was one of my teammates, as I was pulling up for another 3, one of my teammates was like, man, hey, let me get one. And I'm like, damn, I'm cooking. I done knocked down every shot. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm barbecuing. But the one thing I remember from that game is my teammate saying, Hey, man, and it makes me think back, damn, I was chucking the ball. I was looking a lot of people off. This is why the logic when people like David Falk, Jordan's agent, when they say that Jordan would have came into this era and dropped 50 a game, then you're just telling me Jordan would have been a loser. If Jordan would have walked into this era trying to score 50 a game, I promise you that's a losing team. They don't win very many games. So when y'all say Jordan could walk into this era and drop 50 a game, you're telling me he had a losing mentality. No, I'm definitely not a chucker, Peter Bagers. Definitely a team player. But when I get hot, I'm unguardable. It just is what it is. This is not throwing myself under the bus. This is just how real basketball works, Prod by P. When you actually have played on a court and when you actually can experience some of these things to a certain degree, you start to have experience that you can and you start to kind of make them translate. Basketball is universal. Basketball is not a very complicated game. If you got a guy on the court running around scoring 40 points a game, you're not going to have a lot of happy teammates. We got Ether Mayak says Anthony Mesa is Luka today. I bet. Hey, LaShawn Walton. Hey, man, like I say, I got a gym that I have access to. When you out in Arizona, I mean, we could put that wager out there. You could step on that court. Dex. I don't know the actual ranking. I was in the Indiana top 50. So in Indiana, they have. I don't know if they still have it, but they have every year they have a camp. It's called the Indiana Top 50 camp. Top 50 players get invited to that camp. So I was invited to that camp one time. So the highest I was ever ranked, I would have to say top 50 in Indiana. I don't know what it looked like nationally. Probably not really ranked nationally, but top 50 in Indiana. So we have Peter Backjuice. He says, so did Jordan's selfish mentality go away in the 90s? How were the Bulls able to be so successful with this chucker? Because of Phil Jackson. What was Phil Jackson's number one attribute? Phil Jackson's greatest strength was he knew how to trick great scorers into being team players. Jordan never believed in the triangle. Never. Jordan was always a Doug Collins fan. He was always more favorable of the style that Doug Collins coached because Doug Collins would literally just give Jordan the ball and tell everybody else to get out the way. Phil Jackson knew that you cannot win basketball games like that. Once Phil Jackson was able to convince Jordan that the triangle would be more conducive to winning, and once Jordan was able to see, well, I can still get my 29 to 33 points with this, so I'll rock with it. He rocked with it. How do we know? Because Phil Jackson also did the same thing with Kobe Bryant. Dale Harris couldn't do what Phil Jackson did. No other coach for the Lakers could do what Phil Jackson did. A lot of different coaches coached Kobe. None of them can do what Phil Jackson did, which is trick a great scorer into being a team player. That was Phil Jackson's greatest strength. You can't even attribute the triangle to Phil Jackson. That was Tex Winters. The psychology of the game, the psychology that he brought to the game is what is what made Jordan elite. Tricking Jordan into being a team player. Exploiting the illegal defense. Simple. That's all it was. It's crazy, man. Franklin K says, so it's okay for LeBron, for LeBron saying players get 250 for Franklin K. Here's the funny thing. Anyone, remember what I say this a lot. Anybody with a brain knows, okay, LeBron was just joking. Anyone with a brain understands that, okay, LeBron's just trying to make the point that Giannis would be able to go into the 70s and dominate. You guys, when people run around like David Falk, Jordan's former agent, when they run around and say Jordan could score 50 a game in this era, you guys really believe it. You guys think that 50 is literal. You think Jordan will just walk into this era and drop 50 a game with absolutely no resistance. You guys think that Jordan's defense, which didn't even translate in his time, could go stop some of the great players of the day. And he couldn't even stop World B. Free. He couldn't even stop Doc Rivers. He could not stop Byron Scott. He could not stop John Long. He could not stop a young Reggie Miller. Jordan couldn't stop anybody. But you guys, with these, y'all think that these things are literal. See, we know that when LeBron said 250 points, we understand the point he was trying to get across. You guys take these assertions of Michael Jordan and y'all think it's real life. That's the difference, Franklin K. That's the biggest difference right there. Yeah, Otis Bird song. How does Otis Bird song drop his career high on you? Come on, man. Stop it, man. B Double says, but Jordan he did not play good defense and gave effort. He gambled a lot, though. Gambling on defense is a bad defender. That's exactly what a bad defender does. They gamble. There's no defender that's been consistently great on the defensive end, and the best thing that you can say about them is that they gamble a lot. That's bad. It's one of the reasons why. Jesus Christ. This is why Jordan had these types of results. Look on the screen. In 1987 and 88 season, the year that Jordan won DPOY, the players that Jordan matched up against, right? The players that Jordan defended 31 or more minutes per game. They averaged 21.6 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on over 50% shooting. Non-All-Star players averaged 19 points per game on 50% shooting. All-Star players averaged 25 points per game on 50% shooting. Because you running around gambling. You running around getting barbecued. These are facts. Y'all can't get away from the facts, man. Hey, Willie. See, this is the stupidity in it. Willie, we're not saying this to say that Jordan wasn't a good scorer. Of course, we know Jordan gonna get his buckets. Y'all the one saying that Jordan was the best defensive player. We talking about defense. He was not stopping anybody. There was a game early in 87-88 season where John Long started. Reggie Miller was still coming off the bench. John Long, in 10 minutes, had gave Jordan 15 points. John Long rolls his ankle. Reggie Miller comes in off the bench, finishes 25 minutes. He drops 20 points on Jordan's head. Where's the defense? You didn't stop John Long. You didn't stop Reggie Miller coming off the bench. Didn't stop David Wingate. You didn't stop anybody. There is no game in the 87-88 season. And I promise y'all, if I did that same thing for any year that Jordan played, we'll have very similar results. In the 88-89 season, what did we literally watch on this channel? In the 88-89 season, I pulled up the film and we literally watched Fat Lever have the most amazing game in NBA history on Michael Jordan's dome. I can pull the game up right now. Fat Lieber had like a 40-point triple-double. I'm talking about literally giving Jordan buckets every which way you can give a player buckets. Now Fat Lever was nice. Fat Lever was an average player, slightly above average player. Fat Lever wasn't an all-star he wasn't a perennial all-star. He wasn't an all NBA player. Fat Lever's career is going to go down as a slightly above average player. But now we're supposed to take your word for it that he was nice just because he wasn't dropping 40-point triple doubles on nobody else. He was only doing it to Jordan. P's word, I'll pull it up. But y'all like to over glorify. See, the thing is, the media and these Jordan fans will try to propagate, like when they talk about Jordan's defense, they always talk about it in a general sense. And Jordan was a nightmare on defense, man. He was a black cat, man. He was a defensive. Okay, what did he do on defense? Well, who was he stopping? Who did he clamp up? In what playoff series did we feel his defensive impact? Oh, look, we got two peas in a bong. He says Fat Lever was a two-time All-Star, and he rebounded well as a guard. Ooh, wow. All-Star games don't make you a great player. Anybody can make an All-Star game. All NBA selections are what identify the great players, and a lot of them. Anybody can make. Christian Laettner made an All-Star game. B.J. Armstrong made an All-Star game. Anybody can make a goddamn All-Star game. If you're in the right place at the right time and the right player gets injured at the right position, you an All-Star. Not very difficult sometimes. Being all NBA is difficult. So to tell me Fat Lever was a two-time All-Star, that's not very good. That's not enough. When guys like B.J. Armstrong can walk around and be an all-star if you luck up at the right place at the right time. He says, but you chose LeBron. Oh, yeah, LeBron is a better defender than Jordan because he actually defends. Jordan never actually defended anything. You guys just pretend like he did. What y'all need to understand about me is that I had this take long before this Tom Haverstraw article from Yahoo came out. I did a video long ago on this channel doing film breakdown on Michael Jordan's defense. And as we was watching the film, the first thing I said to myself and the first thing I said to the chat was, I paused the stream and I said, I don't think Jordan is good of a defender as people say he is after we was watching film. I was the first person to say it. I said, I don't think he's as good of a defender. Then Rasheed Wallace says it. And when Rasheed Wallace says it, y'all say he's glazing. Then B.J. Armstrong, his own teammate, even said it on the podcast. Bro, watch the game. We got plenty of games on this channel. It's funny how when I put Jordan's games on this channel, full games, that'd be my lowest view videos. Y'all never go watch. Y'all never want to go watch the games. I've put in over 20 games on this channel for y'all to go watch. That clearly will outline where you can go, you can see for yourself. If I'm lying, just go watch the film. Some of my lowest view videos are the Jordan games. You would think Jordan fans would want to go watch Jordan games. But see, what Jordan fans like to do is Jordan fans like to rely on their memory. Let me show y'all something. I'm going to show y'all what happens when Jordan fans rely on their memory and they run around trying to explain the game to you. Watch this. Let me show you something. Let me put it up right here. This is what happens, y'all, when Jordan fans try to tell you what happened in the 90s, and you just kind of take their word for it. Let me pull this video up real quick. Here it is right here. Why am I speaking? Yeah, I'm a Jordan fan. There's Jordan. When I say Jordan fans, I'm talking about the delusional media that likes to overhype and overinflate the things that he did. Was Jordan great? Yes. Why do we have to? If Jordan was great, why do we got to lie about his defense? Jordan was great. Why do we got to act like he never had the same failures, if not more, than most players in NBA history? Jordan was great. And he won a lot. But why do we got to pretend he didn't have a great team? Everything attached to Jordan, y'all got to pretend to elevate. Y'all pretend. Jordan is great, but y'all do a lot of pretending attached to it as well. Just so let me show y'all this video, y'all. Let me remove this comment. This is what happens, y'all, when you just listen to Jordan fans, right? And you don't go research. Listen to this.
You say stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on.
She like to run fat, that she was very strange. I ain't say that whole shit going on 10 a day. Man, it be so bad, she got it.
That's what happens, man, when you don't watch. This is what happens. Y'all want to see this again? This is what happens when you listen to these dudes, because they're going to tell y'all some stuff. And y'all know how Chilltown talk. It going to sound good, too. If you wouldn't have went and watched that video, I would have thought Kenny Smith, I'm talking about, jumped over a truck and dunk and reverse dunked.
You say stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on.
She like to run fat, that she was very strange. I ain't say that whole shit going on 10 a day. Man, it be so bad, she got it.
But I saw a dude do that at the LA Fitness yesterday, man. Come on, man. This is why you can't trust their memory. So when all these people talking about, yeah, I watched, y'all don't even know what y'all watch, man. And the funny thing about it is Chilltown is actually one of the more credible Jordan fans. That's the funny thing about it. We cannot trust y'all. Y'all will lie. It's just, see, I take it easy on y'all. Go James Kingdom is the one that go in. Go James Kingdom says that y'all are bad fathers, all types of stuff. Y'all are gamblers. I mean, I'm talking about Go James Kingdom really pulls out y'all, you know, he really goes at y'all and talks about y'all. I'm just saying, look, man, we can't trust y'all. That man said, man, Kenny Smith, man, he said that man, Kenny Smith, man, bounced. Like when he said bounce the ball between the legs, he literally bounced the ball between the legs, which if you think about it, that might have been the most impressive thing out of the entire thing, that you was able to bounce the ball between your legs, hit the glass perfectly, but the dunk itself was very, very subpar. It was the sorriest dunk we've ever seen. What's his name? That dunk might have been comparable to one of the sorry dunks that Jericho Sims was doing. It's crazy, man. We got Trim Duncan. He says, I love OG, but he made that sound like it was a dunk. That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't trust him. We can't trust him. Hold on. Think about it, Trim Duncan. Chilltown has watched a lot of basketball. Right? What was impressive back then should not still be impressive now, based on what we've seen. When we've seen Zach LaVine, and we've seen some of the things that Ja Morant and some of these guys have been able to do in game. If you have been watching the game, that is no longer impressive. That is not impressive. But in a debate, to try to convince somebody, remember the strategy in debates, y'all. They'll say things convincingly, knowing that there is not enough time to do research. So in a debate, the strategy has become, and especially with a lot of the guys from Players' Choice, say it convincing enough in the moment, and I can win the debate, even if it's not factual after it's researched. I had comments. Do y'all know I literally had comments, right? I literally had comments from people from Players' Choice basically saying, man, why you judge the debates like that, man? You're not supposed to go do research and then judge the debates. You're not supposed to look up what they say. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop, man. This is what be going on in the basketball community, y'all. This is what it is, man. Let me drop this link, man. I'm gonna let y'all come up here and cook, man. And you know what? The poll question for today is this right here. I want to ask y'all a question because I didn't really get to ask the question the other day because it was towards the end of the stream. Okay. And I just want to see how many people are going to lie. Okay. And this also shows you this question right here will also this question right here is single-handedly going to tell you who is trustworthy in these basketball conversations and who's not trustworthy. This question I'm about to ask you is about who's just trying to sound right versus somebody that wants to be right. So, and I want everybody, as you come up on the panel after they drop the link, I want you to answer this one question. Earlier in the stream, we talked about Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon showed a lot of promise early on in his career. They make the NBA Finals, but after they lose in the NBA Finals, it becomes a nightmare for Hakeem Olajuwon. You have first round exit after first round exit after first round exit after first round upset and exit until you get to 1992, where you don't even make the playoffs. 6 years in a row of complete failure. But then, what turned things around for Hakeem Olajuwon? The 2 championships. Albeit Jordan was gone, but we can't knock him for that. He can't control Jordan having this massive gambling problem, getting caught up with the feds, having to go testify in court. So he had to take a 1.5 year hiatus. Hakeem could only go out and beat the teams that was in front of him. Hakeem Olajuwon goes back to back. And then after he goes back to back, he goes right back to being the same mediocre first round losing type of player that he's always been until he retires out the NBA. My question to you guys is this. Can Hakeem Olajuwon, because Hakeem Olajuwon, for some people, not all, is looked at as a top 10 player in NBA history. Would Hakeem Olajuwon have any top 10 consideration if he had never won those 2 back-to-back championships? That is my question to you guys. You know, because I was having a conversation with Ace Sturdy about the greatest players in NBA history and how if you want to crack that top 10, that, as unfair as it is, a certain level of winning needs to be attached to it. And I don't like the winning connotation so much so because it is team. But for the top upper echelon guys, top 10, top 15, top 20, and Sturdy was basically saying, because I asked Sturdy this question, y'all. I said, Sturdy, okay, if it's not about winning, because Sturdy was making an argument that you can't judge these players by winning at all. And so I said, let's just say hypothetically that Hakeem had the same exact season in 94 and 95. But instead of winning a championship, they get upset in the first round and Karl Malone wins those 2 championships. Oh, there's Sturdy right there. I want everybody to answer this question because Sturdy danced around it. I'm dropping an upload about this later today. So my question to everybody when you come up here is, can Hakeem Olajuwon be top 10 without the back-to-back? Is there anything that he did in his career that stood out so staunchly? For example, like Oscar Robertson. Oscar Robertson did something like averaging a triple-double that nobody thought could ever be done. Wilt Chamberlain, 100 points in a game, averaged 50 for a season. He did things that nobody thought could ever be done. So there are some exceptions. Can Hakeem Olajuwon still be top 10 without the back-to-back? Or do you need the winning to elevate him? That is my question as you come on the panel. So we'll drop the link, man. We'll drop the link, man. And then also, is it just sheer delusion to pretend as if the two championships are not what make Hakeem Olajuwon? The two championships to me are what give Hakeem a top 10 case. Do I believe he's top 10? No. But will I knock you for having him in the top 10? I won't. Because I believe that those two back-to-back championships are strong enough to put him in the conversation. And I believe that if you take those two championships and you give it to a guy like Karl Malone, then Karl Malone is then inserted into the conversation. And Hakeem Olajuwon is out the conversation. Sturdy, I am very intelligent. Please do not lie and whiff and act as if that was not your argument. You said that winning should not matter. It was my contention that winning with regards to the top 10 has to matter. We cannot say that anything that you did on the court had any significant impact, especially for guys in the top 10, if it didn't lead to some form of winning. And when I say some form of winning, I mean getting to the finals. I mean winning championships. I mean having dominant regular seasons. Like I even told Sturdy, I said I even opened up what winning could be. But without some level of what we define as significant winning, it's going to be hard to say that what you did great translated into anything. And so I asked Sturdy, y'all, and Olo was up here. So if I'm saying anything that was a lie, anybody that was listening, if I'm saying, y'all can go back and watch the screen. I asked Sturdy the one question. If we remove the two championships from Olajuwon's resume, and let's say he has two additional first-round exits, but he still has a great career. In those 2 years, he still has hellacious numbers. I even said, we'll even give him an extra DPOY in one of those years. But he has two first-round exits in 94, 95. Is he still top 10? And the true and honest answer to that, you guys, is no. Without the back-to-back, Hakeem Olajuwon is not top 10. And I said that is the unfortunate reality of cracking the top 10, is that it is heavily reliant on winning. And winning in the NBA level has never been fair. Some guys are afforded the opportunity to win much earlier than others because they get drafted to the right team. So is being in the top 10 1,000% fair? Is it equal opportunity? No, not necessarily. But that's just how basketball works. And when you get to the upper echelon of players, you start to have to be more finicky and finicky. And I just don't see a world. I just don't see. And again, this is hypothetically, but I think this is an easy hypothetical for us to picture out in our head. If we remove Hakeem's championships and we give him early playoff exits like he had been doing in 90, 91, 92, for 5 years, missed the playoffs in 92. If he continued that trend of losing in 94 and 95, he does not crack anybody's top 10. And I don't care how great of a player he is. We look at Dirk differently because of the one championship. Because A Sturdy also said that we were crazy. Because I said, because of that one championship, Dirk is in top 20 conversations. Sturdy called us crazy. He says, we don't know basketball. He said, Dirk's not top 20. I just don't know what world you operate in where Dirk Nowitzki is not top 20. Dirk is top 20 to me, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. In Streets and Smith era, we all know Hakeem Olajuwon was good before the championships. There's a lot of players in NBA history that were good. You don't crack the top 10 just being good. You crack the top 10 when what you do great turns into something monumental, which that monumental achievement is going to be championships. That monumental achievement is going to be getting to a lot of finals. That monumental achievement is going to be having historic seasons where you get 70 wins or something crazy like that. It translates into something monumental. You cannot just be good. It translates into nothing and then come to me and say, I want to crack the top 10. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I struggle with accepting the fact that certain guys like, for example, Chris Webber are in the Hall of Fame when his career literally amounted to nothing. But we've watered the Hall of Fame down so much that literally guys who were just good can waltz in. Is the Hall of Fame for the elite, or is it for, okay, just be good? And that's the only requirement. And I think to crack the top 10, the top 15 of all time, I think you have to be elite. And that back-to-back, Hakeem, that back-to-back, stamped, sealed, and delivered his spot in the top 10 to 15, depending on where you want to put him. And if it was Karl Malone with those two championships, it would have been Karl Malone there. If it was Charles Barkley with those two championships, it would be Charles Barkley in that spot. Those two championships dictated a lot for some of the great players of the 90s. It dictated a lot for Barkley. It dictated a lot for David Robinson. It dictated a lot for Reggie Miller. Do y'all think if Reggie Miller is able to beat the Bulls in 98, get to the finals and win it all, that one championship alone might have been strong enough to put Reggie in some people's top 25, if not a little bit higher. Without the winning, it's hard to rank Reggie up there with the best of the best. On top of the fact that he has a very lackluster resume of accolades. Yes, Yellow Bear, he did make the finals before Jordan. But as I told Sturdy, I said it needs for the guys in the top 10 needs to be consistent. You cannot make one final and then disappear 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. First round upsets and then miss the playoffs in 92. If Hakeem didn't win those two championships in 94, 95, there is no top 10. That's just a legacy of losing. It's just part of the basketball. It's just part of reality. Consistent winning. Definitely 2 Peas in a Bong. And make sure y'all check out 2 Peas in a Bong as well, man. These guys are always going live after every game, man, cooking it up. Make sure y'all go check this podcast out. As I bring people up, I'm going to drop the link to their channel in the chat, man. Make sure y'all go give them a sub and show them guys some support. And the reality is, in basketball, those championships change your legacy, right? When it's all said and done with LeBron James, and we're talking about LeBron James 50 years from now, do y'all really think people are going to be running around talking about he built a super team? No, they're going to be talking about the 4 championships, and nobody's going to give a damn about how that team was put together. Did you win it or not? Did you get to the finals or not? Did you have significant winning or not? If you don't have it, it's going to be hard to crack the top 10. All right. I mean, just look at Russell Westbrook. Look at Russell Westbrook. I mean, he's had some of the most historical seasons in NBA history. What does his resume lack? The winning. James Harden has some historic seasons. He lacks the winning. Those are two players right there. If you add 1, 2, 3 championships to their resume, we are having a completely different conversation about where they fall in NBA history. The winning matters. We cannot separate it. We cannot pretend as if it doesn't impact where you ultimately get ranked. It just does. As much as I don't like it, it does. I don't think it's subjective, Jonathan Clark. I think it's very clear. Because when you look at most people top 10, everybody in their top 10 has won. There's no guy in there. And with all the great players in NBA history, I mean, how come you're not putting Allen Iverson in there? I mean, some people say pound for pound, Allen Iverson was the greatest player in NBA history. Just stick Allen. I mean, if it's just about talent, stick Allen Iverson in there. Because they know you will look dumb as hell doing some stuff like that. Link is in the chat, man. Let's get y'all to pull up, man. We'll talk about it, man. Yeah, but we answer that question, and then we can get to all the other topics for the day, man. Anthony Edwards, man. Thank you, J-Mar. I mean, and J-Mar, even if you do that, you still gonna have a hard time. Even if you do that the way you said it, J-Mar, you still gonna have, because for example, we could say that Charles Barkley had a high impact towards winning. The problem with Barkley's Barkley got to the finals. He did a lot of great things. The problem with Barkley, he never got that one. I mean, maybe if Barkley did something similar to Jim Kelly, you get to 5 NBA finals, you lose them all. Okay, maybe. But you got to have it, man. You got to have it. 2 peas in a bun. What's good, man?
What's good, man? What's good? How you doing?
Man, I'm chilling, man.
Man, so you were talking about Hakeem Olajuwon, and you and I want to respect. I got a lot I want to talk about, but I want to respect you and answer that question first, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Is he in your top? Is he in my top 10?" If he doesn't, even with the championships, he's still not in my top 10.
That's how I feel, but
and honestly, I have 9 slots because I'm teetering on that 10th guy.
mm-hmm.
But I mean, I have 9 slots, and when I'm teetering, I'm not necessarily teetering with Olajuwon. I think that those 2 championships did help with his legacy, because he won. It's unfortunate, people that know will say, hey, he won because Jordan wasn't in the league. But regardless to if Jordan was in the league or not, all those players, Patrick Ewing, everybody had a chance to get one. Barkley, they all had a chance. Hakeem was the one that did it twice. So,
And my thing was,
now listen,
that top 10 consideration was up for grabs for the player that could snatch those 2 chips. If we give those 2 chips to Barkley now has a potentially top 10 resume with the MVP.
Who's your top 10?
Here, I'll run through it here in a second.
Okay.
But my whole point is that it's hard to escape the fact that winning and your legacy, like you mentioned, the winning matters. It's just too hard to separate the end results. And because I know when Sturdy was talking, Sturdy kept talking about Hakeem's defensive impact. And I said, listen to the words you just used, impact. I said, if you're talking about a player that's considered top 10 in NBA history, when you say impact, the first thing I'm going to ask is, what did it impact? Because if I look at the results and I see from after you lost in the finals, I see first round exit, 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 and then you miss the playoffs. First thing I'm gonna ask is, what the hell is it impacting? And if I take away your 2 championships and you have more losses, well, what is it really impacting? Is it fair? No. But it ultimately, the top 10, you have to be otherworldly great. That means your greatness has to be able to overcome a lot of different obstacles and amount to something more considerable than just most average Joes or most good players, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one of the things that comes with the top 10, man. These guys all did something otherworldly, and it translated at some point in time, man. Let me get to Reed Brandon real quick, and then we gonna just cook on all the other topics. Reed Brandon, what's good?
What's going on? What's up, Lamar? What's going on, bro? I agree with the last speaker, man. Like, even with the 2 rings, Hakeem's still struggling to be in a lot of people's top 10, right? So now once you remove those rings, it's like, yeah, you're out of here, buddy. Like you said, you give it to Karl Malone, like now he's in a different conversation. John Stockton, somebody like that, they're in different conversations. And I also will say this, I do think when it does come to his rings, people do kind of look at, like even with Dirk, right? They look at the difficulty of the rings and shit like that when they're even hyping it up beyond that. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like we're talking about great players. We're talking about a few things. We're talking about the accolades that you did gain while you were playing, the longevity of you sustaining your greatness, and also, did you win? Now, it's not like the media now where you have to have a minimum of 6 rings to be in that, that those conversations, or 4 or 5 rings. Just get 1 or 2, bro. And, now we can have a different conversation. But to sit here and say that they don't have to win at least 1 to be a part of that top 10 conversation is crazy.
My whole point was, there are only a select few players in NBA history that may get an exception to that because they did something that was so improbable that you get a pass. And so one of the exceptions, for example, was when Oscar Robertson, right? When he was the first player to average a triple-double for the season, it was looked at as something that could never be done. It was like, people were looking at it like, how the hell did he do this? It was so improbable. That almost single-handedly got him into a lot of people's top 10. Even though he ultimately got a championship a little later down the line, people don't even talk about that championship. They still talk about Oscar for being the first player to average a triple-double. That's what he's known for. And the same with Wilt. I mean, averaging 50 for a season, scoring 100 in a game. When you have seasons that are 1 in a million, or looked at as so improbable, that might give you a pass. But when I look at Olajuwon's career, I don't see that. I don't see before. And I think he needed the championships to get up there. But what y'all got on Ant-Man, y'all? He's about to get the LeBron treatment over the summer.
Ant-Man has to work on being able to get open. Like, I didn't see him step into the defender enough, put his shoulder into their chest, and throw his hand up to get the ball. He wasn't doing that. He was trying to juke the players and do everything else. But I will say, to Ant's defense, OKC, they got a bunch of defenders that they can throw at you. They had 3 different guys that they could throw at you and wear you down. It was the same thing with Jokic. And it just, man, it wore him down, and you could tell he was tired, and he never figured it out. From one game to another, he had one really good game, but it was tough on him. I thought the last game I was disappointed in his performance last night, but there were times that he went to the basket and he wasn't getting the Shai call. And so I'm wondering, will Ant-Man sell the foul more next season and result to adding a little extra flop because he's not getting the whistles that he probably could have got last night and changed the trajectory of the game? Or does it result to shooting more 3-pointers next season.
I'm glad you said that because I remember a play in game 4 where Ant drove, and I'm talking about Hardenstein hip checked the shit out of him in the air.
Yeah,
He went flying to the ground, and the first thing I said was and it was just hard to not correlate this. The first thing I said was, if that's SGA, that whistle's getting called, before he gets breathed on. And the one thing I noticed with this was that there was, to me, a different whistle for Minnesota when they attacked versus OKC when they attacked. I think that stood. I get that there's always a reason, and refs are human, and obviously habit. When you see a team play physical all season long, that whistle starts to stick, and they call it a little different because that's just your mantra. But it was just, to me, it was hard to ignore that the whistle wasn't. To me, it wasn't as balanced as it could have been. But then that also stems from the habits that you showcased all year.
So I ask you something. Why you say that? Does LeBron get the whistle as much as he should?
No.
Did Shaq get the whistle as much as he should?
Nope.
It's when you're physically stronger and you have that advantage, you get less whistles. The players that aren't, Shai isn't as physically strong. So when he gets bumped, he's going to go backwards or he's going to lose his balance. Shai got bumped by Anthony Edwards and went backwards. Shai tried to initiate the contact.
Yeah, he tried to bump into Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, and went backwards. They called the foul on Anthony Edwards. But the referees have always done that to the physically stronger players.
But would y'all classify that as a skill though? Like being able to make the foul, maybe hook your arm or whatever, these fouls. Is that a skill?
Yeah,
is that are those basketball, Lamont, you as a coach, would you deem that a basketball move now? Knowing how to get the foul, get the call?
No, it's definitely drawing fouls. No, what I'm saying is when he grabs people's arm, that's gamesmanship. That's drawing fouls. When he's just driving and when he goes to initiate the content, and just because he weighs 10 pounds less, he goes flying off of Ant-Man's chest to the ground, that's not drawing a foul. That's just you being 20 pounds lighter than somebody falling to the ground.
Absolutely. That's being penalized because he's stronger. He's physically stronger.
Yeah, and I don't think defenders should get penalized just because I'm stronger. And when you try to initiate the contact, you take the brunt of the punishment and I don't.
Yeah.
Right. So go no call in those situations. But I don't mind it. I know a lot of people don't like it when he grabs the arm and he goes up and shoot. Okay, I get that. That's gamesmanship. That's drawing the foul. Yeah, but just bouncing off people's chests because you don't weigh very much. That's why I'm looking at it like refs got to be a little bit better, in seeing this because a lot of people try to make it seem like that's not a big deal. Like I was listening to Legend of Winning's video, and Legend of Winning was making it seem like, I said, what ultimately happens is now as a defender, you don't know how to guard him because when you reach, he grabs my arm, it's a foul. When I don't reach and he hits me in the chest and he falls to the ground, it's a foul. Every foul that mounts up and adds and he goes to the free throw line, the only thing you're asking yourself in your head is, how do I guard this guy? Because when he initiates the contact, he's so little and frail, he's going to fall as a foul. When I get up on him, he's going to grab and hold and flail and draw fouls. That's a foul. And it's just like, so I think for the people that try to make it seem like this ain't nothing and just Minnesota has to be better defensively, like what, as a coach, and I'm going to ask you, I'm going to start with you, 2Ps. What do you tell your players to do when it seems like you kind of at a disadvantage and you really can't guard them physical?
Honestly, you just you're gonna have to just bite the bullet. You can't sag off and give them everything. You're gonna have to. The referee, if they call it ticky tack, they're just gonna have to call it ticky tack. But you have to get up into the defend. You have to get up into the offensive player. So I would say get up into him. You can't make it easy. You just have to get. You have to get physical with him. Get your arms out and hold your arms out. Don't reach for anything. Just slide your feet.
Bro, you know what I would have did? Because obviously, once you get down in the series, it's desperation. Bro, I would have deployed because look, I think out of all the teams in the West, they had the bodies to deploy, and I would have just sent a plethora of bodies. I would have used the combination of DiVincenzo, Terrence Shannon, and then maybe even at times
Well, you had
Luka Garza.
And
But what I'm saying is, I would have deployed. I would have got together 3 guys and basically said, all 3 of you guys, we got 12 fouls, or we got X amount of fouls to dole out, right? And our only goal is to play this man in total line of physicality. Total line of physicality. Get the extra bumps, the pushes in, but because Shai is the type of player where you only gonna stop him if you get into his head. But if he feel like he good, if he feel like he can get to any spot, if you don't get in his head, he gonna light you.
He's unstoppable.
Yeah, he's
like,
unstoppable.
you let him get that confidence in the game. You're done.
Yep.
I saw him shoulder check a couple times. Rudy Gobert. Yep. Shoulder checking him to get the space. Once he got to his spot, no whistle.
Who was the I forgot the kid's name, bro, that pushed him. I forgot his name. I forgot who it was.
Oh, McDaniel pushed him.
Yeah, that pushed him, right? So if it's me, I'm just like, I'm talking to my players. I'm like, yo, just trust your process. Don't become frustrated though, right? Because when you do become frustrated, you do start seeing it break down. Now he's frustrated, like visibly frustrated, pushing you. Now you getting texts, and it's just like, bro, just trust your process, bro.
If there's ever a time, and I'm not even a believer in the hard foul, but if there was ever a time to deploy the hard foul, that would have been a time to deploy the hard foul and take a motherfucker out there. Hell yeah. I do that still today. There'll be times in games where I get pissed off. We can't figure out how to stop a motherfucker. I'm saying, look, man, somebody got to take one for the team. But then, like sometimes
I understand that, but do you want to show a team that is physically, like, more physically imposing and a higher seed? Now, you already the underdog.
I don't think they were more physically imposing. I thought Minnesota was more physically imposing.
But do you want them to see that you're breaking, right? Like, because once you start to push,
that's not showing. It's just strategy.
You're frustrated, but you're frustrated.
No, it's not frustrated because if you strategically go out there and say, okay, this next foul is going to be meant to get into his head.
Okay.
That's strategic. Now, if you like Jaden McDaniels, what he did was just getting frustrated. You push him to the ground. That's frustration.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking to.
But I think if you strategically go out and you got bigger guys out there saying, fuck it, our goal is to keep him away from this mid-range shot. He's going to score every bucket at the rim. And because we have 3 guys with 6 fouls to utilize, if you're going to get to the free throw line, we're going to make you pay the highest price possible to shoot them 2 free throws. And what you want to hope is that it can ultimately get in your head. For example, look at how they got in Anthony Edwards' head with the double teams. The double teams, they kept doing it because it was getting into Anthony Edwards' head.
Yep.
Right. And so you gotta, whatever the strategy is, and I think every playoff series is like a chess game. You got to figure out what the solution is. And in this series, you might have to use your rooks. This series, you might have to use your knights. This series, you might have to use the queen. And I think in this series, these motherfuckers should have came with a hammer.
So even with your example that you said you would do, right? Like you got 2 or 3 guys that, hey, look, we got, foul calls we can take. Would you start to employ that just so it shows him, like, look, we can do this all night? Like, what do you want?
Well, what you have to do is, you have to show the pattern of physicality. So what you have to do is you have to show the refs from game to game that we're going to play Shai physical.
Yeah, you got to
start what you'll ultimately start seeing is you're going to see the refs start to soften up the calls because they're going to see you consistently. Yeah. And the refs know they can't blow the whistle every time, so you're going to soften the refs up. Now you're going to make them kind of immune to the physicality. But you gotta have a group of guys. You got to say, fuck it. When you are out there, your job is to be on Shai. We're going to be physical with them off ball. We're going to be physical with them on ball. But you cannot just let him look how many easy, comfortable buckets he got. Just literally walking to the mid-range, shooting it, walking to the three-point line, getting a shot up. And it's just like, my God. Like, when are y'all gonna like their biggest weapon was their physicality. They were to me, Minnesota was the more physically imposing team, but they never used their advantage.
Didn't use it yet.
Never used it, man. So, it is what it is, man.
Do you think Anthony Edwards is going to be cool? Like, you think he's just going through the growing pains that all greats go?
Bro, he's year 4 going into year 5? He cool.
Year 5, yeah. So
he look what players will win in year 4?
What would you make him work on? Like, you as coach, like, and you're like, yo, listen, we got to get you to the next level. What is it that you're telling Ant to focus on this summer?
So I think basketball is about great players don't start winning until they get great teams. Like you can only ask Ant-Man to be like he can only get so much better at this stage. Mm-hmm. What he's a top 15 player in the league now. Obviously, every player has holes and flaws in their game. What I'm saying is you cannot put all the onus on Ant-Man to just get better and that's going to get him over the hump. There's a lot of construction-wise, you got to figure out what the hell you're doing with Mike Conley. He's old. He can't defend. He was kind of right. You got to figure out what you're doing with Julius Randle because if we're being honest, they had their best stretches of the year this past season when Julius Randle was hurt. Right. I think trying to incorporate his game, which is like heavy ISO type ball, was kind of unorthodox looking. I don't know if that's the style of play that they want. So now you got to figure out what you want to do with Julius Randle. Is that the style of play you want to put around Ant? And then Rudy Gobert, you got to. I love Rudy Gobert, but if you're not going to have a point guard that's going to utilize him to the max, why the hell you got him?
Yeah,
So,
do you feel like the Knicks and the Timberwolves both hurt each other, like hurt themselves with that trade though?
The trade.
I like
helped
New York. I like Cat New York. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I like trade helped them both, but I think Minnesota needs a true point guard. They need a real point guard. And I think Chris Paul's now too old to do that. I think maybe you're about 4 years too late on a Chris Paul who could have did that for you. But whatever point guard's on the market, you got to find a guy that can run the show. Because if you're telling me that you got to rely on Anthony Edwards playmaking, I don't want Anthony Edwards playmaking. I need that motherfucker attacking.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Lamont? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
Let me answer your first question on the Hakeem Olajuwon thing. As far as without the 2 championships, I can name 5 players that are better than Hakeem Olajuwon. So is he top 10 in my book? I have a hard time putting him in there. With the 2 titles, yes. But if he's in the top 10 in my book without it, you can name 10 better than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Mahari, your connection's cutting out.
But as far as the Timberwolves, can you hear?
I don't know. It's going in and out real bad. Hop out and come back in.
Hey, can you hear me, Lamont?
Yeah, we hear you. Hold on, let me help Mahari out. I'm gonna kick Mahari and then hopefully Mahari can get it together. Hold on. Let me see if Mahari got his signal working. Mahari, you good?
Yeah, I should be good. It was a bit of a bad signal, but can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, let me put the phone up real quick. So let me repeat it again. Do you hear me about the Hakeem Olajuwon point?
Yeah, we hear. Just go ahead. Go ahead and where you left off.
Well, I was going to say about the Timberwolves now. Mm-hmm. Right now, I think that, in Minnesota right now, there's 3 things that needs to happen. You got to keep Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Naz Reid, and I would let go of Julius Randle because I just don't think his game is going to his type of game is going to fit for the team, and you need a succession plan to basically train Conley because Mike Conley's too damn old at this point. They need a point guard who can play make, who can set.
Mahari's going out, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Hold on, I'm gonna kick Mahari. Hopefully, Makari can come back with a better signal. We got Jared in here. Jared, what's good?
So can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So it's interesting that you brought up Rudy Gobert, Lamont. And actually, I had this talk with my friend like a couple of days ago, and he asked me if a team with Rudy Gobert on it in the back line, can they actually win a championship? So I want to ask you that question first, Lamont. Can a team with Rudy Gobert as their starting center win a championship?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Like my thing is this. And
like, hold on, Jared. Put it like this.
Okay.
Jared. Put it like this, Jared. Can a team win a championship with Rudy Gobert? If you get a goddamn Lakers Rudy Gobert at the center spot, I promise you a lot of shit would have looked a lot different. You know, so yes. If it's the right team.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah,
but, I mean,
well, you know what that is.
Contract, but yeah, no, it's definitely
okay. So that is a fair point. The only reason I ask this is because, like you said, like you love Rudy Gobert. Like I've been one of those people that's been like more down on him. Like for me personally, I worry that like his game doesn't translate into playoff success. Like I don't know if he's like one of those players that can be conducive to playoff success because we haven't seen it yet. And like it feels like when his teams go out in the playoffs, they go out in basically the same way. Like I don't know. Unless
Rudy Gobert's the center,
like you said.
But Rudy Gobert's the center. Rudy Gobert's success is contingent on the point guard. His success is directly tied to the point guard and how good the point guard can be. And his success is also directly tied to your perimeter defenders. So, again, there's a lot that the game is different. This is not the 90s big. If this was the 90s, Rudy Gobert would be a top 10 player. In today's game, where it's more perimeter driven and relying on perimeter players, you being a lob threat, having elite point guard play, if you don't have it, then Rudy Gobert's going to look subpar. I mean, think about it. Think about when Rudy Gobert's best game was when the goddamn Lakers went zone. Well, when they went zone and they were actually looking for Rudy Gobert consistently, what did Rudy Gobert do? That motherfucker looked like Wilt Chamberlain because he had everybody feeding him the ball. So his success is directly tied to playmaking. You know?
Yeah, I get that. The only worry that I have, though, is that we have seen it on two different teams. Like, we've seen it on two different teams that, like, teams legitimately try and hunt him on defense. Like, if you remember last year, the famous Luka game winner in Game 3, like, Luka literally just baked him. Like,
Jared, what center in the NBA can guard Luka at the top of the key in the ISO?
Well, there's only one guy, and that's Bam. That's the only guy that can.
Bam can't guard no Luka at the top of the key in the ISO. Nobody. Here's the thing.
He's the most mobile center in the NBA.
Yeah, it don't matter. Luka's still giving that man all types of buckets. All I'm saying is this, Jared. Don't isolate Rudy Gobert as if his struggles with Luka aren't the same struggles that every center in the NBA faces when they switch off on Luka. That the problem is my biggest problem was when Rudy Gobert was switched off on the Luka. Why the hell are y'all so easily switching and conceding to the switch? Like, the last person you want guarding Luka at the top of the key is Rudy Gobert, is your center. I don't care who the center is. I'm talking about, it could be Ben Wallace. You give me any great defensive center. If you're on the perimeter matched up against Luka, you're probably about to get barbecued. So, it's just like, you cannot isolate that. And now I guarantee you one thing that's not going to happen. I guarantee you Luka ain't going to go post up Rudy Gobert at the rim.
Well, no, he can't.
Because that's Rudy Gobert's domain. That's Rudy. No, he can, but he's not going to win that battle because that's Rudy Gobert's domain. He's pulling Rudy Gobert out of his domain to the perimeter. That's Luka's domain. Nobody in this league can really guard Luka when he's in shape and ready to go in his own domain. So that's what we have to like. And I think that's where he gets unfairly judged. Like, I think he got unfairly judged in Utah because he was the only good defender on that team around a whole bunch of guys that didn't want to defend on the perimeter. And he was trying to bail them out on every single play. And now in Minnesota, where, now he's just relegated to defending. He don't get any real offensive touches. So he's not really involved on the offensive end and defensively. He could be good some nights and nobody will even know. because y'all really judge how good these players are based on how many points
yeah.
they score.
Well, no, that's never my issue with Gobert. Like, the thing is, the reason I brought up is two different teams was because if you remember going back to when it was in Utah, that game against the Clippers is really when people started to doubt Gobert. Because if you remember, Terrence Mann really only had people didn't really know of him really until that game for the most part, and like he literally put up almost 40. Like, and most of it was with Rudy Gobert trying to run out at him. Like, I think the thing is,
Okay, no, hold on, Jared
hurts him in the playoffs.
Jared, think about what you're saying. Why would Rudy Gobert have to be running out on Terrence Mann, a guard? Because your guards are getting broke down. If your guards can't be point of attack defenders and hold down their matchup, and you're relying on Rudy Gobert to leave the paint to bail you out, it's a trash defense. That's not Rudy Gobert's fault. That's not Rudy Gobert's fault. That Rudy Gobert, the fact that he's even having to go contest those shots, shit tells you he's a good defender. Hold on, we got Hink in the basement. He says, "What's good, Ma?" He says, "Miami plays Bam out of position. He's a power forward who plays center in the NBA." I agree. I think Miami has got to be one of the dumbest organizations in the league. I think Pat Riley running the Miami Heat like a concentration camp. He's running that organization to the ground. I think he's one of the worst presidents of basketball in the league. You know, he's with this military style, and he's just running good players out. I think that he needs to get fired along with Mickey Harrison. I think they're both horrible. I think they're the most overrated front office in the league. And all of their success is directly tied, at least almost all of their success is directly tied to LeBron James, right? Slight success with Jimmy Butler, but outside of that, man, their whole legacies are tied to LeBron just being LeBron. It's not even tied to them being great.
Lamont.
Well, that's the little success they had before, and even that success stemmed off of Shaquille O'Neal given one last prime year before he fell off.
Well, yeah,
and then they have a history, and then they have a history of shitting on their players. When D Wade got old, they got him up out of town. When Jimmy Butler wanted to get paid, they got him up out of town. You know, as LeBron James was helping them win championships, they pissed him off and ran him up out of town. All they do is run off their good players. So at the end of the day, man, I don't give credit to the Miami Heat are one of the worst ran organizations in basketball. But fans give him a pass because Pat Riley is so connected to the 90s. That's the only reason why Pat Riley gets a pass, because he's so connected to the 90s and the Jordan era. And they think anything associated with the Jordan era is good.
Okay.
He's trash. Just call it for what it is. Pat Riley is trash. They haven't drafted well. Think about some of the signings that they made. These motherfuckers signed Hassan Whiteside to a big deal. These motherfuckers signed Duncan Robinson to a big deal. They have some of the most dumbest draft picks and signings I've ever seen. But yet they get pass after pass after pass for being mediocre.
Yeah, I mean, they also took on a head case in Deion Waiters, Lamont. Like, that didn't last too long. You know, listen. Yeah, I think I do agree with what you're saying, though, Lamont. Like, I do think a lot of times, like when we talk about Pat Riley, I think a lot of times what we don't understand is that the dude has had legitimate all-time greats his entire career. And so a lot of owners and general managers aren't going to lose with that for the most part. Like, so I get what you're saying, Lamont. I do agree. I think the thing, though, going back to the conversation we were just having, I think the thing with Bam that makes him so special is that he's one of those rare guys that can play the five and switch off on just about anybody and it not be a total mismatch. And that's where I compare him to Gobert, and Gobert doesn't have that type of mobility. Like that's kind of what I was getting at, like with the points I'm making. Like he doesn't
Gobert does have mobility.
Switch off on,
yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Not that kind of mobility. Like he can't. Like he doesn't.
He's single-handedly
kind of mobility though.
Yeah, but you don't need Bam kind of mobility. He's a center. Like what? You can't ask centers to go be guards. Just like you can't ask a guard to go down and be a center. Are you asking? Are you asking Trae Young to go be a rim protector? I mean, are you asking anybody like Rudy Gobert has to? But Rudy Gobert has to be great at everything. He has to be a great perimeter defender, post defender, off-ball defender. He's a good defender. You formulate your team around what he does great. You don't cry about his weaknesses. There's no team in here. All these good players in the league. The good teams focus on player strengths. Bad teams cry about players' weaknesses and then good teams will just focus on your strengths and build the team around your strengths. Rudy Gobert, I'm taking him all day, any day on my team. Now, do I want to pay him $43 million a year like what he's making now? Probably not.
No.
So the contract is probably a nasty issue right there because Minnesota right now has the second highest payroll in the NBA. And so I think that's one of the considerations Minnesota's going to have to look to. I think they got to clear some of this garbage out because you got Julius Randle who's making $30 million. Next year he's going to be on a option. I'm looking at maybe moving Julius Randle because he's an expiring deal. I'm looking at maybe I would definitely want to focus on re-signing and keeping Naz Reid because if you can keep Naz Reid between 13 to 15 million per year, I think that's a steal. I think if you can keep him in that range, you don't. And then obviously you got DiVincenzo locked up. Mike Conley, he's on the last year of his deal. I'm heavily going to consider packaging him up in another deal, using that 10 million to help bring in something else because that's 10 million where I can go bring in something because my whole focus next year is going to be on elevating Terrence Shannon Jr. and Rob Dillingham. It's going to be Rob Dillingham's job to lose start next year. Rob Dillingham to me was a better player than Mike Conley. Like I felt like he would have had a better impact on this series than Mike Conley. But again, because of namesake and all this stuff, but Rob Dillingham was just relegated to the sideline. So, that is what it is. But I look at this Minnesota team. My focus is going to be on the youth. Rob Dillingham, Terrence Shannon Jr., getting rid of the filler, re-signing Nickeil Alexander-Walker, extending Naz Reid, and getting rid of the Julius Randle contract. Probably going to be stuck with Rudy Gobert's contract because he signed until 27, 28. He's going to be making 35, 36, and 38 million. So I think that they have ways to get better. I just don't know who you're going to convince to take on Julius Randle's salary unless it's just like a bad team that can absorb a lot of money.
Right. Yeah, I think the thing is, in all honesty, though, like I do wonder, though, and you brought it up a little bit. What type of a team would you have to surround around a Rudy Gobert for it to be successful? Considering like the limitations he has, because you're talking about a player
but they're not. But they're not really building the team around Rudy. They're building the team around Anthony Edwards.
No, I don't mean like around. You know what I mean? Like building a team to kind of hide the weaknesses of Gobert.
No. Hold on. When I have a Gobert on my team, the only thing I'm focused on is his strengths. Rudy Gobert is elite rim protector. He could do a lot with his size and rebounding. I'm not going to sit here and cry about his weaknesses when I got Rudy Gobert. I'm going to be talking about, okay, how can we make an elite defense with him as our rim protector? That's what I'm going to be focused on. And then offensively, how can we utilize him a little bit more offensively as a potential lob threat, right? But you need a point guard to do those things.
He's limited though, Lamont.
And
you can't really do much outside of lob threat.
And I'm sorry, my mic went out, so I couldn't even talk because I was trying to ask you questions.
Yeah, my bad.
So you're saying to get rid of Conley, what's your alternative? You were saying Rob Dillingham right now over Conley?
No, what I'm saying, I think the way the league is trending, you gotta be younger in the backcourt. Now, is Rob Dillingham more seasoned than Mike Conley? No. But is Rob Dillingham to me today a better player than Mike Conley? Yes.
I would still say no.
I think
I'd say yes.
Can move better, but
from what I've seen,
Rob Dillingham can't fight through that pick and roll.
Yeah, but see that's something you teach.
Too small.
Yeah, but so is Conley.
You get that with time. Mike Conley's still going to play it better because he's been in the league longer.
But my problem is this: you have a point guard. One, I don't even mind the fact that he's old, but he's lost the ability to consistently apply pressure to the middle of the floor. The only thing Mike Conley is good for now is slowing the ball down and making a corner three every now and then. He is not good at running the offense. It was others who were running the offense. We saw Alexander Walker had to do it. We saw Ant-Man had to do it. Ant-Man needs to be just focused on scoring the basketball. He should not be relied on to run the offense. Somebody else has to take that mantle up. And when you draft a guy in Rob Dillingham, you kind of get him at a steal. And we saw the promise. He showed so much promise this year when he did play. Maybe it's time to move on from Mike Conley, who you're going to have to pay $10 million a year next year just to keep, and allow the young player to blossom.
So is
Rob Dillingham in year 2 should be, if you work in the offseason, should maybe not be ready to start, but he should be ready to play significant minutes.
Okay, so is shooting over 40% from 3 during the course of the season, is that overrated?
No.
Okay, shooting, what about 90% from the free throw line?
No.
Because through 71 games, Mike Conley shot 41% from 3 and 90% from the free throw line. I think that's a coaching thing. You have to find more ways to utilize him.
What did I say about Mike Conley? I said Mike Conley is your point guard at his age, 37, 38 years old, can no longer facilitate your offense and apply consistent pressure to the middle of the floor. What do I mean by that? The great point guards today, their number one attribute, the good point guards on good teams, their number one attribute is that it's not even paint touches, is they can get to the middle of the floor and cause havoc. When I say get to the middle of the floor, that means get to the middle of the floor, attract the defense, gravitate, and start to facilitate and play make out of that. Right? We even see Austin Reeves have success just based on being able to attack and get to the middle of the floor as a playmaker. Mike Conley no longer has any impact as a point guard. Is he a three and is he kind of a catch corner shooter now? Yes. But why do I have a point guard out there that's just shooting corner threes?
I said that's coaching. That's a coaching thing.
No, he's 37. He just physically can't do it anymore.
You could have still, even if you have DiVincenzo bring it up, or they had Julius Randle bring it up a lot of times, and then once it's in the half court, you have him as a facilitator within the half court. You could do that. But I'm looking at it like this. I'm saying Minnesota is close right now, right? They're competitive. They're very close. If you're going to get rid of Conley, you have to have something better than him, or else you're going to take a step backwards, and you don't need to take a step backwards right now.
I don't think you take a step backwards getting rid of Conley.
No, if you don't have anything better, you do take a step.
You got Rob Dillingham. I think that Rob Dillingham today is better. And Mahari's from Minnesota. Mahari, what have you seen from Rob Dillingham?
A lot of potential, bro. Like he can basically be a better defender, and he penetrates better than Mike Conley. Because the problem with Mike Conley is he's lost a step. Like the Mike Conley that I saw in Memphis, he could break the defense down and penetrate and kick. He's 37. He's not the same player that he once was anymore. Yes, he can shoot the corner three, and he's an accurate shooter. But you need the point guard to break the defense down. That's what I don't see in Mike Conley anymore. So to me, I'd rather have Nickeil Alexander-Walker or even Dante DiVincenzo take that role during the series. But if you're going to say in the long-term future, I would go with Rob Dillingham or Terrence Shannon Jr. to take on that role. Now, are they going to be established players as Mike Conley is? Absolutely not. But you teach them, you develop them, you help them learn how to, attract the defense and break the defense down to make things easier for Gobert and for Ant-Man. Because I don't want Anthony Edwards to be the playmaker and break the defense down. Because I want him to be in full attack mode, scoring mode on every single possession. That's his strengths.
You lost me when you said Terrence Shannon at the point guard. Terrence Shannon isn't a point guard, and when he was
my mistake.
He was struggling passing the ball. If you look at that first game that he got in, he struggled passing. He had turnovers. But I hear you on the DiVincenzo. I like DiVincenzo as the sixth man because I just feel like he's the ace in the hole. He has the ability to change pace and push pace. And he can give you multiple things beyond the shooting and facilitating. He can also play defense and get gritty if the game calls for that.
Yeah, but you can only get so far with these de facto point guards. Either you got to get you a real point guard or not.
No, Mike Conley, I like him as a sixth man. The defense.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I like my thing right here is this. Minnesota, you got to go into the offense looking at it like this. We got the second highest payroll in the NBA, and we got ousted in the Western Conference Finals for the second year in a row. You have to now start looking at now the business of basketball is about to start kicking you in the ass if you don't start acting now. Julius Randle, whatever Minnesota, they're going to have to make a decision very quickly. He's about to make $30 million next year.
Yep.
And we saw what life looks like with Julius Randle as the number 2. And then also with Mike Conley. So between Mike Conley and Julius Randle, you're paying those guys $40 million. Now, we can get off that, go younger, or maybe find better pieces. And I'm not even sure what point guards are out there, maybe even up for trade. But when I got players like Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr. as young players just kind of sitting on the wayside, Terrence Shannon Jr. showed a ton of promise this year. Dillingham showed a ton of promise this year. It gets to a point in time where your young players, you got to start investing in them and just letting them get on the court and do their thing. That's how OKC got to where they were. You got to go let them do their thing. You cannot just keep relying on these old players who shown you year after year after year who they are. And I think Mike Conley has kind of shown us there's a ceiling to what he can provide to this Minnesota team. And that ceiling is not good enough. That's the problem with Mike Conley. And he's only getting older. We got H from the UK. Salute to H from the UK. We got Jason and we got Mad Max up here. Let me go to H from the UK real quick. One of the OGs of the channel. Somebody has a slight echo. I don't know who it is. Let me see. Who is it? Echo? Okay, there was 2 P's in a bung with the echo. H from the UK, what's good? You with us?
Yeah, man, I'm good, man. Just see you talking about the Wolves versus Thunder game, man. All due respect, Thunder didn't really stand a chance. The whistle was against them. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest. Really. Yeah, that whistle was against them. The NBA's already chosen who they want to put the face on for now, and it's Shai. At the end of the day, he's an international player. I think he's signed to Kim Kardashian as well with Skims as well. So that growing that international brand is a big one for the NBA. So they already put their money on him. But all due respect, let's just focus on the Timberwolves because they failed. I know you talk about the team making the team better, but I think Ant needs to get better. I think his decision making is pretty poor. He fell in love with the 3, and his mid-range game is not really there. Really, it's regressed. He didn't put enough rim pressure and just get his head down and trying to attack the rim. I remember last year he did that, especially against the Suns, but he didn't really do that against the Thunder. But again, the Thunder are a great defensive team, so they would have been able to stop a lot of that action. With Julius Randle, that's interesting, Lamont, because I like Julius Randle. I've always liked him. I think he's a good player. I just don't think he's what's the word? I don't know how he fits on a championship team. He reminds me a bit of a smaller version of Chris Webber. That's who he reminds me of. A left-handed Chris Webber, but a smaller version. Or more athletic Elton Brand, something like that. But I just don't think he's a winning player, but I like him. I think if you was going to have him as a winning player, he'd probably be a 6th man, but a very, you'd probably give him a large role, similar to at New Orleans. You'd make him a large role 6 man. Bit like...
and let me say, the one thing, the only, and I'm going to let you cook, with Julius Randle, I don't mind him. The problem with me is the $30 million you got to pay him next year. And it's just like, at best, he should be your number 3 option on a really good team. But you got to pay him like he's a bona fide number 2 option. And like that $30 million on an expiring deal, you have to look at, if you're Minnesota, you're thinking, we got a very valuable asset sitting right here. $30 million expiring deal. A lot of people are going to want to clean up $30 million off their books. And if you can go get some comparable talent, and maybe because you're giving up an expiring contract, maybe get a draft pick on the way, you might have to start looking at the business of basketball. That $30 million that's a big chunk right there.
What you think about Kobe
First, he's got to
White?
opt in.
What you think about Kobe White and Jalen Smith from the Bulls on the Timberwolves?
I love Kobe White. I mean, I just think that I think the Bulls is just one of the worst organizations in sports. But Kobe White with this team, I do like Kobe White, but the only thing I don't like about Kobe White is he's too much of a scorer. You know, the crazy thing about that you mentioned the Bulls is the player that actually Minnesota would need would be the diddler. The Giddler. They need the Giddler. That's what they need.
You're different.
Yeah. They need the Giddler. If they have the Giddler, it's big time problems, man. So
he can't defend though, man.
So I'm a Wolves fan.
He don't shoot good either.
I like Schroeder too. I do like Schroeder with Minnesota too. That would be nice.
I like Schroeder too.
You know what I was
I
thinking?
want Garland. I'm a Wolves fan. I want to get Garland. I want Garland bad. I said it before this year started, and I'm still on it. I need Garland on the Timberwolves. I don't know how we gonna make it work. Dante DiVincenzo and Nikhil, they might have to get moved to the Cavs. I think that's a win-win for both teams. I like Garland.
I think they should target in the draft Walton Clayton Jr. or the boy to High Pettiford from Auburn, one of them type.
High going back to college.
Oh, he withdrew.
Yeah, he withdrew.
All right, shit. I think that would be a good fit for y'all, but since he withdrew, never mind.
But yeah, to answer your first question about the Hakeem, if Hakeem didn't have 2 rings, he wouldn't be in nobody's top 10. And I think if you give Karl Malone them 2 rings, he might go top 5. Karl Malone's resume is insane without the rings. Imagine putting 2 rings on top of that. He might be a top 5 player.
Even Barkley, get Barkley them 2 rings. Give Barkley them 2 rings. We having a whole nother conversation about Barkley.
Yeah.
So that's why all I was trying to explain to Sturdy was, as much as we want to act as if winning should be separated from a player's career because his team, it do matter still. We can't act like it don't matter. It do matter. And the Hakeem element just proves that you ain't cracking nobody's top 10 if you ain't winning. If you don't have them chips. It was crazy because Sturdy said without the championships, he still got Hakeem top 10. I just don't know how he put that together in his head or how that worked. But
for me, it's with the ring people. For me, it's like, so y'all say y'all don't value rings, but your top 10 be saying you do. It's like everything you say you value rings, but when I ask you, do you value rings, you say no. But everything you tell you value rings. If that's the case, we all know if you didn't value rings, Tracy McGrady would have to be.
I said the same thing.
10 or 15 players. Probably.
I literally told Sturdy the same thing. I said, if it's not about winning, I said, our top 10 going to look messed up than a motherfucker. I said, you're going to have Grady in there. I said, you're going to have Iverson in there. I'm talking about your top 10 going to look crazy if it's not about winning. Like if winning,
McGrady didn't do it long enough.
Yeah, but if it's just about like talent, and I get you, McGrady didn't. But see, the thing is, the problem with McGrady is this. McGrady was enough, just like Hakeem. This motherfucker kept losing in the first round like it's nothing. It's like it's hard for us to separate McGrady from that. Like the man was a first round exit machine, and that's his level of winning. His winning is losing in the first round. And so it's going to be extremely hard for him to crack the top 20 all time solely kind of because of that. It's hard to separate you from that.
He might have didn't play enough, but he got like a 3-year peak that like rivals some of the GOAT, like some of the greats. Like
he does. I mean, so because I was kind of going through this because I've been formulating an argument that I'm trying to have as far as what's the best era of basketball. But you look at someone like Michael Jordan, right? Michael Jordan's not a top 10 player in the 80s if you want to really break it down because he started cooking. He only had 3 years where he was cooking in the 80s. So how could you call him a top 10 player in the 80s? The only era Jordan dominated was the 90s.
That's false, bro. Jordan came in cooking from the 80s, bro. He was averaging
No,
27.
he
Not
wasn't
true.
I said top 10. Top 10 in the 80s. He had 3 good seasons.
Hasn't
The
Jordan got
87,
MVPs in the
88,
80s? Hasn't he got
89.
MVPs? I'm sure he's got
In
MVPs in the
the
80s.
first year he got Rookie of the Year. The second year he missed 64 games.
Sorry, sir.
You can't say he cooked the second year because he broke his foot. He did he had 3 good
Jordan,
games in the playoffs.
Sorry, sir. Has Jordan got MVPs in the 80s?
He did, but I'm saying
Well, how can he not be a top 10
but
player?
this is what I'm saying to you. The 80s it's 10 years. So we're gonna say because Jordan had a 3-year stretch in the span of 10 years, he's a top 10 player in the 80s.
If you can win an MVP in that amount of time, whether it's short or long, you're definitely top 10. That doesn't make any sense.
Let me ask you something. Is he ahead of Alex English?
Yes, sir.
That's the leading scorer of the 80s.
Alex, huh?
That's the leading scorer of the 80s. He scored
exactly.
the most points.
So how you gonna say he's ahead of Alex English?
Because he's got
Jordan's not even in
MVPs
the
to back
top.
it up.
He's not even in the top 15 in scoring. He's not even in the top 25 in scoring in the 80s.
Does Alex English have an MVP?
If you talk about the 80s decade.
All right, bro. I think you're trying to push.
I get what you're saying.
I get what he's saying about the MVP. MVPs are, to me, MVPs are extremely significant because they are extremely hard to get. And I think H does have a point where if you are able to get one MVP, it adds to your case. I think what 2 Peas in a Bong is saying, though, is your resume over that 10-year stretch probably doesn't look like the resume of guys who were in that era for 10 years and probably had 8 to 9 years of consistent dominance.
Absolutely.
Versus Jordan's shorter span of 3 years
of 3.
And then to me, the 87-88 year was extremely hyper exaggerated. I mean, I know a lot of people got, I know that was a huge year but Jordan fans, but man, oh man, there was a lot of glaze getting given out that year to Jordan, man. It was crazy.
But for people to say that Alex English wouldn't be in the top 10 in that decade is bananas.
Oh, look, check this out. So look, I just pulled up, right? So I'm on NBA.com, right? And I pulled up the top 10. The NBA.com has the top 10 players of the 1980s, all right? Number 1, they got Magic Johnson. They say he was a champion, 80, 82, 85, 87, 88, 3-time MVP, 9-time All-NBA. They got number 2, Larry Bird, 3-time MVP, 3-time champ. They got Kareem, 2-time champ, 1-time MVP. Number 4, they got Moses Malone, 3-time MVP, finals MVP. 5, they got Isaiah Thomas, 2-time champ. 6, Dr. J, 81 MVP, 1983 champ. 7, they got McHale. 8, they have Dominique. 9, they got Alex English. And 10, they got George Gervin. When I'm looking at this list right here, they don't have Jordan in the top 20. At 11, they got Robert Parrish, Dennis Johnson, James Worthy, Sidney Moncrief, Bernard King, Adrian Dantley, Mark Aguirre, Jack Sikma, Terry Cummings, and Fat Lever. And I think this is like this because they don't consider Jordan as an 80s player.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably got requirements on it. You probably have to certain prerequisites to get ranked.
Yeah, they don't even have them ranked amongst them.
Yeah, that would have made sense.
He dominated. He wasn't. I mean, part of it. It's a skewed argument. I get it because he came in the middle of the 80s.
Yeah.
So I get it.
And then missed the season.
How come Dominique's in it then? Weren't Dominique drafted
Dominique
the year
came
after?
In the early 80s.
Yeah. No, it's like the year before, something like that.
No, it wasn't the year before. He came in with Worthy 2 years before.
Yeah, he came in with Worthy.
Okay, my bad. I thought it was the year before.
Yeah, he came in the
'Cause I
same
know,
draft as Worthy because the Lakers could have drafted Dominique or Worthy. But
Yeah.
they went with Worthy.
But I mean, again, to someone, it may sound crazy to some people. Like, man, Jordan, you wouldn't say Jordan is top 10 in the '80s, but if you look at it, again, it's a skewed argument because he came halfway through the decade, and he really had 3 dominant seasons.
I hear you. Just to back you up, Lamont, or to give an alternative angle, I'm looking at Bleacher's report. They got Jordan fifth.
Who's the can you say who the 4 are in front of him?
I give you the 4 in front. It's the same as what Lamont said though. It's Magic first, Larry Bird second, Kareem third, Moses Malone fourth.
Okay.
Now they got Jordan fifth. I think Jordan really should be 7th. I'd have Isaiah over him and have Dr. J over him personally. And personally, I'd have Larry Bird number 1. I don't think Magic was the best player of the 80s. I think Larry Bird was a lot better.
Ooh-wee. That's tough right there. I don't know if I can
Come
do
on,
that.
man. Listen, man. You saying fighting words, man. Come on, man.
No, I get why people go with Bird, but it's hard to deny Magic there.
Bro,
Magic.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'll be honest. He played with Jamal Wilkes, who was a champion already. He then played with Kareem, who was probably like the best player of the decade before. Then you also had Sam Perkins. You had
Sam
who
Perkins
else?
wasn't on that team.
Who? Sam Perkins.
Sam Perkins wasn't on that team. Nah, Sam
Not on
Perkins
that
didn't
team, no.
come
But he
until
was
later
he
on.
was in the Lakers though. He did play for the Lakers.
Yeah,
Who
he
was
did,
they
but
had
I'm saying that,
Michael
back then
Cooper.
he was with Dallas. He got drafted to Dallas. He was with Dallas.
Apologies. You have Norm Nixon as well. He was an 18 10-point guard or 18 8-point guard. The team was good. So really and truly, all Magic really needed to do is he wanted the assist. He just needed to pass to Kareem and they do a skyhook. That's the assist.
How
It's
many
not
top
that
50
hard when
guys
you
did
really
Larry
think
Bird
about it.
play with?
Hold on.
Larry Bird
now,
play with, and that's
hold on,
Magic
H.
wasn't doing it to get assists either.
H, let me read to you what it says why they left Jordan off.
Yeah, go on.
So it says right here. So it gives let me see, five reasons. It says number 1, his prime was in the 90s. It says number 2, he only played 5.5 seasons in the 80s. He says missed most of the 85, 86. It says that's only 5 full seasons compared to Magic, Bird, Kareem, and others who played the entire decade at an all-NBA level. It says number 3, minimal team success. This is the Bulls were first-round exits in his first 3 playoff appearances, all sweeps, didn't make the finals in a decade. And that's a stark contrast with Magic, 8 finals appearances, Bird 5, Isaiah 2. And then it says accolades. He didn't have all of the accolades. They said Jordan in the 80s had 1 MVP, 1 DPOY that all came in the same year. And then he had 3 scoring titles from 87 to 89. But it says, but when ranking decade dominance, it says voters weigh cumulative all-NBA rings, MVPs, and team impact. And it says Jordan was still rising. So they actually gave the voters for this list a criteria to go by and how to weigh even the accolades. And so it says voters weigh cumulative all-NBA rings, MVPs, and team impact. So the team impact still, I think that's what hurt Jordan on this ranking. It was the team impact.
I hear you, but then Dominique Wilkins still doesn't make sense because he didn't really do much either.
It says right here for Dominique Wilkins, let me see. It says Dominique Wilkins, 1986 scoring champ, 4-time All-NBA in the decade. So that's what they have him at. That's all it has for Dominique at number. But he probably came into the decade sooner, so he played more the decade. So I think where it hurts Jordan is Dominique just came in sooner and played and had more dominant years in the 80s.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. I'm surprised you could have picked James Worthy.
They got James Worthy on the list.
Oh, is it top 10?
No, he's James Worthy's 13.
Okay.
Dennis Johnson 12, Moncrief 14, Bernard King 15, Dantley, McGuire's, Jack Sigma 18, Terry Cummings 19. That's kind of low for Terry Cummings.
It is.
And then
But probably
Fat
because of the
Lever
injuries.
20.
Because probably the injuries as well with Terry Cummings.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the top 20 of the 80s.
And they expected more out of Terry Cummings, man, because he was drafted in that Dominique Worthy draft as well.
I never, you know what I hate about the reason why I don't like Terry Cummings is so petty.
What, he from Chicago? What?
No, bro, it has nothing to do with basketball. That's the crazy thing about it. So, like, I collected basketball cards when I'm little, and so my thing was, I bought boxes, right? So I would always go to card shops, and I'd be like, man, because I'm always trying to strike gold. I'm trying to hit gold. I'm buying the old box of the Skybox 1992, the Upper Deck 1991, man, and it just seemed like I'm opening all these packs of cards trying to hit what do you call it? Insert card. And every time I got an insert card. So the insert card was like these were like the most rare cards to get, right?
Yeah.
Every time I got an insert card, this motherfucker would be Terry Cummings, man. And I'd be like, what the fuck am I gonna do with it again? Yeah, I'll be just doing this, just doing one of these. And I'm like, man, if you don't get this dumbass, sorry ass Terry Cummings card out my inserts, man, give me a Jordan or some shit, man. I'm talking about, I got something called if some of y'all who collect cards might know what I'm talking about, but it's called an autographic, where it has a piece of the player's jersey on it and the card is autographed by the player. I'm talking about I'm going through the packs, I'm going through the cards, and I can see that I got an autographic. I'm like, yes, I finally got an autographic. These things are like 1 in 3,000 packs.
Yeah,
man, this motherfucker's a sorry ass Terry Cummings autographic. Man. What the fuck am I gonna do with a Terry Cummings autographic, man?
So I understand what you're saying, because I used to collect cards too. And,
man, I still got mine, man. Hold on, where is it?
I have a couple of mine, man, but I lost the interest, man. I did something silly.
What'd you do?
I traded all my Jordan cards, believing that Penny Hardaway was gonna surpass him. And still get laughed at to this day about it.
I got into my first fight as a little kid over my basketball cards, man. Bro, I remember it too. My first fight ever, man, in 6th grade, right? It was the last day of school, and I normally put my cards, because I always bring my cards to school to trade cards, but I normally put them in my locker. I left it at my table as I was going to go get my lunch. I come back and I opened my card book up, and somebody stole all my best cards. Somebody went through my book. So look, at the end of the day, I'm pissed. I lost all my cards. Bro, at the end of the day, bro, it's this dude named Anthony, bro. I walk up, this motherfucker is showing somebody else my cards, bro. Oh my God, bro. See, you think about it like this. I'm in 6th grade. I don't know how to fight. I don't know what to do in a fight. Bro, the only thing I could think to do, bro, I power kicked this motherfucker in the stomach. I thought I killed him, man. This motherfucker started coughing up blood and spit. He was on the ground, and I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, picked up my cards, man. And the only thing that bailed me out, well, rest in peace to my moms, bro. The school, they called my dad. Well, he didn't answer the phone. But they called my mom. She answered. And that's the only thing that saved me, because she came to the school, and I was like, bro, we cannot tell my dad about this, man. We got to come up with something else. And she helped me out, man. We came up with a story, man. She got me up out that gym, man. So salute to Mom Dukes for bailing me out, man. I'm talking about bro, if there was ever like a Mortal Kombat kick or fatality, bro, I thought I killed that dude, bro. And he was like the bully of the school too, so nobody messed with him.
You gave me Charlie Murphy. You gave me Charlie Murphy on Dave Chappelle.
And the one card that he was showing him, the dude was this new card that I just got. It was an Anthony Hardaway, like it's called a refractor. It had to be, at the time, it might have been worth like $50, which was a lot. And this motherfucker had my cards, bro. Man, I'm talking about, I power kicked the shit out of him, bro. I remember that kick, bro. Now, so if y'all ever get in a fight, y'all don't know what to do. I promise y'all, the kick will get you up out of that jam. The kick will end the fight quick.
Yo, a lot of these brothers ain't running no more, man. So that kick ain't gonna be strong. You come to me with a kick like that, man. Why, man? This will be your last day, man. You better make sure you're running.
No, that's the thing. Now, I'm not responsible if you don't connect the right way. So if you don't connect the right way, you better have some hands. So, I'm talking about I power kick the life out of it, man. Hold on. 2 peas in the bone. You got a little background noise, but now, I mean, I even still got some of my cars here, but yeah. Yeah, 2 peas in the bone. You got a little bit of background noise. A little bit of background noise.
Right, Lamont. But I asked you a question anyway, man.
What about now?
Hold on. It's better now. Go ahead, H. What's the question?
So, you're the GM of the Wolves.
Yeah.
You're the GM of the Wolves. You go into the off season.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you trying to acquire and why?
Let me think. Let me see.
Can I add a wrinkle to that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so you said the Wolves, right? Does Julius Randle and Naz Reid, do they opt into their player options?
Julius Randle does, but Naz Reid doesn't because he thinks he can get more money.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no way Naz Reid opts in for $15 million. There's no way. There's no way in hell. My thing when I go into the offseason, I'm going to be desperately trying to find a young point guard. Now, the name that keeps getting thrown around, even though it's probably not very realistic, the name that keeps getting thrown around is LaMelo Ball.
I don't see what happened. I don't see
Now,
what happened.
No. I've already said not very realistic. But if there was ever a time to throw the kitchen sink, I might have to throw the kid. But the thing is, they don't have any resources left after the Rudy Gobert trade. So I don't know how much they have to throw, or if they have anything that Charlotte would even want. I don't think without a high draft pick, I don't think Charlotte would be interested. But I'm definitely looking to the point guard market. But maybe the more realistic plays at the point spot would be Colin Sexton wouldn't be a bad get for them.
Man, I don't know about
Drew Holiday. There's rumors now that Drew Holiday is looking to move, and I think Drew Holiday would be a much better fit for them. Chris Paul obviously is not re-signing in San Antonio, so if you do need a cheap backup that can just bring veteran leadership and maybe more of a solid backup than Conley could be, maybe look at Chris Paul. But I mean, what they need is just not a lot of. It's not really available right now. That's why I say you got to look in-house. I think when you have a Rob Dillingham just sitting on that bench going into his second year, I mean, he is a first-round pick. I mean, you got to start showing improving. Now is the time to start showing improving. So that's what I would be focused on. But you got to get rid of Julius Randle's money. Julius Randle's going to opt in for $30 million. Nobody else is going to pay him $30 million. And then you got to find a way to shed that contract. That would be my whole focus. Getting rid of Randle and Conley. Too goddamn old, and they don't fit.
But you bring in a guard now, and now what about up front? Who do you have in the front court at that point?
I mean, you still got in your front court, you still got McDaniel, you still have Gobert. You still have Naz Reid, who
you said
offensive.
Naz Reid is gone.
No, Naz Reid is not gone.
I'm saying, remember the scenario.
No, Nas Reed's going to opt out, but
Yeah.
I mean, my goal, they have his bird rights. They have the ability to retain him even and go over the cap. So I'm going to keep Nas Reed by all means. I think he fits well with Ant-Man. I think he fits well with what they do. I'm gonna find a way to retain Nas Reed. But the two players that have to go to me are Julius Randle and Mike Conley. That's $40 million in salary. Now you got to figure out do you have any takers for Randle? I think the Utah Jazz would be a great taker for him because they love acquiring expiring deals as long as you can give them a draft pick attached to it. And then they have players like College Sexton that they're trying to get off. I'll be trying to get College Sexton or somebody like that. Now, is he the answer? Probably not. But is he a short-term answer while Rob Dillingham starts to grow up? Yes, I think he's still because they need an aggressive guard. They need a guard that's going to get to the middle and somebody that's not going to – you don't want Ant as your playmaker. Ant cannot be your best playmaker.
Man, Colin Sexton not going to be – if you acquire him, he's not going to be the answer to your playmaker.
No, you don't. But that's the thing. The way Minnesota's designed, you just need somebody that can attack the middle of the floor. That's it. You don't need anybody that can throw dimes, do anything special, but you just got to be able to get down and cause havoc, get to the middle of the floor. And is it a great option? No. But there's not a lot of good options out there. I mean, you can always defer to keeping Conley, but I'm just not gonna. They've literally played the same song for years in a row. So
why don't they just start Rob Dillingham and just regulate Conley to the bench?
Because you got to pay Conley $10 million to sit on the bench.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't think. I don't think Rob is ready right now.
Shit.
But when will he be ready though? Like,
I think Rob is ready in another year. I'd say by his third year, I think he's ready.
There's only one way to get ready. Get your ass on the court. Figure that shit out.
You gotta play.
Yeah, so play him as a backup in year 2.
I think you got to start him now.
Hell yeah.
Because you want him to get that experience playing. Like, you want him to get the minutes. You don't want to bury him on your bench.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if Rob Dillingham, if he figures this game out at all, it's gonna get ugly real quick. If he just figures the point guard spot out at all, it's ugly.
I mean, he can get to the paint at will.
At will. Like you saw what he did to the Lakers.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally dissected the shit out of the Lakers. I'm talking about.
Obviously, when young players, they just got to learn how to slow the game down. I think that's the problem with him. He play too fast at times, and create turnovers. And, I think, just obviously with experience, once he figure how to slow the game down, like he going to be a problem because of athleticism.
It's not the offensive side of Rob that people are worried about. It's the defense.
It's the defense.
Yeah, it's not the offense though.
But you're not worried about Mike Conley's defense?
Not as much as Rob.
I get where I can see where he's coming from because
I'm
being so small,
bro,
and being undersized.
When you got a player as good as Rob Dillingham, I'll figure that defensive shit out later. Y'all got to guard. How the fuck? My question is, okay, he might not be able to guard your point guard, but how the fuck are you gonna guard him? This is always two sides to that defensive coin. How the fuck you gonna guard him when he gets unlocked? That's the other coin. And they got Rudy Gobert sitting in back there. They got Nas Reed and they got McDaniels. They got good defenders that can help him out. The best thing you can do with a bad defender is surround him with great defenders. You know what the number one thing that helps bad defenders is good defenders around him. Rudy Gobert,
Nas
McDaniels
Reed did not look good defensively in this series, man. Come on.
I mean, Nas not really a great defender.
I said McDaniels and Gobert.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Nas Reed.
Oh.
No, McDaniels and Gobert.
Okay.
And Ant-Man's a good defender. That's 3 good defenders.
He is.
I'm letting
you don't
Nas
want
Reed go,
Ant-Man
bro.
to have to put it all on the defensive side. And I know what he says. I want to be a two-way player, but you need him more on the offensive side.
Bro, you got to play Rob Dillingham. Don't be like the Warriors and let your good players just sit on the goddamn bench and waste away until they have absolutely no confidence. Put them motherfuckers out there.
I think
I put
Finn
him
will play him next year.
I put him in the 6th role personally. I don't think he's ready yet. And the guy who said he's third year, I don't even think third year, to be quite honest, man. He's not strong enough defensively, man. Like, for me, I think he was the best player in this draft. But no, he's not strong enough defensively, not yet, man.
Who? Rob Dillingham?
Yeah. Not strong enough defensively.
Yeah, but what is Conley giving you on defense that Dillingham can't do? Conley ain't giving you that good of a defense.
It's true, man, but he's got the veteran IQ of where to be. He may not have the physicality of where to be, but he's got the IQ.
That shit is not working.
Rob Dylan, he doesn't have the IQ or the physicality. So that's going to be even worse.
Think about it like this. Terrence Shannon Jr. has a lot of flaws in this game. But just with his youth and energy and activity, he came in and turned game 3 around, and with all the flaws, with every flaw that he has, just his presence on the court, just his energy, athleticism, ability to drive and attack completely changed the dynamics of game 3. Now, does he have a lot of flaws? Yes. But the youth is what gave OKC problems. They wasn't expecting that youthful burst. Some guy that's just going to say, fuck it, put his head down, be bigger, stronger, faster, and just attack. I think Dillingham is a nightmare to guard because he is so unpredictable. You cannot keep him out the middle of the floor. And if he starts to figure it out at all, they're going to have a lot of problems with Minnesota. I think your answers are right in front of you.
But part of what you said, though, when you talked about Terrence Shannon Jr. and him being youthful, Terrence Shannon Jr. is 24 years old, so he's going to be a little bit more physically ready for the moment than Rob Dillingham, who I believe he just turned 20 this month. He's just not physically ready. He'll get there.
He's a rookie.
Yeah, both of them are rookies.
What do you think Rob Dillingham's going to be doing all summer? Like Charles Barkley eating pizza, or is it going to be working?
No. He's going to be working to get stronger, physically stronger.
Get stronger. That's what I'm saying. The easiest thing to do for him, all Rob Dillingham's issues are things he can fix in one off season. He don't need no 2 summers to get stronger. He can gain 15 pounds of muscle this summer.
No, I said the first year he come in and he play as a backup. In year 2 he's a backup. He gets more minutes. He got 10 minutes this year. You don't go from 10 minutes to starter. You go 10 minutes and okay, let's give him 15 to 20 and see what he does in this 15 to 20. And then if he continues to get better, then you can go from there.
Well, I'm not going to start next season with an old ass point guard again. That shit's dead. That shit is not working. Conley been there too long, and that shit is not working. And he's just going to get slower and worse. And if you don't act now, you're going to be stuck with a $10 million sandbag on your roster that can't do nothing.
I got a question for you, Lamont.
Yeah.
KD's available. Mm-hmm. Do you trade for him?
To Detroit?
No. Do you trade for him for the Wolves?
I mean, I just don't think they have anything to give up for KD.
Randall and Reed.
Still who?
Man, if I'm the GM of the Suns, man, and you throw me Randall and Naz Reid, bro, I'm laughing like a motherfucker, bro.
No.
Yo, KD 37, man. Yo, he's 37. Yo, Randall and Naz Reid, man.
I can't do it, man. Look, I love like this KD, man. I'd rather run it back. Fuck it, we're gonna try this shit again.
Yeah.
But I mean, KD is getting older. His impact is starting to go down. I mean, I think putting Ant-Man next to KD would be the perfect combination. But I mean, the trick is getting them there. Like with this new CBA and these aprons and bullshit like that, bro. I don't know what trade is about to happen next, man. That's the craziest thing. And then you got Shams Charania talking about This might be the craziest offseason we done seen in the last 20 years. So it's just like, God damn, what the fuck he know that we know? It usually ain't wrong. So,
teams got to offload. They got to offload these contracts.
Yeah. Because when you look at these salaries, Minnesota is the second highest salary in the NBA. I don't think they're trying to stay there. That's a nasty luxury tax to pay. And you didn't get to the finals. And Boston's third. New York is fourth. New York probably going to be looking to make some changes. Maybe a few, not many. The Lakers obviously got some big time. The Lakers are fucked. I'll tell you that much. If Bron opted in for $52 million, we looking at another second round, first round. It's just not going to work.
Man.
You cannot be.
Don't talk about my Lakers like that, man. Yo.
But look, I love the Lakers, and I love when LeBron do well. But the problem is when you paying a 41-year-old $52 million, and that means that literally means winning has to be through LeBron. Like
LeBron has took his road to Damascus and understands that he has to take less in order to get more talent around him.
Yeah, so we'll find out because the reports are that this motherfucker about to opt in for $52 million, which I would do.
Of course.
I would too.
Man, I told you last time, man. We got the 2020 ring. Yo, man, it's it, man. It don't matter. That's the legacy stamped, man. The 2020 ring. Yo, get all the money you can. Yo, it's the game.
You're right. What's good?
What you think of the speculation about LaMelo Ball to the Clippers?
I like it. I like LaMelo. LaMelo Ball is one of my favorite players. I think he's one of the few players in this NBA you can stick on any team and he's still gonna be LaMelo Ball. Like he gonna find a way to be nice. You put him with anybody, any team, and he gonna be nice.
You think that can make him like a top 3 seed in the West with LaMelo Ball?
Hold on. So as long as you don't have to part with too much, but if all you got to do is get rid of Paul George, Paul George is gone. I mean James Harden. Shit.
Does LaMelo Ball style of play translate to winning?
Hell yeah.
It can be in the right.
They haven't won.
I mean,
man,
yeah, but it can be though. It hasn't.
I'll tell you right now, if you put LaMelo Ball on a good team with any level of talent, that shit's gonna get like. I don't think people understand how good he is because he's been stuck in Charlotte. I think he could be, if you put him on the right team, he could be a top 10 player in the league.
Top 10?
Bro, LaMelo Ball is probably, talent-wise to me, is one of the best players in the NBA. Talent-wise.
No, definitely.
He can literally do anything at the point guard level as far as being a playmaker facilitator. He can run any style of offense. Up-tempo, down-tempo. He can be your de facto 2 because when you go ask him to score, he can go get you 30. Right? I mean, really the only weakness he has in his game is his defense, and that's just because he ain't trying, and it's not because he can't defend. Bro, LaMelo Ball actually nice as fuck, man. I ain't gonna lie. That motherfucker's nice.
I played against him.
He's nice. I just don't know if it translates to winning.
Shit, that motherfucker's a winner to me. That motherfucker's he's won everywhere he's been, other than the Hornets, because the Hornets just are not a winning franchise. They have not put anything around them that can come close to winning. Like they haven't given them anything. I mean, think about it. His second best player is Miles Bridges.
Yeah.
I mean, they ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing. I bet y'all can't name me 6 Charlotte Hornet players right now.
See, I couldn't name 2.5 to be honest. Like, see, I know him, Brandon Miller, Mark Williams.
Okay.
That's only because he was in the trade room. See, that's it for real.
They got
Come on, Bridges, man. Y'all, come on, y'all.
They got Bridges. We said Bridges.
Miles Bridges. Yeah.
They got Nurkic.
They
only got Nurkic. Yeah, because they remember when they traded Mark Williams, they went and traded for Nurkic. No, they traded for Nurkic knowing that they was going to get rid of Mark Williams, and then the Mark Williams trade fell through. So then they stuck with Nurkic and Mark Williams. They got Grant Williams, Josh Green, Josh Okogie, Davis Bertans, Trey Mann, Seth Curry, Taj Gibson, Devontae Graham, Nick Smith, and Daquan Jeffries.
That roster terrible.
Sound like a bunch of winners, man.
That roster.
Sound like a bunch of winners.
That's a terrible roster.
Yeah, that roster's nasty right there, bro. That roster's and Miles Bridges. The only place he could sign was Charlotte because nobody was going to touch him coming off the domestic violence stuff. So yeah,
where's Charlotte picking that in the draft?
I don't know where.
Are they 4? They're number 4, right? Are they 4 or 5? It's like they either 4, 5, or 6. I think they're 4 though.
Shit, I don't know. Yeah, they're 4. Yeah, they're 4. Philly 3. Which Philly
that pick.
Boy, if Philly play their cards right, they can be nice. They could be nice next year.
Well, with keeping a pick?
No, with trading that pick.
Trading it?
Because I don't think the 2 and 3 guys available are worth a damn. I think
Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey.
Yeah,
I like Harper. I don't know about Ace Bailey though. I like Harper in San Antonio, pairing him with De'Aaron Fox with Wemby.
I'm saying they don't need young players. I'm saying if they could parlay that pick into another solid player,
yeah,
they need more solid players. Like I don't mind PG and Embiid if they healthy.
I don't like Dylan Harper to San Antonio.
Nah.
Not when you have Castle and you have Fox already.
They talking about trading Fox because he getting older and his contract about to expire.
You
trading Fox already?
You just traded for him.
Yeah, but it sound like they fan base want him traded already. And pairing with Harper.
Hell no. Now that Wemby got cleared to play, fuck that. Hell no. Wemby, shit. As soon as Wemby got cleared, yeah, Fox, you stuck here.
Nah, I would keep De'Aaron Fox. I think that's a great pairing right there.
Them motherfuckers together in a short amount of time looked like they was about to be unstoppable.
Their defense was crazy when Fox was with Castle.
That's why I said it makes no sense to get Dylan Harper if you have that already.
So trade the pick.
Trade the pick, man.
I think somebody will take it.
I don't know if you trade the pick or if you go Ace Bailey.
Yeah, Ace Bailey's a big bomb. He's a big bomb. And then you see they just found out that they lied about his height the whole time, so he's not even 6'10".
I saw that, but I mean,
hey, somebody got some background noise, man. I don't know who it is. Somebody got some crazy background noise. That's nasty.
I saw that, but I saw the same way that they lied about what's his name's wingspan. Your man Cooper Flagg. They said he had a 7'5" wingspan, and then he got measured at the draft and only had a 7-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
5 inches on a wingspan is wild.
I'm looking at scouterreports.com. It says Ace Bailey has the highest chance of being a bust or star that I've seen in a long time. 27. They said this man had a 27-inch standing vertical. Bro, shit, I damn near had a 27-inch vertical. Shit. He said that's only going to get worse. They said he's low IQ on and off the court. Lazy on defense this young. 69% free throw for a so-called shooter. Misses too many wide open threes. Body doesn't look like it's going to fill out like a Tatum or Giannis. Damn, they killing Ace Bailey.
That sounds like a bus written all over it.
Nah,
Yeah, I told you.
they always do that to players right before the draft. That's a smear campaign.
Bro, that ain't no smear campaign. This man was out there losing to Chattanooga State, man.
I remember you was
Man,
talking.
It wasn't just him. Don't you say he was the only one.
Bro, you lose to Princeton, man, with 2 draft picks on your team, man. Stop it. Man, come on, man.
I remember you saying that on a live recently, you was saying like 2 lottery picks should be a tournament team, right?
Bro, turn Final 4 team.
Down there. You said what?
1 lottery pick should get you to the tournament.
I mean, Ben Simmons go to the tournament.
Not in this era.
I thought LSU did get to the tournament, didn't they?
Nah, it was horrible that year. Nah, they didn't make. It was
they didn't get there with Ben Simmons. No.
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Again, neither did Ant Edwards.
Yeah, Georgia was horrible.
Yeah, but we there's only a handful of anomalies, like Markel Fultz with Washington. There's a handful of anomalies, but for the most part, if you can't get your team to the tournament, your shit ain't gonna translate.
There were a handful of anomalies, but now it's going to turn into a trend with all the older players.
What are you talking about?
There's like a formula, man. With you have to bring in 5 stars, but you also have to bring in older transfers to pair them up with.
In the Big Ten last year, it didn't take much to be good. The Big Ten was having a down year. And when you running around losing regular non-conference games to low major teams, shit's over with, man.
When you get past those 2, did they have anybody else that averaged double-digit points?
No, you don't need it in college.
But they didn't have it. They didn't have
college.
that could get 10 points in college.
In college, you score 60 points. You can win a game scoring 50 and 60 points. College's game is different. You got 2 guys that can go get buckets. If you got 2 lottery picks on your team should damn near be unstoppable in college. It's just like high school. If you stick a high major, a guy that's supposed to be a 5-star going high major, you can stick that motherfucker on almost any high school team in the country, and I guarantee you that high school team can get to state.
That's different. That's apples and oranges. Now I'm gonna tell you why it's apples and oranges.
No, it's not.
That would only make sense in your case if the high school player was coming in as a freshman and a 9th grader and had to play with sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Then you could make that argument. But in this case, you have these freshmen coming in that are 5-star, they're freshmen going into college, a different level than high school, and you've got these older, stronger guys. I've seen the difference.
Yeah, but there's a difference between. So when we talk, the difference between Ace, Bailey, and Harper, they're coming in as potential lottery picks. So when we put them in the class of being a potential lottery pick, your impact should look different. When you tell me Jeremiah Fears is a potential lottery pick, that motherfucker Jeremiah Fears had Oklahoma looking different. They didn't have to win it all, but he was making them look different.
So I'm going to use your argument against you when you were talking about Rob Dillingham, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rob Dillingham being ready for the NBA, all this stuff. Rob Dillingham being a lottery pick. Didn't Rob Dillingham get bounced in the first round to a guy that drove Uber?
But they got to the tournament.
But he got bounced by a guy that drove Uber.
Yeah, but they got to the tournament. I don't care. I'm not talking about going deep in the tournament. My only thing is you should be able to get to the tournament. The once you get to the tournament, everything else is luck of the draw. It's one and done. Anybody can win. You don't have to go there and win it all. But
we talked about 2 guys, right? How many guys did Kentucky have when they got to the tournament and still got bounced by the guy that drove Uber?
I mean,
that's still the tournament, though.
I said, but how many lottery picks did they have on that team? Because they had multiple.
That's a freshman team, though. You got to realize they all freshmen.
I'm not talking about what you do when you get to the tournament. I'm only talking about if you are a lottery pick, your team should be able to get to the tournament. No ifs, ands, or buts, and you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to come down to an at-large committee putting you in. If you are a lottery pick, you should be able to unequivocally win your conference and get your team to the tournament. Now, what you do when you get there, I'm not going to really judge you on a one-and-done tournament, but you should be able to get there. The fact that Rutgers has 2 lottery picks and these motherfuckers were struggling just to be competitive in a weak Big Ten this year. These motherfuckers struggling against Purdue.
Nah,
Purdue lost every goddamn body.
Purdue was still competitive.
No, bro. Purdue don't have a lottery pick on their team right now. They don't even have an NBA prospect.
You don't have to have a lottery pick or an NBA prospect to be competitive in the college game. That's the beauty of the college game.
Yeah, but when you have one, you are instantly competitive. When you have a true lottery pick, you become an instant competitor. And I don't care who else is on your roster.
You have to have the right guys around you.
No, you don't. Not in college. Not in college.
I ain't gonna
Thank
lie.
you, MC Robinson. Hold on, what'd you say?
I can't. I mean, come on. I mean, Rutgers was horrible outside of them two. Like literally, they didn't have the right personnel to surround them 2 guys. So I can't put it strictly on them.
I can.
I get it, the talent, you feel me? But if we go back and look, if a lot of these top NBA prospects, if they didn't go to Kentucky, we'd be questioning the same thing about them too. They
What
didn't
you
go
mean?
to Kentucky or Duke. I'm talking about if a lot of these NBA these number 1 picks didn't go to stack schools with 5-star prospects alongside them. Like the whole team. You get what I'm saying?
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Talking about, like, for example, like if Anthony Davis didn't go to Kentucky with that team, like if he
had the same success,
would he have that impact defensively? Would he?
Hold on, let me ask you this. If Anthony Davis chooses to, let's say, for example, he says, "Fuck it, I'm gonna stay in my hometown. I'm gonna go to DePaul. I'm not gonna go to Kentucky." Are you telling me Anthony Davis couldn't have led DePaul to the conference championship and got that team to the NCAA tournament?
Chicago State.
I'm telling you that wouldn't have happened.
What? Man, you must be Jason. Now, Jason, you know college basketball in that conference with DePaul.
I think he would have.
That motherfucker Anthony Davis would have wrecked that conference, and they would have went to the tournament.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't say they would have won a championship. They definitely would have went to the tournament.
Yeah, they definitely would have. They would have wrecked that conference with Anthony, just with one player.
Neither one of them is Anthony Davis.
That's also, I'm going to tell you though, that's also pre-transfer portal. Yeah. That's also pre-COVID years. It changes stuff. Players are old as hell in college now. You got the dude that was at you got the dude that was at Auburn that just transferred to USC. He's 25 years old.
Talking about bro.
That wasn't happening when Anthony Davis was in college.
That's true.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when you're a lottery projection, when you're a potential lottery pick, I don't give a damn if you're a 7-year college player. My lottery projection is going to trump your 7-year player any day of the week.
No, your lottery projection is just your potential. Doesn't mean that you're a better player right now and that you're more impactful.
What? Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does mean you're better.
No, I'm going to tell you. Look at Carter Bryant.
I don't know who that is.
Carter Bryant played for Arizona this year, University of Arizona.
I don't know. I didn't watch too much Arizona.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Carter Bryant went in, and when I'm saying this, I'm not saying that Carter Bryant's not a good player. I'm saying that Carter Bryant wasn't a top player in the country. But if you look at Carter Bryant's draft stock right now, Carter Bryant is right outside the lottery as being picked in the first round. And he wasn't impactful in college, but he's got a higher ceiling and a higher upside than a lot of these other players that are in college.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is Harper. Is Harper not better than Braden Smith? Walking in the door. Hold on. Just hold on. Walking in the door as a freshman, I want y'all to tell me who's the better player, Braden Smith of Purdue or Harper? Walking in the door as a freshman, who's better?
Right now, like as of walking in the door last year, right?
Yeah.
Braden Smith was better.
Man, no, hell no, man. He was not better, man. Not supposed to be better. We found out Braden Smith was better after Harper got exposed. He couldn't lead Rutgers to nothing.
Will Braden Smith be better than Harper in 2 years? No, he won't. But he's better right now.
No, he's not. He should not be. He's better right now just because he's a better player, and Harper's supremely overrated.
No, he's better. I told you, like, these are questions that I asked my son because he played against both of them this year.
Bro, so Braden Smith, a 5'11" guard at Purdue,
is better right now. It was better
with no athleticism. Is better walking in the door than a potential lottery pick.
It's better in the college game. Yes, right now. Now, again, in the next year or two, he won't be better, but he's better right now.
Bro, then that's not a lottery pick. That's not a lottery
pick. You're telling me that Rob Dillingham was a top 5 player in college basketball last year?
He don't have to be a top 5 player.
No,
Rob Dillingham was in the NBA last year.
No. I'm saying last year when he was in college, or the year before when he was in college, was he a top 5 player in college?
Watch this. Walking in the door, Rob Dillingham coming straight out of prep school, walking in the door was a far better player than Braden Smith, and I didn't have to see them him dribble a basketball for Kentucky to know it. Walking in the door, Rob Dillingham, before he even played for Kentucky, was better than almost any vet 3-4 year guard that you can come up with in college basketball. Walking in the door.
So was he better than Zakai Ziegler last year?
Yes.
No, he wasn't better than him last year. No, not in college. He wasn't a better college player than him. More potential, yes.
No, you're only using their results, their team results to say, and we're talking about just player for player.
No, I know. We're talking about player for player. I'm saying player for player. He wasn't a better player, but he had more upside. He had more upside.
Rob Dillingham walking. You don't think Matt Painter, as for example, if they could trade in college, and they said Matt Painter, Rob Dillingham for Braden Smith. You think they trading? How quickly would they trade Braden Smith?
They're not trading because they know it's a 1-year deal with him. They're not gonna do that.
I'm just talking about just in the sense that they're trying to win now.
We're saying that we're taking Rob Dillingham and we're taking Braden Smith his sophomore year, right?
Bro, I don't care what year Braden Smith you give. Rob Dillingham walking in the door as a freshman was better than Braden Smith ever was any year at Purdue.
No, not better than him this year. No, last year when Braden Smith was a sophomore, yeah, I'll give you that. I say that could be argued, but Braden Smith is a junior. No, Braden Smith doesn't have the size and he doesn't look the part. He's a hell of a college player, man.
I mean, I played against Braden Smith. I know him very well. I'm at Purdue all the time. I know. I mean, I love him to death, but at the end of the day, there's a cap that's been placed on your athleticism. Once that cap gets placed on at college level, the athleticism, especially the guys with NBA athleticism, start to supremely separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And when you got guards that have that level of athleticism and speed, they start to separate themselves. And when you see Braden Smith go up against players like that, that's when you start to see him struggle. And you start to see this is what a real good player looks like. This is what an NBA guard looks like when Braden Smith, when you see Braden Smith, like for example, when Mark Smith, if you see Mark Sears play Purdue, when you will see that matchup, what Mark Sears does looks a lot different. It looks a lot closer to what an NBA guy does versus what a college guy does.
Yeah, Mark Sears is more talented than Braden Smith. He's better. He shoots the ball better. He's better.
Yeah, so when you see these young guys come in, there are a lot of them are walking in just better than Braden Smith, especially guys that are projected to go in the lottery.
That's a lot. Sometimes I won't even say sometimes. A lot of times, lottery is potential based. It's not achievement based. I mean, look at Janai Broom. Janai Broom ain't low lottery pick.
I know he's not
even
going to be very good either.
I mean, but what did he do in college?
But
He's a consensus All-American. He was first team.
Sometimes you got to look at the physical tools, like the athleticism and the wingspan. All that's taken into consideration.
Which would be the upside.
Broom don't really stand out as an athlete at the NBA level.
And you're talking about upside. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about upside.
Exactly. That's why Broom ain't going top 5, even though he was arguably the best player in college basketball this year.
I agree with you. That's what I'm just saying that to Lamont, like that the draft is potential based.
It is potential based.
Talent too, though.
But it's not. It's talent, and I think you're underrating their talent walking in the door. Rob Dillingham's talent coming out of prep school, coming into college, was high as hell. I mean, I'm talking about talent-wise, walking in the door, player for player. He did more things better on the basketball court than almost any guard in the country. Now, how those things translate, the experience, some of the things that you learn how to manage games and you don't make mistakes, that's different. But if you're going talent for talent.
Who was the best guard on that Kentucky team that year?
I don't remember the players, man.
You
gotta tell me the players.
You talking about Reed Sheppard?
Huh? You said what?
You said you think Reed Sheppard was the best player on that team?
I said best guard. I'm just saying guard.
Oh, guard. Man, tough.
The best guard was
the
6'5", 6'6" dude. I'm trying to think. He's from Chicago. I can't think of his name.
What year was it?
Older dude. Huh?
What year? What year was it?
The 23-24 year. And I'll be able to pull it up in a couple minutes. I'm
gonna pull it up right here. Let's see.
I'm actually driving, but
23-24. They had Dillingham. I'm trying to see. Did Reed Sheppard? Was it Wagner?
No, it wasn't Wagner. No. He's like 6'5", 6'6".
Reeves?
Yeah, Antonio Reeves.
What about him?
Antonio Reeves was their best guard. But Antonio Reeves wasn't a lottery pick.
I just don't remember that team. That's all. I don't remember. No, I don't remember that team.
Yeah,
I remember Rob Dillingham primarily because of his prep. Because of prep.
Yeah, look at the team. Look at the stats. Antonio Reeves was the best guard and was the best player on that team, but he wasn't a lottery pick.
Having the best stats and being the best player in college is two different things. The best player in college don't always have the best stats.
I was saying both. I was saying he had both.
I mean, it's Rob Dillingham. It's hard for me to say that any team with Rob Dillingham in college where Rob Dillingham isn't the best player.
Like the thing with college is, it's like certain guys, their game just don't translate to the college level, so you ain't gonna see it until they get to that next level.
Until they get to the next level.
Like Devin Booker, for example, we seen what he was capable of when he became an NBA player. And in college, he was held to being more of a catch and shoot guy, coming off elevator screens and pin downs and stuff.
So Rob Dillingham's stats was just like the other guys. If you're going off stats, I mean, he averaged 15 a game.
And what did Antonio Reeves average?
Let's see what Reeves averaged. What Reeves averaged? He probably averaged a little bit more than that. Let me see. He averaged.
My bad.
He averaged less points. Dillingham averaged 15.5. Reeves averaged no, hold on. That last year, he averaged 20.
Okay.
He averaged 20.
Yeah.
That don't make you a better player.
No, I'm saying I watched him. He was the better player. He was, but Dillingham was the better prospect.
No, I don't. College basketball is notorious for this. College basketball is notorious for stats. Stats. You can have the best stats on the team and not be the best player, especially in college.
No, you could be the best player, but you may not be the best prospect. And my man that just spoke just made a good example talking about Devin Booker. Devin Booker wasn't better than the Harrison twins. He wasn't better. I think Julius Randle was on that team as well.
Yeah, but you see what you're punishing. He was better than the Harrison twins. The Harrison twins were more true point guards. What they needed out there with the other guys was true point guards. The Harrison twins were probably guard.
They didn't both play point guard. One of them was a shooting guard.
But what I'm saying is what they needed to win games, they already had enough of what Booker did well. So Booker had to come off the bench. But it didn't mean they were better players. There's no day of the week. Nobody with a brain would have said either one of the twins at that stage in their careers were better than Devin Booker walking in. They just weren't.
Yeah,
they were not.
They were better than them walking in. Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't, man.
They
were not. They weren't.
And I don't even like to use rankings to justify it, but if you were to look at the rankings said it as well.
Yeah, but by that time we had saw who the Harrison twins were. Like once we realized who they were, they weren't better than Booker walking in the door.
They both came in as freshmen. They were the better freshmen.
Let me say this.
Andrew Harrison was better.
Let me say this. Let me ask you this. When Shai wasn't the hot, Shai was probably the lowest ranked player on that 2017-18 Kentucky team. I think P.J. Washington was rated ahead of him. Hamidou Diallo was rated ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
And, Kevin Knox was rated ahead of him. And before the season started, once the season started, once Cal seen the season and he seen what type of player Shai was, that changed quickly. We seen it. Shai was the best player on that team, but that wasn't the case of him going to Kentucky coming into that season. So it can change over the course of the season.
That's a good point. And you said that Shai was Shai ended up being the better player on that team, right?
Yeah. He was the lowest ranked guy out of all of them. Nobody knew who he. I didn't know who he was.
And let me ask you something. Even now, looking at that team and looking at all those guys, who would you have said the better NBA prospect would have been?
I thought Kevin Knox was probably the best.
And he was drafted higher, right?
He was like a top 10 pick, I believe.
Exactly. Because the draft is potential based.
Yeah, I mean that's because we gotta remember he was getting the Kevin Durant comparisons. You know, all the tall long wings get the KD
potential.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's not necessarily achievement because was he killing at Kentucky?
Nah, he had he didn't have a horrible year. He had a decent year.
Yeah, but if he's a top 10 pick, you're thinking, I mean, by Lamont's logic, he got to be nice. He got to be doing this. He got to be doing that.
Yeah, other dudes on the team though that like P.J. Washington, I believe, went in the lottery, so it just wasn't him.
Yeah,
and Diallo ended up going in the second round, so it wasn't just like he was the only person on the team.
You're absolutely right. And I would say, looking at P.J. Washington looks like a good NBA prospect as well.
This is the whole point I think we're missing. I think when guys get to college, we all have an impression of who they are based on their ranking coming in.
Mm-hmm.
The separator for me, the identifier is if your talent can directly impact and elevate that team to a higher level of winning than what they normally have immediately, that typically is more of an indicator that your talent will translate to the next level. So that's why when I talk about like the Norris Coles at Cleveland State, Norris Cole was just a fringe NBA guy. But just being an NBA guy on that Cleveland State team elevated Cleveland State higher than they'd ever been in Cleveland State's history over the last like 20 years, right? You can go to the same thing with George Hill. When George Hill played, you go down the list of a whole bunch of guys who were NBA talents, and when they were stuck on teams that typically don't have success, then all of a sudden these teams are having success that they never had. We haven't heard from Davidson since Steph Curry came and went. Right? We haven't heard. There's so many teams that we haven't heard from Weber State since Damian Lillard came and went. Right? All these CJ McCullough. We haven't heard from Lehigh since CJ came and went. All I'm saying is when they get there,
you're naming everybody pre-transfer portal. You got to start.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is when you're talking about Ace Bailey and Harper, you're talking about these two guys playing in a conference that hasn't heavily invested in what these other conferences are doing with the NIL. So when you look at a team like Purdue hasn't heavily ventured into this NIL trend. Actually, Matt Painter hates transfers. He's the one that he hates it when his guys transfer out. And, you know, he even has came out and said that guys who transfer struggle to get drafted. Like, the Big Ten hasn't even really bought in on that all the way. And when you talk about a conference that was having a down year for the conference, where the conference was up for grabs for anybody, you would think the team with the 2 lottery picks would go get that. And all we saw was Illinois, Michigan, and Michigan State. Those are the teams that took advantage, even Wisconsin a little bit. But the team with the 2 lottery picks did absolutely nothing whatsoever. And if you're telling me that a couple of 3rd, 4th, and 5th year transfers were the reason why 2 lottery picks were struggling. And then not only did they struggle with the Big Ten, they struggled with low major teams. They struggled with HBCUs. They struggled with Princeton. When you're struggling with everybody and anybody.
Princeton doesn't take players out of the portal.
Princeton's not very good.
It's not about the individual player being good. It's about having a core group of guys that are continuously familiar with the system, get stronger within the program, and continue to play. Princeton may not be good, but they're going to play you tough. And
are you telling me you need an elite team to beat Princeton?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that if you guys are if you some freshmen coming in and you may not be used to college basketball and playing against hard-nosed guys that don't care who you are, you're gonna be in for a long night.
That's anybody. So what about Kennesaw State? How the hell you lose to Kennesaw State?
Man, I saw that. That was just that they just never could get it going. Kennesaw State jumped on them early, and they had a bad game. They had a bad night. It happens in college basketball.
Oh, that's some wicked work.
You lose to a bad IU team.
IU was better than them.
To say that IU was better than them.
IU was better than them.
As bad as IU was.
IU underperformed, but they were better.
Was horrible.
No, they were better. They underperformed. They were
trash.
I'm telling you, they had some pieces. They just underperformed. That's why they had to let what's his name go. They're like, we can't keep doing this. This is bad. But I mean, you know, Rutgers started off. It wasn't like they lost to Kennesaw. They played Alabama close. They played them tight. They played Texas A&M tight.
They
They
were
lost.
playing teams tight. They were competitive. They just didn't have enough to get them over the hump.
No, they were getting blown out. They were getting blown out by Ohio State. They got blown out by Purdue. They were getting blown out. They weren't just losing.
I
They were
said
getting blown
Alabama,
out.
Texas A&M. They lost by 5 to Alabama. They lost by
They
4
did.
to Texas A&M. They played them close.
I know. And that's like, I don't think you know how scared. Look, I'm gonna be definitely paying attention when they get drafted, but based on what I've seen, you can't carry your team in college, and you can't impact winning in college. And you're telling me it was a bunch of transfers that stifled your ability to win. How the hell am I gonna trust you in the NBA? Well, you got real hoopers. Nah, no way in hell. I'm not, because lottery picks you're not paid as lottery picks are not, and where they're projected to get drafted, you're not drafted to come in and just be a role player. These guys are going to be drafted with the potential of being stars. This is not like, if you're telling me they're going to go at 15 and okay, maybe. These guys are supposed to be turning entire franchises around or organizations around.
Well,
I don't see it.
Based on when they're getting drafted, they're not going to have to, because those teams already have pieces around them, which I think Adam Silver and the NBA did a really good job of that, of putting those guys in that situation. So you have Cooper Flagg. If he goes to Dallas, he's got pieces around him already, so he doesn't have to carry a franchise. If San Antonio decides to take Ace Bailey at number 2, he's got Wembanyama, he's got Fox, he's got multiple pieces around him. He doesn't have to carry a franchise. If Dylan Harper just so happened to go 3, he's going to Philly, where they've already got pieces. They've got Embiid, they've got Maxey, they've got Paul George, they've got Jared McCain, they've got a bunch of pieces around them, so they don't have to turn a franchise around.
So
they're just plug and play guys.
So you're basically saying that these guys are going to get drafted higher, getting lucky that the NBA are putting them on teams where they don't have to turn the franchise around, because they I don't think they truly have the ability to turn a franchise around.
Well, I mean, maybe they don't, but they're in a fortunate situation where they're not going to be expected to. They're not going to have to.
And that means that they were never that guy. If we're saying now that they're going to be drafted into fortunate situations where they don't have to lead, and that's going to be their saving grace, that just tells me right there they were never that guy.
I mean, you could call it what you wanted. You could look at it any way you want to, but I mean, we'll never know, because they were put in this position that they were put.
Oh,
in.
I'm tripping, man. We got Go James Kingdom up here this whole time, man, and I didn't even say nothing to him. What's good, hey Johnny, man?
Now, I wasn't going to interrupt because I don't watch college ball. I was just letting y'all talk, brothers. Peace and blessings, man.
Hold on. Let me hold on before we get too deep in it, man. Let me get your thoughts, man. Hakeem, is Hakeem Olajuwon top 10 without the back-to-back? Where you got him at?
Definitely. I got him 11th on my list. And sometimes he's 12th, depending on how I feel about Shaq. So
no, we're going to remove the championships.
No, if you remove the championships, he drops out of the top 15 for sure. For sure. The championships matter. We always tell people championships matter. We always say that. Karl Malone would be top 10 if he had just one. Just one. Forget that what you said, him getting back-to-back. If he would have had back-to-back, Karl Malone would be top 5 all time.
I agree.
Top 5?
Yeah.
If he had back-to-back championships. If he had back-to-back if he had one, he'd be top 10. But if he had back-to-back champions, he would beat the Bulls 97 and 98. Yes, he's top 5.
Okay, so let me hear your top 5 if he won 2 then.
If he won 2, the top 5 would be LeBron, Wilt.
He will replace Duncan. He places Duncan, probably.
Actually, no, Wilt, Russell, and then Malone. He would replace Jordan and Duncan.
So Magic isn't in your top 5.
Why would Magic be in my top 5?
Yeah, I don't have Magic in my top 5.
You got Kareem and Magic in your top 5?
Top 5, I got LeBron, Mike, Shaq, Kobe, and Wilt. Yeah, Kobe. I got Wilt.
Yeah.
I don't know where y'all get Kobe.
Oh wait, you didn't say Magic. You didn't say Magic in your top 5.
I didn't. He's in my top 10.
Okay, yeah, no, Magic's in my top 10, but he's not in my top 5. My top 5 is LeBron, Wilt, Kareem, Russell, Jordan.
Karl Malone's gonna have a nasty resume with 2 championships, especially if it was back to back. That's gonna elevate him a lot. Because that really the only notch on his, like, that's the only nicks on his resume where we kind of criticize him. But if he's able to get back to back, that elevates him a ton. And that same could be said for Barkley. I just don't see Hakeem in anybody's top 10. My whole preface in that, Johnny, was Sturdy was trying to make the claim that Olajuwon is top 10 because of just his talent alone, and it had nothing to do with the back-to-back.
They overrate that man's talent. Didn't that man come from like Africa, but didn't even know how to play basketball?
Nah, he was out of shape. He came from Nigeria. He's a little out of shape.
He wasn't out of shape. He didn't know how to play basketball. I watched a documentary on that man. They said that man could not play basketball. They had that man sitting in Houston learning how to play basketball for 2 or 3 years before he.
And how you in Africa and not in shape, man, bro? That man was playing soccer for sure. He was definitely conditioned.
He was definitely in shape. He was definitely in shape.
Not if you're a goalkeeper. You ain't running as
much.
But that's what helped his footwork. But that helped his footwork in basketball because he was a soccer player.
But if you a goalkeeper, you ain't running like the rest of the soccer players.
And if you're a 90 center, you ain't running either. You just standing by the goal.
Nah, you gotta get up and down.
Boy, that's blasphemy.
Here we go.
Let me ask you this, Johnny.
Okay,
like defensive player.
Hey, hold on. Before you ask me, make sure you
answer the question of the day. You got to answer the question, and you got to answer the question of the day too, King Rowe.
Oh, okay. So I just came in like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, the question of the day is Hakeem Olajuwon top 10 without the back-to-back?
I probably would have Big O in my top 10 if he didn't have a back-to-back, but I wouldn't drop Hakeem no more than 2 spots because I have him at 10. And I wouldn't drop him no more than 12. And simply because
with zero championship? With zero championship.
Remember, Oscar got the 1, and that was as an old guy next to Hakeem, and I got him 12.
No. But Oscar, like, for example, the one thing I said was we cannot take the anomalies who entered the top 10 more so because they did something that we had never seen in NBA history. So, for example, Wilt could have went 0-4 in the championships. But what he did as an individual player with scoring the ball, 100 points, 50 a game in a season.
Don't tell me you believe that 100-point myth, man.
Hold on. But I just can go off what they reported. If it's found to be a lie later on, I'll judge it then. But right as it stands right now, that they reported it. It is what it is.
Look at the stats.
All I'm saying is this. With Oscar did something that was looked at as statistically almost impossible. Nobody thought a player could average a triple-double for an entire season. Oscar did it. That feat alone almost single-handedly put him in the top 10 because by the time he won a championship, he wasn't even the number 1 option, right? He was like the second or third best player on the team, probably the second, but he wasn't even the number 1 option. It was later on in his career towards the decline. He's more so known as the first guy to average a triple-double, and that's what elevated him. But so we cannot take guys who had otherworldly accomplishments and say use them as the focal point, because that means you would have to tell me that Hakeem did something that we had never seen before that would allow him to eclipse the top 10 and for us to overlook all the years of losing. I mean, he already did a whole bunch of losing as it was outside of the back-to-back. He was just a loser. He lost in the first round.
He got to the finals in the second year, though, Lamont.
And then he got to the finals the second year and he lost, but he didn't maintain. He wasn't a consistent winner after that. All he did consistently after that was lose. He lost a year after that in the first round. He lost a year after that in the first round. He lost a year after that in the first round. And a lot of these are years where they were the higher seed. He lost a year after that in the first round. He lost again in the first round. Then in 92, he missed the playoffs. That's a lot of losing. You can't tell me that because I told Sturdy, I said, if he loses in the first round in 94 and 95, that means you have 8 years of losing How does he crack anybody's top 10?
I'm gonna add context to that because it's kind of similar to Wilt, right? Now he was drafted. Him and Sampson were supposed to be the twin towers. Now we all know Sampson had injury issues, didn't and lit up to his end of the bargain. There wasn't a lot of talent around Akeem. Even when he won the championships, there wasn't a lot of talent. The Knicks were heavy favorites over Houston. And to me, if Sam Cassell didn't emerge off that bench, because Kenny Smith was getting locked up by Derek Harper. If Sam Cassell didn't emerge as an option, Robert Horry could big shots and Mario Elie played a little bit. He wouldn't have had much to beat the Knicks, even with him severely outplaying Ewing. Now, I can admit my man got outplayed. But Akeem at that point, and I think that's my issue why I have him so high. He was, after Jordan, when Jordan was playing for the Barons, I thought he was the best player in the world. And he really, now, again, Akeem, you're right, Akeem struggled. He had a lot, like, I remember when it looked like him dribbling the ball was like dribbling a coconut on the beach. Like, his ball handle was whack. But he did have the footwork. And he did have the post game. So when they finally got a decent team around him, they got, and again, I think they beat the Jazz, right? 94, if my memory serves correctly. And again, the Jazz were a very consistent team.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Sure.
See, you act like we be forgetting. Okay, let's just go to 1991 when they actually had a good team, when they actually won 50 games.
Okay.
They had the better team. They had Vernon Maxwell and Otis Thorpe and them guys. How the fuck did they lose again in the first round, even with help?
I will say this: the West was very deep. Like, those teams weren't that much different. Like, it's almost like the West this year, where the difference between the second seed, the difference between the second seed and the seventh seed was not that big. You know what I'm saying? Like, Golden State could have conceivably got to the conference finals as well if Steph didn't get hurt. And so you had a lot of battles. And again, yes, they did take it out. I got to look at the stats and see if Akeem didn't hold up his end of the bargain. But again, it's like,
no, in the playoffs, all his numbers dropped.
Yeah, I mean,
you had a 50-win team. You can't look. I'll give it to you. For example, I'll give it to you in '87. Ralph Sampson gets hurt. All he has is Sleepy Floyd and Rodney McCray. They go 42-40. They lose in the first round. Okay, we'll give you that. In '88, you missed the playoffs. 41-41. We'll give you that. In '89, right? You get a little bit of help with Otis Thorpe and Mike Woodson. Your team gets a little bit better. Still no All-Stars. We give you that. We go to '90. You have Otis Thorpe, you have Vernon Maxwell, but you lose in the first round. You go to 1991. You're a 50-win team now. Yeah, they lost to the Lakers.
Absolutely. And the Lakers should have won the championship that year.
Hold on. The Lakers, First of all, the Lakers in 1991, if healthy, possibly should have won it all.
That's what I'm saying.
They weren't healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If healthy. They were not healthy. And they still beat the Houston Rockets. Right. And then we go to 1992. You lose again. Like, what I'm saying is, if he continues this trend into 94, 95, and for example, let's say it's Charles Barkley that wins the 2 championships and Hakeem Olajuwon loses in the first round for 2 more years, as good as Hakeem Olajuwon was as an individual player, he has no case to be in the top 10 if he doesn't get those back-to-back championships. It's just no case.
It's a thin line, man. It's a thin line. Because I maintain.
There's no thin line.
It is. Because, again, at the end of the day, Olajuwon did have the 93, 94, 95 run where he looked like the best player on the planet. I maintain a lot. Because you remember, Ewing and Olajuwon were rivals in college, right? They battled at Georgetown and Houston. And I maintained that before 91, 92, Ewing was clearly the better player. A lot of people don't realize that. So it's like, right, I because of the 2 championships, I put Akeem in the top 10, and Ewing is in my 20s. My favorite player.
Hold on. King Rowe. You said exactly. Hold on, King Rowe. You just stop right there. Wow. You just said, because of the 2 championships, you have Akeem in the top 10. You just admitted it.
You're right.
That's all I want to know. Because if you take away those two championships, there is no top 10 case.
But okay, I got you. But again, okay.
Why do we got to pretend like the championships don't matter?
No, I'm not. I'm hypothetically taking the championships away. Hakeem was also the whole time one of the best two defenders I've ever probably the best defender I've ever seen. Like his defensive impact, the amount of shots he could block and affect.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
How do we know your defense is elite if at no time in your career it translates into anything elite?
It didn't.
Because if you take away the two championships, because the hypothetical situation I posed to Ace 30 was, let's say he continued the trend of losing in the first round in 94, 95. How could we say that this so-called elite defense ever translated or had an impact on anything if this man kept losing in the first round, even when he was the higher seed?
So, all right, let's just say he gets knocked out in the conference finals. Are we still knocking him that far?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. And that's a thin line because who would they have lost to? They would have lost to Malone. Malone would have gotten to a finals, or they would have lost to Phoenix. I mean, look, in 95, they lose the game 7, which, my God, I mean, Kevin Johnson absolutely destroyed the rest of his team. And Hakeem was great. And they get to the finals, and then they sweep Shaq. Again, they did that. Again, if you telling me Barkley gets there one year and Malone gets there the other year, yeah, it's different, but then he would have lost to other all-time great, and I think great teams in the Jazz.
Hold on. What? Outside of the Bulls, there were no all-time great teams in the 90s.
See, I'm not buying that.
There were none. What are you talking about?
I'm not. See, okay.
What? Hold on. Go to give me the outside of the Bulls. Give me the all-time great team from the 90s, y'all. Anybody. Just be honest. There were no all great teams in the 90s.
Oh my God.
Man, do y'all consider like those Utah teams all time?
The problem is all those teams were denied by
Hell
the
no.
I think hold on.
What about the Shaq and Penny Orlando Magic?
I think the 93 Suns were all-time great team.
How were they all-time great? How were they all-time great?
You know what? Because Tom Chambers was the 8th man, and he still had games. Okay. Aha. A guy that averaged 27 was your 8th man.
Man, Tom Chambers was finished by that time.
He was 2 seasons off averaging 27 a game. So how was he finished? I mean, I remember that team knocking off the Lakers, sending them home in a gentleman's sweep in the second round. I couldn't believe it.
Come on, man. Why you got to do that?
But it happened, right?
Hold on, y'all. Hey, hold on. I asked because maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm tripping. So I asked ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
It says the 1993 Suns were not an all-time great team.
Oh, ChatGPT.
It says they were elite for their era, maybe the best team that season, but definitely not an all-time great team. Again, y'all think that just because they have one good season and lose in the finals, that makes them all-time great just because they lost to Jordan?
Good question.
What about Shaq and Penny Orlando?
A good question. What's the best team you ever seen that didn't win a championship? And let's take out the obvious.
The Golden State Warriors.
72-win Warriors. Let's take that one out.
The Golden State Warriors.
Best team other than the Warriors that you've seen.
The Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Shaq and Kobe Lakers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They lost to the Pistons. Yeah.
They got what? They got whitewashed. They got whitewashed.
Hold on. If you put the 04, hold on, y'all. If you put the 04 Shaq and Kobe Lakers up against that Phoenix Suns team, the Phoenix Suns get swept.
Nah, I'm not. Man. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. You know why? Because Malone was washed. Malone and Peyton were washed.
Oh, how the hell you gonna stop Shaq and Kobe?
Game in the playoffs.
How you gonna stop Shaq and Kobe?
I'm gonna work around them. First of all, it was done. If Tayshaun Prince could have solved the Kobe puzzle, I'm sure Phoenix would have found a way. I mean,
Who?
Really good.
Who? Tom Chambers?
First of all, Tom Chambers was the 8th man on that team.
Okay. Who? Tony Dumas? Who?
Tony Dumas and Cedric Sabalas. Both of them.
Man, you done lost your mind.
Nah.
Okay, they couldn't?
No.
First of all, who can guard Shaq?
Yo,
First of all,
bro, you be wilding, yo.
hold on,
You
y'all.
wilding,
Hold
bro.
on. Oliver Miller. Hey, y'all.
Oliver Miller would have got
Oliver
it.
Miller on Shaquille O'Neal.
What do those four Lakers got for KJ?
Hold on. Mind you, this, y'all. Hold on. Also,
I'm an old head. Come up
hold
here
on,
with
King
the
Row.
old head
King
shit.
Row. King
They'll
Row.
put
King Row.
Derek Fisher on KJ. They'll put Gary Payton on KJ.
Hold on, King Row. Hold on 1 second. First of all,
Gary Payton. Okay.
hold on. First of all, KJ, there's nobody that could do anything with that version of Kobe. Nobody could stop that version of Shaq. You got Oliver Miller in the post. Hold on. Also, you have to. Also, you have. Hold on, Mike. Hold on 1 second. Also, you have to consider Charles Barkley with a dislocated elbow. So even when the Bulls played Barkley, and Barkley wasn't 100%. A lot of people even think that if Barkley was 100%, that series would have at least won 7 games and Phoenix would have had a chance to win. Unfortunately, Barkley wasn't even healthy. So again, you're talking about KJ, who definitely could not do anything with Kobe. You have Barkley, who wasn't going to do anything defensively, but less with a dislocated elbow. You have nobody that can guard Shaquille O'Neal, nobody that can guard Kobe, nobody that could guard that version of Karl Malone, even though he was older, right? Man, come on, man. They would have swept.
What did Barkley do in the finals against Horace Grant now?
They would have swept that team.
See, again, what did Barkley do in the finals?
I don't know. He averaged 25.
He averaged 25?
No, he averaged more than that. I don't remember what he did.
He was like 27.
Jordan averaged 41, and they needed every bit of that 41 to beat that team.
No, they didn't. They won 6 games.
They won in 6 games, but without the Paxson shot, it goes down to game 7, and which would have been in Phoenix as well. I mean,
and excuse me, I'm wrong. I stand corrected. Karl Malone had 30 points in a playoff game with the Lakers against the Houston Rockets in 2004. So Karl Malone was still able to get you 30.
Yeah, was he? Because I mean, against the Pistons, he had nothing.
He had a what's it called? He had a hamstring injury versus the Pistons, wasn't it? Didn't he get hurt in that series?
You're dragging those old guys through the playoffs to play a prime Barkley.
He was hurt.
See, that was the best offensive team that season. I know look, I could have swore at 93 that they
were the best offensive team amongst a whole bunch of bad offensive teams.
Who was the starting five? Who was the starting five on that Suns team, bro?
So okay, we got West at center, defensive 6'10".
Oh my God,
Mark West?
Yeah, 6'10".
Oh man.
By Shaq. All you're doing is using up fouls.
Yo, bro, why did you start with West, bro? Like, I'm trying to help you, bro. Why did you start with West, bro? Like, why?
Because first of all, you know why? Because I would love to have these team debates, man. That's what I told your boy Trav. Let's have a team debate and let's take 2 teams that didn't win a championship and let's state your case why they would win a series. But here's the deal. West,
the 22 Boston team is better than 93 Suns.
Well, are we sure the 93 Suns are
the
better
22
than the 02 Kings?
The 22 Boston team that lost the championship to the Warriors is better than the 93 Suns, sir.
The 2000 Portland Trailblazers.
The team that couldn't make threes?
Man, the
you
02 Kings was better.
The 22 Celtics?
What you mean 22 Celtics couldn't make threes? Because they were playing against a superb team.
You mean the undersized Warriors?
You think? Oh wait.
See, they were doing the same thing they do now.
You said Mark West was 6'10". You said Mark. I'd rather have Draymond Green than Mark West. I'll tell you that much. I'd rather have Draymond Green than Mark West any day of the week, bro. Any day of the week. In any era. In any era.
You were 6'6" on 7'2".
I'm not 6'2" on 7'2". We're talking about the Robert Williams and them beating the 93 Suns.
Robert Williams never stay healthy. Now Robert Williams is great, and he's 6'8". He's not maintaining it against.
It's Al Horford though. You got Al Horford. You got to worry about.
Weston Miller as my center rotation.
Robert Williams isn't 6'8". Robert Williams is taller than that.
I thought he was 6'10".
Robert Williams about 6'9" at most.
No, he's not. See, look, bro. Come on, bro. Stop doing that, bro.
Robert Williams. Look, they list people with. I've seen Robert Williams. He's not that tall.
No,
all right, Ro. What's better, a 2025 Benz or a 1996 Bubble Eye Benz? Which one's better?
I don't know. I'm not a car guy like that.
Mark West in 1993. Northwestern
You shouldn't even have to say that. A car that came out 30 years ago cannot be good. A car that came out 30 years ago cannot be better. That's just
Hold on. Hey, but hold on, y'all. We got to see. This is what happens when we talk to King Rowe. We get so far removed from the topic because he has to use far off example on top of far off example on top of just to try to keep Hakeem in the top 10 without the championships.
Wait, hold on. He said without championships, Hakeem top 10?
Yeah, he said close.
Man, come on.
No, Mike. What he said exactly was if you take away the championships, he drops 2 spots.
Only 2? Wait, what?
Only 2.
Who was all ahead of him? Who all you got ahead of him now with the championships?
So that would be Shaq, LeBron, Kobe, Magic, Kareem. Oh, Bird is my 6. Then I got Magic, Russell, and Wilt, and then MJ.
So he dropped 2 spots. So who would be the people that go above him with no championships?
I would say Oscar. I would say Duncan maybe, and then I would say
Duncan maybe. What?
Yeah. I'm one of those guys that got Hakeem ahead of Duncan. 2 versus 5.
Oh heck no!
Come on.
I want to know what Prom Duncan would do with Prom Hakeem, and I'm talking about the '94 one that cooked.
Hold on.
When it cooked David Robinson.
In 2003, Tim Duncan didn't have a stat roster. He still took them to the championship. Like Lamont already said, Hakeem was losing in the first round all them years.
In
all
a different
them
league.
years.
You know, I just saw the clip of when Duncan hit that shot in game 4. Game 5 against the Lakers, and the score was 74-73.
Right, he was one of the best defensive
players
of all time.
I'm going to give you all the players who would pass Hakeem if Hakeem didn't have them 2 titles. First, I'm going to give you the usuals: Jordan, Bron, Kareem, Magic, Bird. They mostly are above Hakeem. Then you got your next group of guys: Duncan, Shaq, Kobe, Steph, Wilt, Bill, and Durant. All over him without the championships. They are all over Hakeem if he don't have 2 championships. You got the next tier.
Say those guys again.
So if Hakeem does not have his 2 championships, these are all the players that will pass Hakeem.
Man, Hakeem is overhyped. He
Hold
only
on one second. Hold on one second, Mike. Hold on one second. The next group of guys is Tim Duncan for sure. 5 rings, 15 all defense. Shaq for sure. Kobe for sure. Steph Curry would be easy for Steph. Wilt, Bill Russell, and KD.
Those are the guys you have ahead of Hakeem.
If he doesn't have the 2 titles.
We
got even more guys. We got even more guys.
So because he has the 2 titles, you have him ahead of those guys?
No, I'm saying the 2 titles change your legacy. I believe that. I'm not somebody that has Hakeem ranked very high as it is anyway. I'm talking about for the people that have Hakeem in their top 10. The only reason he can crack anybody's top 10, and the only reason why I don't fight it when he's in somebody's top 10 is because of the back-to-back. But when you pretend as if the winning, because when I was debating with Sturdy, he was trying to make it seem as if Hakeem's championships aren't the end-all, be-all to his top 10 conversation. It is. It's the only thing that puts him in the top 10. There's nothing that he did outside of winning the championships that could potentially put him in the top 10. He didn't do anything that good.
Lamont, you left that out.
Huh?
He went back-to-back defensive player of the year. You got to give him that.
Okay, so did Rudy Gobert.
So now you think Rudy?
Yeah. Don't give it to one and take it away from another.
Here's why I am because
no, hold on. I got more players for you.
That's what they do, Lamont. That's what they do, Lamont. It only means certain things to certain players.
It only means hold on, King Rowe. Here's other players that would pass him up. Dirk would pass Hakeem. Giannis has already passed Hakeem. Nikola Jokic has passed Hakeem. D Wade has now passed Hakeem. Kevin Garnett has now passed Hakeem. David Robinson has now passed Hakeem. And then the realm of players where he would fall down with the Karl Malones and the Charles Barkleys, the Patrick Ewings, and that's the category towards maybe the 2025 range. But he falls a lot without the back-to-back. There's no way he can sustain top 10 without the back-to-back.
Yeah, I see again his defensive presence. Even when he wasn't the greatest offensive player, and I'm looking at a series where he lost in the first round, we averaged 38 and 17. I'm looking at another series where he averaged 6 blocks in the playoffs in a round.
What round? What series was that?
This is 1990. I'm trying to
when he got gentleman sweep, he only played 4 games.
A 41 and 41 team that by the Lakers. I mean, but he averaged 6 blocks against Showtime. I'm just saying.
Okay, what about 91 when they were a 52-win team?
Yeah, let's go to 91. Another Don Chaney. And Don Chaney was a nice coach, but not exactly,
Quit blaming everybody else. Top 10 players can't blame nobody else.
I'm trying to look at the stats.
And we can't blame Spoelstra.
And literally, we're only talking about the first round. Look, I'll give you coaching and all that stuff if you talk about conference finals or finals losses. What are we talking about the first round?
Again, you got
we ain't talking about nothing significant.
Magic. Like the teams that
hold on. It's if okay, I get that you say that they lost to the Lakers, but if you're telling me they lost to the Lakers in a year where Byron Scott was running around on one leg and James Worthy was running around on one leg, that's not the same Laker team. No Kareem, not the same Laker team. It was just Magic doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Worthy averaged 22, Scott averaged 15. I think the injuries came later in the playoffs. The playoffs is a grind down as it is.
What was the Hakeem's numbers that year?
It was decent. 22 was a 22, 15, and 3.
No, it wasn't. It was 21, 13, and 3.
I'm looking at 91.
Yeah, man, come on.
I'm looking at 91, 22, 15.
He tried to add extra points and rebounds on there.
I mean, look, this is the time when I'm maintaining that Patrick Ewing was a better player. And then King took, I will admit.
Okay, so hold on. And King Rowe. if Ewing was a better player up until a certain point in time, didn't that shift when Hakeem won the 2 titles back to back?
Hold on, I don't know what happened. Y'all there?
Okay, so you said you felt Ewing was a better player. Mm-hmm. At one point in time in their careers, did you feel that Hakeem became better than Ewing? Was it when he won the championships?
Unfortunately, 93.
So it was when he won the championships.
Well, 93 was the year before they won the championship.
Man, come on. You trying to avoid talk. It was because of the
what it is.
You trying to avoid it.
What are you talking
about? You know what it is. You know what it is, Lamont. What you're doing is, Lamont, is you're taking away the only player in the 90s that was Jordan's competition. They have no one else.
That's nonsense.
That's it. That is it.
Barkley, they all were Jordan's competition. I mean, Shaq was Jordan's competition. Wait a minute. If Shaq dominated in the 2000s, how was he not Jordan's competition when he was younger?
Because Jordan played his rookie year, right? Jordan played his rookie year, right? Then Jordan didn't play for 2 years.
And came back down twice in a row in the playoffs. Lost one, smoked them the second time.
Exactly, and then he went to the West Coast.
Then, right?
No, that's not. He went to the West Coast. That's not competition. Shaq was nobody's competition.
2 years in a row.
How is he competition, bro? How is he competition, bro?
One of those teams got to the finals, other conference finals. They both were 60-win teams.
But that's not real calm. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not real calm. That team broke up after they lost to y'all in '96.
And Penny and Horace Grant, by the way, his third guy on his 3P, and you're telling me that's not real competition?
That's 1 year. That's 1 year,
guys.
No, listen, bro. You asked me. That's 1 year. How can
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, y'all. King Rowe, y'all trying to let him out the escape hatch, man.
No, I just wanted to address that.
Because he's trying not to answer the question. King Rowe. No, I like the fact that King Rowe said he felt like Ewing was better. At what point in times in their careers just like you had mentioned earlier, because you
just said
exposed yourself
93,
earlier when you
Lamar.
told the truth. When did Hakeem finally show you he was better than Ewing?
So this is in 93.
What did he do in 93? What did he do in 93 that showed you he was better than Ewing?
I think, well, that's the first of his defensive player of the year, something Ewing never did. I started to see flashes because look, Hakeem was amazing with the footwork in the post, and he was you know what he did? He finally worked on his handle to the point where you could give him the roll and run offense through him. And they were legendary.
How do we trust y'all when he say these things? Because the last time we checked, she'll be saying stuff like
You
this.
say stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on.
She like to run fat that she was very strange. I ain't say that whole shit going on 10 a day. Man, it be so bad she got.
But so when you tell us he had a better handle, how do we trust this, man? Y'all got a very skewed.
To the point where they could run better offense through Hakeem, where they ran, and we all know that Houston ran the inside, go inside the Hakeem, and they were actually one of the elite three-point shooting teams of the time because they ran inside out, right? They drafted a guy like Robert Horry. They got Mario Elie. They already had Matt Max. Then they draft Sam Cassell. Kenny Smith was a great three-point shooter. So you wound it up with Hakeem, who now had a better. Give him the ball and let him cook. And then when he gets double teamed, you can go hit the three-point shooters. That's when they became something to deal with. Now, again, like I said, up until then, Hakeem was really good with the post, but he was good with his footwork, but he could not really handle the ball to give him, to like really, really run the offense through him. And that was where he struggled. Ewing, again, had Mark Jackson, and once they traded Mark Jackson, Ewing's offensive game fell off, but now Hakeem was better than him on both sides of the ball. And when I say Ewing was better than him, it's not like Ewing was a bum, because I watched Ewing beat the Celtics, still had 4 Hall of Famers, with Gerald Wilkins as his next best scorer. So Ewing was a beast.
So this had nothing to do. This had nothing to do with Hakeem winning his championships that impacted the flip.
Well, actually, no. That's why I think that's one of the reasons why they became a legit championship contender, because Hakeem himself got better at some of the things that he was weak at. But the whole time, he was an amazing defender. And if you're gonna tell me two versus, mind you, he's going up against Mark Eaton, who gets 6 blocks a game for the Jazz. He's going up against amazing defenders.
Bro, Mark Eaton was a bum. What?
He was a good
Mark
shot
Eaton was
blocker.
a bum, man.
He was a good shot blocker.
Mark Eaton is a bum, but you think Rudy Gobert is something to sneeze at?
Rudy Gobert is 1,000 times better than Mark Eaton.
Yeah, he definitely moves better than Mark Eaton.
He is for this
Mark
era,
Eaton
but
like
Rudy
Frankie
is soft as butter. Mark Eaton
should have been on somebody's farm.
Go in the lane, bro.
Man, you got to stop with this Mark Eaton stuff,
was
man.
just a one-trick pony. Rebound, and that's what we asked of Rudy. But sometimes
I met Mark Eaton years ago, bro.
Say again.
Hey, listen. I met Mark Eaton back in 2015 in New York City during All-Star Weekend. And yeah, he was tall, but he was not mobile. Rudy Gobert is better than Mark Eaton. Stop, bro.
Okay, Rudy Gobert is a little bit more mobile than
Mark Eaton was a mechanic that turned basketball player.
He has the
Somebody said you too tall to be doing this bagging groceries, man. Get your that basically is, man.
That's all he was.
If you would put Rudy Gobert in the 90s, he might be the GOAT defender.
He might be slightly better than Dikembe a little bit.
He might be a lot better than Dikembe. Dikembe couldn't move. He was a big stiff.
Sure.
Put him up against Darryl Dawkins and Rick Mahorn.
He is going to cook those dudes, man.
Bruise him.
No, he's not. Rudy Gobert is super strong. This is the argument that I had with the TikTok.
I'm not gonna say he's super strong. He's strong. He's wiry.
Bro, y'all never seen Rudy Gobert stuff somebody trying to dunk on him before? Like, y'all never seen somebody who come up there with force and try to dunk on Rudy Gobert? He's a four-time. Oh, wait. King Rose speech, you always do this. You guys stay discrediting players. This man is a 4-time defensive player of the year.
Thank you.
Okay,
4 times.
Who screamed for the Knicks to draft him when nobody knew his name? I understand. He puts his hands up and is at the rim. But here's where I see the faults in his game. Yes, he is very mobile. problem is he is very soft, and if you put him up against a certain level of physicality, he now shrinks. This is why Utah never got to the second round.
What level of physicality has?
Who has backed him down? Who's pushed him around? Where?
Maybe
Where?
Jokic.
First of all, y'all put him in the 90s. I'm sorry. The goddamn average guys would have bruised this guy off the court because
Where? Off what? No, that's lies, man. Those are lies.
So we're gonna tell me there's no bruises. We're gonna tell me.
No, Mark West is not a bruiser. Mark West is not a bruiser. Irvin Johnson is not. Irvin Johnson is not a bruiser. These niggas are not bruisers, bro. Stop
Stanley Johnson.
Talk, man.
The Irvin Johnson.
Bloody Divock, nigga. Bloody Divock, nigga. Bill Wellington. Bill Wellington, nigga.
Eric Montross.
Come on, man.
To the weakest players at the position.
Those are the centers in the league.
These were starters.
Starters.
Eric Montross started.
The weakest player, the weakest.
You act like Patrick Ewing was playing on every team. You act like Hakeem Olajuwon playing on every team. You name it: Alonzo Mourning, Dikembe Mutombo, David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Patrick Ewing. That's 5 centers. There's 27 teams. There's 20 other centers.
Went to the 20th.
There is no average. There's bums. They're all bums. They're bums. They're just 7 feet tall. They're just 7 feet tall. That's it. You just had to be 7 feet tall to you get a job in the NBA in the 90s. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, bro, you overhyping them dudes in the 90s, bro.
I'm watching Michael Oliver Candy getting picked early. Why? Why? Because he's 7 feet tall. I'm watching Mark Camby get picked early. Why? Because he's 7 feet tall. These niggas are bums.
Nah, Camby was all right, man.
Okay, hold on. Watch this, y'all. Hold on. Watch this. King Row, watch this. King Row, I'm going to give you the starting center. King Row, hold on one second. King Row, hold on. King Row, I'm going to give you the starting center for every team in 1992. We're going to see if Rudy Gobert could, if these guys would completely decimate Rudy Gobert. All right, let's go with the Miami Heat. Ronnie Cycli. Okay. No.
Ronnie Cycli
no.
Skills.
Okay. No, he would not do nothing with no Rudy Gobert. For the Philadelphia 76ers, the starting center was Charles Shackelford.
Charles Shackelford was a bruiser. Not a good player. He was a bruiser.
Okay. In the New Jersey Nets, it was Sam Bowie.
You really trolling with the laughs, you know. You cold. You cold, man. You trolling.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm giving you starting centers. Hold on. The Chicago Bulls, it was Bill Cartwright.
We done. Okay, great. We're going to use that later, though, right?
Okay, hold on. For the Charlotte Hornets, it was Kenny Gattison.
This is the year before morning. Great. We know that Charlotte was.
For the Dallas Mavericks, it was James Donaldson.
Very skilled. Hold on now. Wait. You just named a name. Very skilled.
Hold on. For the Seattle Supersonics, it was Benoit Benjamin.
Benoit Benjamin.
He was very good.
He wasn't that bad.
He was very skilled.
7 foot.
Okay. For Phoenix Suns, it was Mark West.
Another bruiser.
Man. Okay. For the Los Angeles Clippers, it was Olden Polynice.
Another bruiser we all know was trading one-on-one for Scottie Pippen, right?
Because he was 7 feet tall. That's it. Because he was 7 feet tall. That's why. That's it.
And he stayed in the league for how long?
Because he was 7 feet tall. That's why. That's it.
Oh man, do you want me to keep going?
Yes, keep going.
Hey, Lamar, keep going, bro. This is hilarious. Keep going.
See, I can go back in the
Okay, hold on. For the Golden State Warriors, the starting center was Victor Alexander.
Okay, how many games did he start?
Hold on. For the Minnesota Timberwolves, the starting center was Luke Longley.
You are trolling. Damn, you trolling. Lamar, why you trolling like this?
Because when Luke Longley played with the Bulls, he's supposed to be something to write home about.
Come on, man. Lamar is
Bro, he wasn't anything I would worry about with Rudy Gobert.
I haven't heard a name yet that Rudy Gobert is supposed to be afraid of. Continue. Go ahead.
You're not understanding. These guys are elbow throwers. Rudy is soft. That's what, I didn't say
so
Rudy wasn't skilled at what he does.
Why is Rudy can't throw an elbow? Why am I going to cost myself $500,000 because you want me to throw an elbow? Like, you niggas is stupid.
Johnny, that was the game. If you didn't have
No, it wasn't the game. Basketball is not, nigga, basketball is not physicality. Basketball is a game of finesse and skill. It's never a game about, you can't even punch the ball, let alone punch a player.
Ask Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. When he had to go punch, he had to go snuff him up in the face.
Okay, hold on. I got more names for you, King Rowe. King Rowe.
That's not basketball. That's not basketball. That's why nobody was watching that shit.
Hold on, King Rowe. King Rowe.
Nobody was watching it then. That shit ain't basketball.
Hold on, hey, Johnny. Hold on, King Rowe. Let's go to the Celtics. Okay, so the Celtics starter in 92.
Was Parrish.
No, Parrish was hurt. It was Joe Klein.
How many games did Parrish play?
For the Pacers, it was Rick Smith for half the year, but then it was also LaSalle Thompson.
Oh my God! Jordan wanted LaSalle Thompson on his team. He got mad.
These guys are physical guys.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that this guy started, but I guess Moses Malone was getting older. But what about the Bucks with Frank Burkowski?
I like hold on. Burkowski was another guy that had a lot of skill, a good up and under game.
Man, he wouldn't do nothing with no Rudy Gobert. Man,
okay, hold on.
Stop,
the Atlanta Hawks.
Hold on. Rudy now. There ain't no centers in the league.
Hold on. The Atlanta Hawks. Blair Rossman. Who was that?
Blair Rasmussen.
But wait a minute. Don't they also have Kevin Willis down there?
They got Kevin Willis at power forward.
Kevin Willis
that was Blair Rasmussen.
They got Kevin Willis at power forward.
I know he's at power forward, but guess what? Who is Rudy going to take? Him or Blair Rasmussen?
Blair Rasmussen.
Rasmussen's the center.
Rasmussen.
25 rebounds every time they play. You better put a body on him.
Horseshire, whatever his name is, we don't care. That nigga's a bum.
Kevin Willis averaged 15 rebounds.
Hey, hold on. Who's the guy that he said was nice? Frank Burkowski. Let me pull the film on Frank Burkowski.
Go ahead.
Let's find out if he had a good up and under.
You don't know. You're just looking at the names that in your life.
I'm about to pull up the film.
Bro, the last time I ever heard the name Frank Burkowski was back in the 1996 finals when Dennis Rodman got him ejected twice in the series. Stop, King Rowe.
You tell me anything about any of these games. Everybody, you're laughing at names.
I watch these games. I have those games on my flash drive, King Rowe. I know exactly what Frank Burkowski's game is. I do. I have them on my flash drive. I can pull it up anytime I want to. And they're on YouTube too, so you can watch it yourself. But either way, Frank Burkowski was only known for getting ejected twice in the 96 finals because he couldn't handle Dennis Rodman. Stop the nonsense.
You needed to be physical in that era of basketball.
Isn't Rudy Gobert an international star? Hasn't he won like golds and like championships in France and shit like that? He's like one of the greatest players in the world.
What was the USA doing?
I'm talking about international play, not the Olympics, brother. They got other
international. The Euro tournament
yes,
or whatever?
they play every summer in Euro, bro. They play every summer.
So pretty much the guy that got washed by 16-year-old Wembanyama is supposed to be beating grown men back.
Man, he talk about in a 1v1.
You talking about Wembanyama, the freak of nature?
Wembanyama actually was killing them in scrimmage play.
Man, that's scrimmage. We talk about real games.
Okay, hold on. I got some Frank Burkowski highlights for us.
Let's go.
Let's see it. Pull it up.
Pull it up. We need to see this.
Hold on, it's loading in right now. Hold on, let it load in.
Burkowski? What's his name?
Frank Burkowski.
The only ski that's good in the NBA is Dirk Nowitzki. After that, there was never other. There was never not Frank Kaminsky, no Insky, any skis were ever good in the NBA.
I remember Kaminsky killing Kentucky, man, when they're not getting to the finals.
That's not the NBA.
They had NBA players.
They had NBA players. They had NBA players.
They had D-Book. They had...
Bro, that's 25 years later.
All right, here we go right here. This is the only highlight video I could find on Frank Burkowski.
And 12, substitution for Seattle, the veteran Frank Burkowski.
Yep, there it is.
Season out of Penn State, a bruising type player in this first half. Brikowski, pass on the three, and then heaves it back the other way, and an ocean to a drive lane. Hawkins.
Throughout the series, but so far the Sonics with their big problem with turnovers, 9 to Chicago's 1.
Oh, Michael Jordan took the hit. Frank Brikowski looking to brace the fall of Jordan, who wanted no part of it.
So they ran the backdoor play for Jordan. Jordan got away with the push-off on Hawkins.
In the first half, here's the double team on Jordan, who's able to beat it, and then is fouled. Oh, Rodman and Brikowski had words. Oh, you can see it coming.
And as you mentioned before, Mark and Bill, Dennis Rodman has to be very careful already with that first technical foul. Any kind of talking or two players getting together like that, and he will be whistled for that second and be tossed.
Rodman inside there, just keeps walking right into Brikowski. He's not moving around the defenders. He's just trying to go through him or over him. That won't work.
And Joe Crawford says, stay right here, and Dennis Rodman could be losing it. Now he's applauding the call. Rodman was about to get involved and then walked away.
Joe Crawford is going to call a flagrant foul here on Frank Brikowski.
I thought they allowed to play tough. I thought they were playing rough. What's the flagrant? That's a flagrant?
Dennis Rodman, who has had his ups and downs.
Oh, that was horrible right there.
Hey, when did the highlight
for his first point of the night?
It's already started. That's a highlight.
Brikowski looking to
Yeah, that's his highlight right there, bro.
But just moved with the forearm, with the
Wait, how
elbow,
he's supposed to
with
be
the
doing
upper.
anything on Rudy
Very
Gobert?
dangerous play, uncalled for.
He's just going to elbow Rudy Gobert. That's it. That's basketball. Just elbow him.
Hey, man, I thought
Replacing
the
Dennis Rodman,
bro.
the conversation continues.
I ain't seen
He's about
nothing
to
up
get
and under
ejected
yet.
right here. He's about to get ejected right here.
He got a good up and under.
Hey, he was talking like this dude was Chris Webber.
Yep, he's ejected. Frank Brikowski got ejected. That motherfucker got ejected. I told you. I already know what happened in that game, bro. He got ejected twice in that series, bro. Game 1 and Game 3, he got ejected because he tangled up with Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was able to get into his head, bro.
He laughing at him.
Hey, Rudy.
Yeah, Randy Brown was literally mopping his ass off, bro.
Wait a minute. You went and found this man highlights and he got kicked out of the game.
Right, bro.
Video they had.
Look at this right here. Look at Dennis Rodman. Look at Dennis Rodman.
Foul and then two technicals. We're going to just see a parade to the line for Chicago. Seattle worked so hard to get back in this game off.
King Rowe, you should have kept your mouth shut, man. That's a bad take.
No.
Yeah, you got embarrassed,
Hold
bro.
up. What did I
You
say
capping
about
for the
Frank
90s.
Brikowski? Did I say he was the most skilled player in the world?
You said he had
You said he had an up and under. That's what you said. We're just repeating your words, sir. We're just repeating your words.
No. Okay, as I said, Frank Brikowski was a bruiser. Now, what did Walton say about?
But you also said he had an up and under. But that's what you said. You said he had an up and under.
You said he had all these.
That's what you said. We're just repeating your words, sir. Don't get mad if we just repeating your words, sir.
Sir, you're showing 96 Brikowski, who was a bench warmer, who was brought in the game. First of all, the first thing I saw was him not Kukoc.
Frank Brikowski was a bum, bro. This
Hold on.
it's okay.
Hold on.
He's
Watch
a
this, y'all.
bum.
Let me share my screen. I'm going to share my screen real quick. So I asked ChatGPT, did Frank Brikowski have a great up and under?
I bet you it says no.
It says right here. It says Frank Brikowski did not have what you would call an elite up and under game. Not like Mikal or Hakeem Olajuwon. It says what he did have.
So not like the two best post-up players who ever lived, but if
Hold on.
Did
It says he had good footwork. He was gritty and underrated. It says he was not a natural scorer. He did not have a wide arsenal of quick moves, and his game was more about contact and positioning.
Okay.
His bottom line, Brikowski had a functional up and under, the kind that could work on slower bigs or backups.
Like
So basically, it says
not with Rudy Gobert. Not with Rudy Gobert. Stop it, bro.
Look, y'all.
King Road, you're getting
It says,
drilled
hold on,
here,
it says
bro.
right here. It says Burkowski had a functional up and under that could that could work on slow bigs or backups.
Yeah.
He was
And
more
Rudy
known.
Gobert is not a backup.
That's why that's why Bill Walton said he's a lot better than to come in here doing this physical. They threw him out because he tried to rile up Rodman, which again was bullshit because that wasn't even a real flagrant foul.
Bro, he was a bum. Just say he was a bum.
Bro, he was
Bro,
trash,
he's
man.
just a
Stop
bum.
this
He was
cat.
no
He ain't
good.
had no
Don't
up and
matter.
under. He
King
ain't had
Road,
no
you
jump
can't
shot.
defend
He
this.
ain't had no post move. He ain't had no drop step.
He had a pretty good
Oh
up
my
and under.
God.
Wait a minute.
Boy, King Road, you got some takes, brother, but this is the worst. This is real bad. Hey, Lamont, you think you just go down as a top 5 worst take on this channel?
Went off my point that Burkowski was a bruiser, and you're literally showing me late in his career.
Burkowski had a career field goal percentage of 47% as a center.
Decent. That's decent.
Wow,
Not decent for a
47%.
center. As a center that didn't shoot jumpers.
He was really a 4-5.
I guarantee you. If we
5.
Lamont, if we get Rudy Gobert low highlights, it'll be better than that. If we go get his low lights, it'll be better than that.
Hold on, let's pull up Rudy Gobert highlights.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's gonna be easy. That's gonna be easy.
He ain't gonna see nothing.
King Road, you did this to yourself. King Road, you did this. You asked for this.
All I said was Burkowski was a bruiser, and you saw.
No, but really don't.
You said he had an up and under too. We're not letting you off the hook with that. You said he had an up and under. You said that, so we're not letting you off the hook. That was a bad take.
Not Kevin McHale. Come on, man.
He never even had it in the first place.
Okay,
bro.
All right.
Hey, Frank Poletski, whatever his name is, he would be in the G League today.
What's my point is he's one of them guys that could pause lay the wood on you. You know what I'm saying? Like he laid guys out. That was
this is basketball. This ain't football. This ain't football. This ain't football, man.
This ain't football, but you literally show what he was done as a role
and
player
what
on a
King Road. Stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Are you saying they could have put Frank Burkowski in to go foul SGA?
Say again?
They could have put him in to go foul SGA real hard and get ejected.
I mean,
he wouldn't make the D1 roster today.
Where the standard is different for a flagrant foul.
Man, will you stop, bro?
We literally just watched
Dennis Rodman. Come on, bro.
Frank Burkowski would be a security guard in today's NBA. He ain't gonna play in the NBA, man. That's it.
Right, exactly. Damn.
He was on a roster because he was 6'10", 6'11", 250. That's it. That's what
he'd be putting fries in the bag in today's era.
Okay, and
right.
Rudy.
Hey, King Road.
Rudy Gobert is a better all-around player than Frank Burkowski. Please.
Mitchell Robinson is better than Burkowski
against fucking Rui Hachimura.
Mitchell Robinson
is realized that he could dominate.
Yeah, Mitchell
Robinson is better than Frank Burkowski.
Mitchell Robinson clears that bum.
Is a beast.
Mitchell Robinson clears him.
Mitchell Robinson's a McDonald's All-American.
Dog, he don't even compare to Kwame Brown.
Okay,
that is true.
Right. Kwame Brown's a better player than Frank Burkowski. You know how hard for me is to say that?
Again, I go off memory.
You go off of memory, but we're going off of real actual video footage.
Hey, the 90s
going off memory again.
The 90s was so bad with centers that as soon as we got to Frank Kaminsky, we stopped naming the other centers. We just told it that's bad enough. We can't even go.
It's so funny. We go to this Frank.
Man, it's embarrassing, bro.
We go to this.
It's embarrassing, man.
Here, Frank Burkowski started. He averaged 24 minutes a game because really Jack Sigma was the big man on that team. But okay, because he started the most.
Jack Sigma was retired in '96. What?
You got that.
Oh my God.
I mean, again.
Oh my God.
First of all,
hey, Lamont. Hey, Lamont. Where's that dude that always gets you on bad takes?
No, here's the thing. That y'all trying to say because of 4 Rudy depoys, he's a better defender than Akeem?
What?
No, that's not what nobody said.
Nobody said that. You said that.
I said with the skill set, because the 90s with illegal defense was an era, especially when you had a league full of guys that didn't shoot the three or couldn't shoot the three, where everybody just operated from the mid-range to the rim for the most part. There were games where both teams combined would shoot 1 to 2 threes.
So you telling me that's why
It
both
was
blocks
what
were
I'm saying.
available?
No, listen, King Row. What I'm saying it made even marginal centers good defenders. So guys like Frank Eaton, who was marginal, could look like a top defender in the league because all he had to do was stand in the paint and be big.
Or Manute Bol.
Now, if you ask Rudy Gobert, what you're doing is you're judging Rudy Gobert in an era where they've spaced the game out, where he has to defend the pick and roll, where he has to consistently defend elite guards on the perimeter, and you're judging him not from the aspect of a traditional center of the 90s, but from the fact that he has to go operate like a guard on the perimeter and defend elite guards on the perimeter on top of being an elite center at the rim.
I mean, I don't have.
That's the problem. Mark Eaton wouldn't survive in a league where he had to consistently defend pick and roll.
Right.
Which I'll judge Rudy Gobert because
Jazz and series, and they weren't pick and roll and all to be damned. They didn't
the
pick
pick and roll
Utah
was not close to the pick and roll in today's game.
Hey, back then they ran pick and roll inside the 3-point line.
Okay, I mean, who cares?
So he didn't have to guard all the way on the perimeter against the quick, fast,
I don't have a
athletic guard.
championship because he blocked Starks off a perfect pick and roll. Starks had that shit wide open. Akeem went and covered 10 feet to block John Starks at the end of Game 6. I don't have a championship because of that. We won a championship.
But we're not saying Akeem is not a good defender.
Huh?
We're not saying Akeem is not a good defender.
Okay,
what we're saying is,
let me ask you a question.
what we're saying though, King Rowe, is all we're saying, King Rowe.
This might settle
What's the question?
Your life is on the line. Your house is on the line. The other team got Shaq. You gotta win that 7-game series. Who do you want to guard? Who do you want to pick at your center?
In what era?
Gobert or Akeem Olajuwon?
Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
In what era?
Any era. Just basketball. We playing basketball. A 7-game series. Prime Shaq, best of Rudy Gobert, best of Akeem. Who you picking?
I'm taking Rudy Gobert.
What?
Jesus Christ.
No, now Lamont, come on now.
No, because look, what he's asking is this. First of all, are we just taking players or are we taking teams?
You get a center. Both of them are available. You really the whole strategy.
So are you saying I can? Are you saying I can create my own team?
Yeah.
And Rudy Gobert's my center.
Shaq is going to be the best thing they have. If you
King
stop
Rowe,
Shaq series
King Rowe, listen to what I'm saying. If you're telling me that I can create my own team and I don't have to take the Minnesota Timberwolves as is, and Akeem, and who's on Akeem's team? Is it just the Rockets of the 90s? If it's just the Rockets of the 90s, I'm gonna take Rudy Gobert all day. And if I can build my own team. Now, if you're telling me the Minnesota Timberwolves or somebody like that, so is it teams or players or whatever? I don't know who you're talking about.
Hakeem was a better one-on-one post defender than Rudy.
Hakeem did nothing against Shaq. He did not stop Shaq to any degree. We've seen that.
Better than Rudy.
No, he wouldn't.
Man, come on.
No, he would not. And the only reason why, and one of the main reasons why I don't think he will be better.
Bro, stop. He ain't guarding
Hold on one
Shaq.
second, Mike. Hold on one second. One of the main reasons why I think Rudy would be better is because Rudy also on the end of the court don't have no real responsibility. All his energy and effort can go into defense. Hakeem has to also go be the best offensive player. So when you're talking about having somebody that can go out and defend a player and all he has to worry about is defending, is one of the reasons why Ben Wallace is one of the few players with a little bit of success against Shaq, or even Dennis Rodman. The reason why some of these guys who had success against Shaquille O'Neal had success is because all they had to focus on was one side of the floor. Hakeem has to not only defend, but he also has to be the best offensive player. When you're asked to do both, it's hard to do both and be super successful. If you're talking about finding somebody who can go stop Shaq, I'm taking a Ben Wallace over Hakeem. I'm taking a guy who their only job is to defend. If it's just about stopping Shaquille O'Neal. Because then they can put 100% energy and effort into stopping Shaq, and they don't have any real responsibility on offensive end where they have to waste energy trying to score and post up and do all these other things or be hyper engaged in the offense.
But here's the thing: that's a bad question because neither of them are doing anything against Prime Shaq.
Okay, what I'm saying is if I just had to take one player, all I'm saying is if I had to take one player to defend Shaquille O'Neal, it's not going to be Hakeem Olajuwon.
It ain't gonna be Rudy Gobert either.
Shaq was second in MVP.
It's gonna be a guy that.
Lamont, all right, hold on, Lamont. Let me ask you this, Lamont. Am I wrong for thinking Rudy Gobert is stronger, quicker, and has a bigger wingspan than Hakeem Olajuwon?
I don't know if he's quicker, but he's definitely.
Bro.
I think he's stronger, and I think
he might be as strong, and he might be has the wingspan.
I don't think he's strong. I don't think Hakeem is as strong as Rudy Gobert, but I would give Rudy.
Play them highlights. Let me show. Play them highlights, man. Some of these niggas don't know about Rudy Gobert, man. Rudy Gobert would torch fucking the '90s, man. Like,
hold on, who's that elite bat down post?
On the attack. Oh! The rejection by Gobert.
Around Killian, puts it up. No. Howard dunked on the stick back by Rudy Gobert. Wow.
Even at talking about leading the league in. Oh my goodness! Towns on the attack. The lob to Gobert. Oh, Northern Heights connection early in this ball game.
Sitting on that pivot, he can really elevate.
Towns to Gobert.
Whether it's in transition or in the half court.
What does this prove?
Gobert.
Realizing he can't get all the way.
Gobert is linked. Look how long Gobert is. Look at his. Look at his.
Towns.
This is strength, brother. Like you're not. Look, these are all athletic guys.
What is this gonna do against Shaq?
He's looking at his highlights. I'm looking at defensive highlights.
I'm sure. I don't want to. I don't. That video. It might. If I play it too long, it might flag the stream. So I don't want to play it too long.
Yeah, don't play it too long. If you can find his defensive highlights, you'll see better. But those are just his offensive highlights. But you can see his length and you can see his quickness. Lamar, he's quicker than Hakeem Olajuwon.
No, but I think the sad thing, Johnny, is this, is that, and this is what I mean by players of this era will never get a fair shake. You got a guy that's a 4-time defensive player of the year, and you got somebody like King Rowe trying to really debate in his mind if he's better than Mark Eaton.
I said, first of all, I said Hakeem.
No, we were talking about Mark Eaton at first, and some of these other bum bigs.
Mark Eaton was one of the guys that Hakeem would have to compete with, and yeah, there's one year where he got 6 blocks a game, 6 blocks in an 82.
Mark Eaton was just a good. Mark Eaton was a good shot blocker,
also solid rebounder, right?
That's it. No, he bro, there were so many years where he couldn't even average 10 rebounds a game at 7'4".
Of course, low minutes.
Stop it.
Of course,
man struggled to get 10 rebounds a game at 7'4".
Lamont, these dudes used to go up, back and up against 7-footers all the time. Get blocked 6 times in a row. Dribble the ball out, get a better shot because they couldn't shoot.
They couldn't shoot the 3 or outside shot.
Exactly. So you had no choice but to try to shoot over a 7-footer.
Shoot the 3 or have an outside shot.
Imagine Rudy Gobert just having to stand at the rim all day long.
Rudy would be
come on, man.
An elite rim protector back then.
You know what he would have, but the problem, as I said, Rudy's problem is he would have had to come up with a lot more physicality and grit because there's going to be a lot of bruises.
Bro, how do you measure physicality and grit? King Rowe, how do you measure that? How do you measure physicality and grit other than you just making it up?
Other than watching it? Like I just saw with the Frank Brick.
Yeah, but the problem, hold on, King Rowe. Now, hold on. Isn't this proof that y'all memory never bodes well when y'all try to tell us about what something looked like back?
Stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on.
She like to run fat that she was very strange. I ain't say that whole shit going on 10 a day. Man, it be so bad she got.
We can't trust y'all memory. Why y'all trying to go like memory
like that, man?
You just told us about Frank Brickowski.
I'm just saying, why you keep telling us
like that?
Why you keep trying to use your eye test, man? I'm not trolling them. I'm just saying, hold on. And 2 peas in the bone. And 2 peas in the bone. Here's the facts. A lot of these dudes can't even remember a game that they watched 3 weeks ago. And they trying to recall games that happened in the 90s, talking about, I remember this and remember that. You can't even tell me what happened in a game you watched 3 weeks ago.
But I could tell you the basic breakdown of any player that I've ever seen. That includes the players of today. I could tell you what their game, what their game is. I could even describe how they cook people if they do. I can describe their go-to offensive
Like
movement to
Bukowski
everybody.
with an amazing up and under.
No. All right. So give us. So break down Rudy. So break down Rudy for us. So break down Rudy for us. Break down Rudy.
Hold on. I'm gonna type his breakdown. I'm gonna hold on. Go give us your breakdown of Rudy Gobert.
Long, amazing, pretty decent athlete, amazing, a long wingspan, very long. Good rim protector, as I said, would be a key
Elite rim
against the
protector.
Lakers. I said that in my preview. If y'all ever watched it, okay. Weaknesses is physicality.
Why are you going to weaknesses already? You haven't even got through the strengths.
I got through the strengths. Decent finisher. Okay, I'm sorry.
My God! Oh my goodness!
Decent finisher. Can lapse out of a game because I just watched the Minnesota series where we needed him to really win that matchup against Hartenstein, my backup center from last year.
Okay. You don't have to explain it. Just give us your breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty good finisher. Long, has bad hands. Bad hands. You can't lob it to him and expect him to catch it all the time. Not the most physical guy.
Let him keep on. I'm typing it in the chat GPT.
Okay. Has very good makeup because his link has very good makeup ability. Like you can beat him and he can recover and stop the shot. So that's just what, again, this is the guy. I'm the guy who screamed for the Knicks to draft him at we were 24 back in the 13 draft. I screamed. We drafted Tim Hardaway Jr., who was a name. Nobody knew who Rudy Gobert was.
Okay. Give us your breakdown.
Need to get him. We need a backup center. Turn out he's a 4-time depoy.
So is that your complete breakdown of Rudy Gobert?
I mean, basic. I mean, what else?
Okay, go to the weaknesses. Go to the weaknesses.
No, I mean, really, no go-to offensive moves. Really, is more of a lob threat, which is most of the centers of today. Not really a great rim runner. Doesn't really demand the ball. But is an elite. Okay, he's an elite defensive rebounder. Pretty decent offensive rebounder.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say he ain't a great?
Hold on, let him
runner?
finish, y'all. Let him finish. No,
he's not a great rim runner.
What?
Let's let him finish.
Where was it in the 5-game series against OKC?
Okay, see, that's what I mean. Just let him finish.
Hey, Mike, I'm telling you, Mike, you hear the craziest things ever on social media. But
I hear the craziest things ever. People taking Rudy.
Hey, listen, let King Roll finish, and then we'll break it down. Let him finish.
I mean, it's very, very basic game because it's 7-2. Like that's he's long. Like,
he has a high
It's
efficiency.
not like I'm going to this guy for a pick and roll. It's not like I'm it's not like I'm running any offense through him. I'm gonna try to get him as many shots at the rim as I can. Because of his length, he can just automatically go up there and sky for it. Yeah, I mean,
so basically you're saying, are you saying?
Okay, so hold on. Basically, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to grade on a scale from A to F your assessment of Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
All right, we're about to see how it grades your assessment.
What I get a B?
Okay. Hold on. Let me put it on the screen. Let me just share the screen. Okay. Hold on. Scroll down.
Hold on. I read something I didn't say.
That's not true. This is all things you said. Okay.
Okay. I did not say okay rim protector.
Yes,
Lamar.
you did.
See what I'm talking about?
Yes, you
See what I'm
did.
talking about? I said he's an elite.
Yeah, you
rim
did,
protector.
King Roll. Yes, you did.
Okay.
You didn't say elite. You didn't say elite. Stop lying.
Yeah, you definitely did not say elite. You said okay rim protector.
No, I did not. Oh my. Okay, he's an elite rim.
Yeah, you did,
King Row. I'm just here to read the results. Hold on, King Row. So it gave you a D on that. It says this is flat out underrating. All right, let's go to the next one. They said he's an A+ rim protector. and you said he can lapse out of a game. They gave you a B for that. All right. He does become invisible offensively, but it said it happens not because of lack of impact. It's just usage and system. You said long with bad hands. They gave you a C
on that.
They gave you a C- on that. All right.
He has inconsistent hands. That's bad.
Now, hold on. They still hold on. They gave you a C-. They said not great hands, but he's not bad either. No go-to offensive moves. They actually gave you an A-. So good. You did a good job there. You said just a lob threat. They gave you a C. They said he's a lob threat plus elite screen and dive man. You said a bad rim runner. They gave you an F there. They said this is wildly false. They said Gobert is one of the best rim runners in the league. He's an elite rim runner. That's no, there's no hold on. It's already in. Hold on. This is already in. Let's go to the next one. You said decent rebounder.
No. I said elite rebounder. Come on.
No, you didn't.
Defensive rebounder. See,
no, you didn't.
I'm saying. Y'all be lying, bro.
I'm just I typed it in as you said it.
Bro, you was undermining Rudy Gobert the whole time. Stop trying to act like you said he was elite.
King Roy, you didn't say elite rebounder. You said average.
You said elite. He said an elite. He said an elite defensive rebounder, but a
offensive rebounder.
Exactly. So that would make him decent, not great, not elite as a rebounder in total.
First of all, you get more defense.
But you got to count both, bro. You got to count both offense and defense, bro.
King Roy, you got another F here. It says you said bad in the pick and roll. They gave you an F. They said terrible take. They said Gobert is one of the best screeners and rollers in the game. It says the criticism usually comes from playoff defensive switches, not his pick and roll offense. So they said he's elite in the pick and roll.
Elite in the pick and roll. Okay.
They said you were right when they said they run no offense for him. So they gave you an A there. So they overall they gave you a C- assessment, King Row.
You passed, bro. You passed.
So I should at least get a B-.
Just barely.
Just barely. Barely passed.
I would not say a guy who has rebounding titles is an okay rebounder.
So here's the problem, King Row. King Row, if you can't assess a player of today's game, how are we supposed to trust your word for a player of the 90s?
What I said, man.
And you watched Rudy play last night.
Up and under.
He had no impact.
He had no impact. None.
Bro, I live streamed 2 of those games. I was waiting for Rudy to do something.
I know. I was watching some of your stuff.
But they don't run nothing for him.
Why are you waiting for Rudy to do something when you clearly say they run no offense for him?
Okay, well, see, here's the thing: as a big man, is anybody that play forward, is anybody that played on.
Hold on, you just said they run no offense for him, but you was waiting on them to do something.
Sometimes you got to go get the ball yourself, and guess what? You got
How does it?
King Rowe, stop! You realize he's a center. You got to bring the game to him. You got to run stuff for him. You know that.
So Lamont.
Yo, what up, man?
So you remember we were talking earlier, and I'm sorry to change the subject. I just wanted to say this because I'm watching the game. We talked about the physicality and the whistles from the other series.
Mm-hmm.
If they let Minnesota play with New York's physicality, it would have went a little longer.
Hold on, you said if they let who?
If they would have let Minnesota play with New York's physicality.
If they didn't allow Minnesota to use their greatest weapon, which is the physicality.
Yeah.
Like skill-wise, they were never going to beat OKC with skills. They had too many skill players.
Or depth, because OKC has more depth.
But what they had was they had the advantage with physicality with guys like Gobert and Naz Reid and McDaniel and the guys that can, because remember, that's how they kind of pushed around the Lakers.
Name the most physical guy, Randall.
Oh, yeah, even Randall. But what happened was the whistle, and I think it was two parts. I think that Minnesota got caught up in the reffing, and that started to impact how hard they played. So I think Minnesota, they messed up because they allowed the reffing to get in their head, and then they also got away from their strength, which is if you look at the game that they won, that game 3, that entire game they were physical from start to finish. They got up on guys. They were guarding the ball well above the 3-point line. They were running guys off the 3, and they were super active. If you look at how they guarded Shai from start to finish, I mean, guys were up on Shai early. They weren't sitting back. And all of a sudden in game 4, you saw this switch where everybody's now just dropping back trying to contest Shai with one hand. And it's just like, what happened to the game 3 strategy? Like, and it's just like, and I think they kind of divert from their strategy when you start getting caught up in how the refs are calling. The ref make a bad call here, so you start playing passive.
Absolutely.
So I think a vet team or a team that's probably a little bit better coached, they stick to the game plan. They'll go out, because if there's ever a game where Minnesota has like 6-7 guys foul out, I promise you the NBA will say something to those refs and won't let that shit happen again.
Yeah.
But you got to go out and try to dictate the level of physicality. But if you don't even try, it's just like you're not even put any pressure on the refs to make the calls. And you got to give credit to OKC because they went out there and told the line of physicality. They're playing with their hands. They're running out there grabbing. They're really making the refs determine, okay, do I call this or not? And that's why I say you have to give OKC a little bit of credit for really towing that line. But OKC got a little passive.
Like Caruso, and I said Caruso's a heck of a defender. If Caruso's not getting away with a little extra, he's not able to guard those guys. He's not able to guard those bigs. He's guarding Jokic. He's guarding Jokic and guards. Mm-hmm. There's no way he's doing both. He doesn't have enough physicality to guard Jokic unless he's doing something a little extra that he's getting away with.
Yep.
I'll just part on this. Rudy Gobert just averaged 6.6 rebounds in the series. Now, again, I never said he was a bad rebounder. Obviously, he has 3 seasons.
You said decent.
No. I said he was a great defensive rebounder. I said he was, and I'll take, because I've just looked at the numbers. He's averaged pretty much 3 every season. He is slowing down right now, right? He only had I can see that he's lost a step. Right, he's not the Rudy Gobert that more like he's losing athleticism in his step. But so I'll take it back. Now he's a great defensive rebounder. I've always known that he is a better than okay offensive rebounder. I see averages about 3, like 1 a quarter almost for the most of his career. So I will say that he's a better offensive rebounder than I describe. So right there, but to say I said he was an okay overall rebounder is not fair because offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds are 2 different things. But yeah, some of the things you put that I said I didn't say, and they gave me a C-. I think if you correct it, I get at least a B.
You didn't pass, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
hey, bro, the worst take was when you said he was a bad rim runner.
That is
the worst
take. Barely passing, but you didn't write what I said on most of the things.
You didn't even like the easy ones, the rim runner. You didn't even get that. You used running
let me put it again. The fact that he got average.
That's like failing gym. That's like failing physical education.
But he averaged 5 and 6.6 on Chet Holmgren. Is he that guy anymore?
Hold on. First of all, hold on, King Rowe. This is what doesn't make any sense. First of all, you as one of your criticism for him, you say that teams don't run anything for him, but then you say he only averaged 5 or 6 points. How can you expect a guy where teams run nothing for him? He's probably like the 5th option on any lineup that they put out there. But he's supposed to go out there and get all these points. How does that supposed to work?
I actually included him as the big 3 for Minnesota. Like he's the 3rd most important player on Minnesota.
Because the defense, they don't run nothing offensively for him. He has to get it all off putback.
He should get more than 5 points by accident.
Oh my God! Now you're supposed to score by accident in the NBA. King Rowe. Could you score by accident in the NBA?
Frank Bukowski couldn't get 5 points by accident, bro. What the fuck is
Actually, I bet you, and this is role player Bukowski, he probably did. And the year you're talking about, he actually averaged like 11 and 7 in the year you're talking about, and he only 24 minutes a game.
Rudy Gobert clears that.
But Bukowski only played 24 minutes a game, and Rudy Gobert didn't clear that in the most important playoff series.
So are you telling me that Frank Bukowski is a better basketball player than Rudy Gobert?
I didn't say that. I said Frank Bukowski is one of those guys that would have gave Rudy Gobert problems physically.
No,
bro.
Chet Holmgren did.
Bro,
why are you comparing? Hold on. Why are you acting like Chet Holmgren and Frank Bukowski are comparable?
Wait. How did Holmgren physicality do anything to Rudy Gobert? Where was he physical, Rudy Gobert, in any kind of fashion? Where?
That's the point. He wasn't. Holmgren shouldn't be physical on nobody.
He's not. He wasn't. That's what that
threes.
That homeboy's over here dribbling between the legs. Your boy over here just getting elbows, and that's it. Get kicked out of games.
So between the legs is one thing. You're on the other end. Rudy played 26 minutes a game.
Yeah, versus one of the best teams in NBA history.
They got 6 rebounds.
One of the best. One of the best.
I'm not gonna say that.
Rudy is soft. Rudy was great.
Yes, they are. Listen, if OKC wins a championship this year, ladies and gentlemen, they have won.
Statistically, they are one of the best teams in NBA history.
Even record-wise, Lamont, how many teams won a championship?
But sometimes we got to stop
games?
denying greatness from these teams just because we don't think that they are. The thing is, all of the numbers align with them being one of the great teams, and if they start if they finish this year as champions, we have no choice but to give them one of them notches.
I understand that they have the largest margin of victory in NBA.
No, it's more than that. It's more than just that. Defensive ratings, there's a lot of metrics that point to them being this good, and they have a lot. And the thing is, they're at the stage now where I got to give them their credit. Like they are starting to execute, and they're starting to do what I didn't think they could do. So do I sit there and push back and pretend as if they're not doing it?
They won 68 games. Y'all know how many teams won 68 games in NBA history? Like 5.
7.
Hey, I got a great question.
Who's the 7? Hold on, wait. Name the 7.
Boston actually wanted the Boston wanted the year they lost the conference finals to the Knicks, the last championship team. Will Sixers, Will Lakers. Jordan.
Okay.
Jordan won it twice. The 96, 97. The Sixers. I mean, the obviously the Warriors. So I'm at 6 now, right?
6 teams. Yeah, that's it.
It might be one that
and they're the 7th. That's what I'm saying. They're the 7th. They're the 7th. That's what I'm saying. They're the 7th team to do it.
That's what 7
Yeah,
teams won.
that's what I'm saying. But before, that's what I'm saying. It's only a handful. You had 6 teams who did it before.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
All y'all thought that OKC was going to be this beatable team. No. At their best. And see, remember, one thing they didn't have that they have when they gave Hartenstein $93 million, he pretty much plugged in there one biggest hole, which is size and physicality. But that's what all they have is him and Chet to fill that role. Other than that, they don't play.
No, the only thing that happened was Chet's healthy.
Well, Hartenstein as well. So Chet was healthy. It's healthy now, and then Hartenstein.
It wasn't healthy last year.
Because they would not be here with just Chet. They need Hartenstein. The numbers show that. And while people think they again 2 years ago nobody knew Hartenstein. When the Knicks signed Brunson, the next thing we did was sign Hartenstein.
Bro, you just love these former Knicks players, man. You gotta stop, man.
So what is Lamont? What is their record with Hartenstein? It's like they lost like a handful of games.
No, I know that Hartenstein is an integral piece, but. Let's not act like Chet has not had a bigger impact. Chet has had a far bigger impact offensively and defensively.
He missed almost half the year with that broken.
Chet is able to beat Chet though because of Hartenstein.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. They play off each other. Yeah. I'm not saying that, but like, I'm not gonna pretend when I watch this series versus Minnesota that every time it almost seemed like every time they needed a big bucket or they needed to stop a Minnesota run. That motherfucker Chet was knocking down a 3 that quieted everything. Chet was like Chet grew up this series. That past series, I watched Chet really grow up, and he was making clutch shots. He wasn't getting rattled right against a guy who like Rudy, who was playing physical with him. He wasn't allowing him to throw off his game. He was taking him out to the perimeter, and he was knocking down big bucket after big bucket. Like. You can only shake his hand and give him credit. I'm not going to give all of that to Hartenstein.
He deserves the credit. But think about this. Without Hartenstein there to absorb a lot of that physicality, if Chet was the one big man.
What do you mean absorb a lot of the physicality? What do you mean,
okay,
man?
Just saying allowing Chet to float and not have to bang inside.
Thank you. He doesn't get through the season without Hartenstein.
Bang inside versus hold on. Who's he banging with?
Hold on.
Rudy Gobert.
Hold on.
The Rudy Goberts of the world, the Zubats of the world,
offense is designed like hold on, King Row. Like this is what I mean is where y'all think
they had a 7-game series with
King Row. Can you hold on one second? I think y'all think coaches at these high levels. This is not middle school basketball where being big and you're automatically makes you the center. These coaches play you in today's NBA where you're strongest. Chet is always going to be able to operate from the 3-point line because he's an elite shooter. No coach is just going to stick him in the paint and allow him to get beat up and pushed around when his strong suit coming out of college was to operate from the outside in. Nobody's going to just stick him in the post and say, go battle with the biggest centers in the league and go win that battle. They went after Holmgren because they want to play to Chet's strengths. Like, he's never going to get pushed around in the paint because they're never going to stick him down there to get pushed around.
Okay, but
his strong suit is operating from the outside in.
Right here, we completely agree. But they just
like why do y'all mean absorb physicality? You cannot go be physical with a guy who wants to operate from the perimeter. He's willing to put the ball on the floor at an elite level, and he has a three. He got great finishing moves around the rim, right? Great operating, and as a lob threat. I mean, like, why do y'all always point to what his potential weakness might be and act like it's going to be the flaw that kills the team? It's not. They're going to play to his strength.
I'm telling you, Hartenstein being there.
And then when we talk about these 90s players, you never talk about their weaknesses.
First of all, I always look at it from a team point of view.
You talk about significant weaknesses. That was the 90s bigs. Those were the most flawed centers in history. They had so many holes in their game.
Bro.
Yeah, but when you talk about today's bigs, like, for example, when you're talking about Rudy Gobert, all you're sitting there is telling us about why he can't do this or how bad he is, right? When you talk about Chet, now you're talking about, he couldn't absorb this physicality. Why y'all never talk about what they do well? Because what he does well is one of the reasons why they won this series.
But Frank Bukowski had a decent up and under. Frank Bukowski was a bruiser. But was a bruiser.
What I see about y'all don't, and you're a coach, Lamont, you should know better. If you had a guy that's that, right? When you want a big man, so you got one guy. You're either going to go small ball, but what are you going to do in a 7-game series against Nikola Jokic if there is no Hartenstein? Who's going to deal with him?
Hold on. First of all, they were putting Caruso. They were putting Caruso. They weren't.
That wasn't a whole series.
Hold on. The matchup that turned that series was Caruso on Jokic with Chet as the help defender. It wasn't Hartenstein. Right. And what changed that series was Caruso.
Cool. At the end of it, right? And they went 7 for a reason.
Okay, but hold on. We're talking about Hartenstein. What happens is they utilize Hartenstein as the help defender. They used a quicker, smaller defender, right? Craftier defender in Caruso on Nikola Jokic. They didn't tell Hartenstein, go down there and absorb Jokic's physicality. What idiot coach is going to say allow Jokic just to bruise up your center and get to the rim and score easy layups? Because that's what he was doing to Hartenstein. He was killing Hartenstein.
Of course, because he kills everybody.
Because Hartenstein was trying to absorb the physicality.
But see, this is the problem. If they go to the Caruso thing in game 1, you mean to tell me that Adelman Jr. doesn't come up with a strategy to counter that?
I don't know. All I know is what changed the series for OKC.
At the end.
And what changed the series for OKC in a series where they were down to Denver was not Hartenstein. It was Chet Holmgren off ball, and it was Caruso on ball on Nikola Jokic. Out of all the options on this bench to guard Nikola Jokic, that coach said, Caruso, I want you to do it. You're my best perimeter defender because Jokic operates as a perimeter player.
Wait, where did you get this narrative that Hartenstein was slowing down Jokic and all that? Where you got that from?
Did I say he slowed him down? I said he battled with him for 5 games prior to them going to the Caruso move.
And was he doing good?
And see, y'all off my central point that Hartenstein being there helps Chet stay healthy. So Chet can do what he does now. Now, again, if without no Hartenstein, there's no way they're going to Caruso guarding Joker for 7 games. It actually was a good strategy to change the last couple of games, and that's cool. But you're not going to tell me that Caruso is staying with the Joker and the Joker doesn't adjust or find anything the way to deal with it for 7 games. That's
they changed it after game 3.
No, really? He was guarding for 5 games.
They changed it after game 3. Go look at it. Look at game 4.
Stop Shaq when Rodman guarded Shaq a handful of plays in '96. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, they took game 3. Yeah, because they won game 4 and 5. They won game 4 and
Y'all say
5,
I
and then
never
that's
hate
when the
on
Denver
today's
took
players,
game 6.
and here y'all are hating on Hartenstein for Hartenstein
No, this is
wasn't
the
an
funny thing.
integral part.
This is the funny thing.
You're hating on the other players.
Yeah,
No,
that's the thing,
I didn't.
Lamont. This is the thing that I was talking about with Chilltown earlier today on his live when I was explaining to him how, when it comes to him talking about those '90s guys, he didn't mention nothing they did negative. He didn't let us. He didn't nothing. The only reason he's praising Hartenstein, like you said, because he was a former Knick, and he wishes Hartenstein was still on the Knicks now.
So again, y'all named up names, and I only got one chance to get one sentence in about them, but I named it. I went straight to their strong suit. Every player you named and tried to laugh at because of the name, I said, okay,
they don't have
this
any
is what
strong
they did well,
suits,
and
man.
this is why they started.
Hey,
So
hold on. Hey, Lamont, who was some of them centers you named?
Right?
Man, okay, tell me the strong suits of Charles Shackelford.
Charles Shackelford was a big body and a bruiser. That's it.
See, that's it, a big body, Lamont. That's what these dudes. That's what they be
That's called
Lamont.
That's called a bum.
Exactly, Lamont. They rather have somebody with. Hold on, wait, Ro. You've been going for a while, Ro. You've been going for a while, Ro. Please let me get in real quick, bro. Please let me get in. They rather have somebody with size than skill on any. Okay, they think size is going to overlap skill. They really think that was because back then there wasn't enough skill in the league. You cannot just have size in today's NBA. You have to be able to play the game.
Right.
So
All of this talk.
Doesn't matter if you big. I don't care how big you are. If we can play defense on that. You see how big Joker is. We're gonna front you, and as soon as you try to go over the top, we're gonna crash on the weak side, and you ain't gonna get the ball to the man in the post. You have to have skill. You have to have perimeter players to be able to play today's game. You didn't need that back in the days.
Right, we done with all that. He was a bruiser. He was a boxer. He knocked this guy out.
Done with that shit, bro. That's not basketball.
Okay, but guess what? That's the only reason that Charles Shackelford played 62 games, started 62 games, the only season where he started majority of the games in his whole career. Again, he was a bum. But I'm just named what he was good at, which is a big body that could bruise. I didn't act like he was all world.
But that's what Rudy Gobert could do. Rudy Gobert could do the same thing. Rudy Gobert played 80 games, 70-some games. Big body could bruise, but he's skilled. He can score. He can block. He can stick out on the perimeter. He can rebound. He can do a lot more than all those.
There's no denying that. There's no denying that. All I said is he would have difficulty with the physicality of and honestly, bro, y'all talk to Minnesota fans because I talk to a lot of them doing live streams on a Minnesota game. So it is what it is. They don't. I defend Rudy more than anybody. I said, look, Rudy is there for a certain reason. I wanted Minnesota in the finals. You got to do better than 5'8" and 6'6" against those guys.
That's can't. For what? How? They can't do.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's not that old yet.
But why does a 5-game series dictate what he can and cannot do? That's the point.
Because it's the most important 5 games he'll ever play. Has he played any more 5 important games other than last year?
So he hasn't played. These are the only 5 important games he's ever played in his career. Is what you're saying? These are the most important games. That's it.
Playoffs.
They was in this spot last year.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying other than last year's conference finals, which I don't think he was that all world either.
He's the reason why they even get there. Like he's a bro. Do you understand? Do you understand how? Do you go do this? Speech row. Mm-hmm. Go on NBA.com and look up a stat called screen assist and watch how good Rudy Gobert is. He's one of the best. He's one of the best centers in the league when it comes to scoring off of a screen, bro. He's an elite. He's elite. That's very important, bro. That's very important. That's bruising.
One of the Finals MVP being a great screen setter.
Who?
Being a great clear out.
No, I just think that it's fun. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how Johnny that as physical as this NBA playoffs has been, that the refs have allowed it to be, that people will still say that players today, there's no physicality or there's no bruisers. When we watch defenders like Caruso, I mean, Caruso is the guard version of a bruiser. I mean, look at how physical look at Lou Dort, like a big guard. Like when you look at all the defenders, look at how Neesmith's been guarding Brunson. We look at all the physical. If you look at OG Anunoby, if you look at all of the physicality, all the defenders, all the bigs that have played just in this playoff right here, yet we pretend as if guys couldn't handle physicality when we're literally watching it.
Well, here's where you prove my point, Lamont. It's all his physicality, and Rudy Gobert averaged 6.6 in the most important playoff.
Yeah, but hold on. But you already conceded to the fact that schematically, the Minnesota Timberwolves do not run offense for Rudy Gobert. And when they did run offense for Rudy Gobert, he looked like Wilt Chamberlain versus the Lakers. When they actually
so running offense, he couldn't get.
So hold on. Listen, hold on. So if a coach decides to scheme you out of the offensive system, how then can I blame you for not scoring 10 to 15 points when schematically they're not even looking to you? He's scoring off of cleanup buckets. Like, how many cleanup buckets is there available for you to score in a game, especially versus the number one team in the league?
You got to be very tenacious to get cleanup buckets. But again,
okay, so give me a guy in NBA history that was scoring 15 to 20 points a game off all cleanup buckets.
Nobody. The most you'll see.
I mean, the best offensive rebounder ever in NBA history, Dennis Rodman, wasn't doing it. Bill Russell struggled with it.
Rebounder. Moses Malone was the best offensive rebounder. I'm saying
no, I'll give it to Dennis Rodman.
I'll give it to Dennis Rodman. His own misses most of the time.
Let me ask you this: Moses Malone in a playoff series averaged.
No, I don't. King Rowe. Just because we mention it, don't mean we had to go on a long diatribe about Moses Malone. The point is that you can't give me a guy in NBA history who has been relegated as the fifth option on offense, yet is expected to still drop 10 to 15 points off of garbage.
That's the problem. Why is he?
And then what you do is you don't judge Rudy Gobert off what he's asked to do well. You are judging him based off what the team is not asking him to do, which is score.
I'm gonna ask the question again. And why is he relegated? Because as ChatGPT said, he has better skills than that.
Because he's playing in a more skilled era with more skilled players. If he was in the 90s, they would give him the ball and he would dunk all over Hakeem Olajuwon and Shaq.
Wow. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You already was mentioning Isaiah Hartenstein as this big paint presence. Plus they got Chet Holmgren. Plus they got J-Dub. How you expect him to get all these rebounds by himself versus all them dudes?
Because he's bigger than all of them and more skilled than all of them?
Man, what? Huh?
He's not?
Wait, then Chet and J-Dub?
Wait a minute. Out of those four guys, who's the Hall of Famer?
None of them right now.
Rudy is a Hall of Famer. See, you just shitted on Rudy. I called him a Hall of Famer. You telling me he's not even a Hall of Famer?
He ain't right now. That's fact. He ain't a Hall of Famer right now.
Boy is going to put him there automatically. Being from France is going to put him there automatically. Two
it ain't happened yet, so he's not a Hall of Famer right now.
Okay, so I give him more credit than you. So y'all killing me for killing Rudy.
I ain't say he ain't gonna make it. I said he's not a Hall of Famer right now because he's still playing.
Oh, you mean he's not? So he's
anybody that's a 4-time DPOY is a Hall of Famer, man.
I mean, I don't know. They don't like Rudy. I don't know.
He's not in the Hall of Fame part of his career now. So you tell me he fell off?
Well, bro, he's a 4-time DPOY. He's gonna be in the Hall of Fame first ballot.
Yeah, of course, I agree. Automatically, you don't have to do nothing else. Just play out the stretch. Get decent.
Yeah, but hold on. But what you're doing is you're pretending like he's not a physical big. His game is based around physicality.
Yeah, he's not intimidating anybody with his physicality. He's intimidating with that wingspan, though. He's intimidating people with that wingspan. He makes people miss layups. As I said this.
All right. But then when we show you clips of him being physical on defense, you'll just ignore it. If we show you clips of him being physical in the paint, if we show you clips of him being a rim protector, if we show you clips of him stifling other bigs, then you're just going to say what? Like, we can show you as many clips as possible. You'll always have an out and excuse for it.
Boris D.I. will call Rudy Gobert soft. Let's keep it real.
All right.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
This is it. This is what happens when we let these old heads talk basketball, man.
How can you identify somebody being soft in the era that you say is just soft? So it's just Rudy Gobert is just soft because it's the era? Like, I don't get this, Mike. Can you help me understand this, Mike? Because you talk to a lot more people of this generation, and I'm hoping you're over 25 because I said I was going to talk basketball with nobody under 25. But, bro, what is it about Rudy Gobert that people say makes him soft? I don't get this. I don't know what y'all be watching.
They say because they saw Jokic last year. I remember Jokic had a couple 40-point games, and it looked like he was throwing Rudy around the court. So they say that's one of the reasons he's soft. Then they say,
Bro, I'm looking at these highlights of Moses Malone. He looked like trash, man.
"Oh, hold on, I was watching some Moses Malone games, bro. He's
Mike
so
said
overhyped. He ain't no top 20 player."
This
Mike
motherfucker
said,
looked trash.
Mike said he was
man.
rebounding his own misses. Mike said he was rebounding his own misses.
It's in his highlights, bro. He might be the male Angel Reese, man.
Man, Moses Malone so overhyped. They need to take him out of all top 20, top 30. Man, he need to be out of all of that.
I think I got him in my top 20. He's like around 20, 2019,
Man,
20,
ain't no
somewhere
way.
around there.
You
somewhere
seen
around
the
there.
games?
Man, yeah.
I did. I got him up there.
That's being disingenuous.
This might be good. This might be good for his time.
He's
but
top
this shit
40.
will not cut it today.
Nah, but he was keeping up with Kareem and them. So
no, he wasn't, man.
Yes,
this shit looked hot garbage, man. Look at this shit.
Yes, he was, man.
No, he wasn't, man. I'm watching it right here.
You just more with the flair and the so-called.
No, I'm gonna play the film. Let's just play the film, and we'll just judge. We'll judge together off the film.
Did you just say you just said Paul Pierce over Moses Malone? Come on, Mike. Why you doing that, Mike? Why you doing that, Mike?
That's casual talking, man. Come on, man.
Mike said,
I got Paul Pierce.
Mike is the best. Mike said, Paul Pierce.
Man, y'all gotta stop that BS.
All right, hold on. Let me share. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Let's just see. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me, man. So, let me just hold on. Where's it at?
You go pull up some BS. I know you.
No, I'm not. This is straight from NBA.com.
Man, Paul Pierce, bro, come on. Paul Pierce was cold.
Yeah, I know why you might be saying Paul Pierce cold. I understand.
All right, here we go. Right here. Now,
definitely taking all of them over over Frank Bukowski.
Here we go. Right here.
That was nasty, Lamont.
That was a good follow-up, Lamont.
That was nasty, Lamont.
Stop it, man.
That was nasty.
Stop it.
Plus, he wasn't in his prime in the NBA.
Man, come on, man. Hold on. We watching the highlights. Hold on. We got Moses Malone.
Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh, nice pump fake. Okay, come on now, Lamont.
Man, that is trash, man.
Lamont, this is a 7-footer. Look, reverse. Oh, look at that reverse.
But these is once every blue moon. See, Paul Pierce was doing this.
He said Paul Pierce. He said Paul Pierce. He said Paul Pierce.
Talk about Moses. You couldn't even do that.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wait a minute now. That's the backhand.
That was luck like a motherfucker.
Oh, look, that's the backhand. Look, Jordan shit. Look, that's Jordan-esque.
This happened once every now and then.
Against Parrish. Shoot, Robert Parrish. Here we go. Oh, get that out of here.
Look at that defense.
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. He's running, Lamont.
Look at him running the floor. Look at him running the floor.
Where's all this physicality at? I ain't see no physicality.
Come on, man. And one, man. What you talking
that
about?
Basic and one. Man, come on.
You can't get an and one. So why you talking about
I ain't the all-time NBA
Yo, Lamont,
player.
why did they always was doing 3-foot passes in the 80s? These are 3-foot passes.
Look at this. Hold on. Oh, we got him. Hold on. Let's see what he do. This is versus Bird. So this should be something nice right here.
Look at that.
Give me that.
It's about to be Angel Reese. Angel Reese.
Nope.
Angel Reese.
Yeah, that's Angel Reese.
Give me that. Give me
that.
Angel Reese.
Oh, yeah, that's Angel Reese-esque. Oh, yeah. Another one? Oh, okay. He got that one. He got that last one.
Man.
He wore number 24. When he wore number 24? Again,
Angel Reese.
Houston Rockets days.
Angel Reese.
Andre Drummond to be an all-time player.
Andre Drummond.
Rudy Gobert would clean the glass easily in this era.
Man, Andre Drummond to be an MVP watching this.
Look, hey, Lamar, you see how they were finishing at the rim? You see what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Bro, this is horrible, man.
I was like 3 years old when this happened.
Bro, y'all really man.
Mike's father was in high school when this happened.
Hold on, let's see.
Probably not. Oh, look, that was a nice little grab, though. That was a nice little board. Give me that. Oh, look at that.
And that's a Moses Malone highlight, a bad pass.
Yeah, that was kind of a bad pass. Yeah, hey, it ended up being a dunk, Lamont.
Bro, look at how he's dribbling, man.
Where's his physicality at? Oh, that was nasty. You gotta give him that one.
Man, y'all overhyping this stuff.
You know what? JaVale McGee could do this.
If you can't do it, man, you gotta shut
I'm not an NBA.
Oh, Lamont, look, Lamont, look at the crowd. Look, Lamont. Hey, look at Lamont. Look at Lamont. Oh, there it is, Lamont. You see that?
Hey, that was a good play right there, though. That was a good play.
Lamont.
Hey, man.
Lamont, that was gangster. That was the best. Look at that. Spin move between the legs. Oh, that was
all right, this is his number one play.
Oh, this is in the 90s. Oh, this is his number one play in the 90s. A heave.
Oh,
Good.
oh my
Oh
God, man.
Herb, you can make that, Herb. You can make that. Oh my God, Herb. That's
I know
his best.
Mike can't. I know Lamont can't either though.
No, I hit a half court shot for game before.
That is so funny.
I hit a half court shot for game.
You know what?
The word for it.
Lamont, that shows you how people could shoot back then. That they took away the best play, which was him dribbling up the court through defenders, finishing at the rim, which is really the best play he had the whole highlight for a heave, because that's how much they used to miss shots back in the days. That was his best shot. When he took a heave shot, a lucky 3-pointer. That is so great, man.
Moses Malone looks like a worse version of Andre Drummond.
That's cap.
Now he was a little better than Drummond on the offense.
He was not better than Drummond.
As a scorer.
He looks like
better than Drummond, man.
His comp in this era would be Hassan Whiteside.
Nah, he wasn't that trash.
He better than Whiteside.
Nah, he would have to be like a Roy Hibbert, no?
Bro, why do y'all give him like at the way this game would translate in today's game would be Hassan Whiteside?
Roy Hibbert, not Roy Hibbert.
Lamont, that means you gotta be fair with him. He might get the advanced stuff that is out there today. They didn't have all this stuff that they have trained.
No, bro, I'm not talking about if you put him in this era, he got to work out. I'm saying if you drop him as is in today's game,
you gotta drop everything.
You don't have to drop everything else because the thing is,
yes, you do.
What I'm saying is, if we drop
you can't drop him in.
If we would have plucked him out of this game that we were watching and dropped him into an NBA game today, that shit would be on the end of the bench.
That ain't right though. You can't do that.
No, that ain't right.
Hold on. Let me ask you one question, Herb.
That's morally
wrong.
wrong.
Why wouldn't his game as is? Why couldn't we just pluck him out of that game and drop him in a game today and it translate?
It would. You got a non-athletic guy that's.
So why do you need all this equipment and stuff? If it would translate, why do you need all this equipment?
Though, but if you go do all that, you got to give him all.
Okay, so hold on, Herm. I'm asking you this. So Herm, I'm asking you this, Herm. If his game would translate, why he need all these extra equipment? Because Moses Malone, just like Walt Frazier, was one of the people that said he didn't want to lift weights because he thought it would mess up his game. That's why his body looked all frail like that.
Lamar, you being disingenuous, man. Come on now.
I'm being disingenuous because the man said he didn't want to lift weights because he thought muscles would mess up his shot.
Because you hate the 80s and 90s, bro. Don't mean
now I gotta hate the 80s. Now I hate the 80s.
You always say you don't like it. You don't respect.
When did I say that?
You done with the 90s. You put on your.
I didn't coin that term.
You put on the Pope outfit to preach to the people about the 90s. Come on, man. You know you don't like.
Y'all get mad at me because
you do be hating on the 80s.
No, hold
and 90s.
on. No, there's a difference between hate and telling the truth. Y'all can't tell me one thing.
Yeah. You tell half.
But me too.
That's shit.
No, hold on. Okay, so Herm, tell me one thing that I've said about the 90s that is not true.
We had to watch the film, and I could point out everything that you're capping about. We had to watch them on video.
Just tell me one thing that just stands out from memory. Tell me one thing.
I mean, how you act like certain guys in the 90s, they wouldn't be able to really play in this era. I mean, I think that's very disingenuous. I think.
Okay, like who? Give me an example.
I mean, you diss Hakeem Olajuwon a lot. That's one of them.
Frank Bukowski.
You said Michael Jordan would be DeMar DeRozan.
Hold on. If I say that Jordan's game,
you say
translate into DeMar DeRozan. How's it disrespectful? DeMar DeRozan is a great player in today's game.
I mean, that's very disrespectful because that's a guy and Michael Jordan that people consider one of the greatest to ever play the game, but you're comparing him to a guy that nobody wouldn't even.
Okay, so if I said Bill Russell in today's game, if I said Bill Russell in today's game would be let me give
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert. Is that disrespectful?
Yes, it is.
How?
No.
The difference is Bill Russell's impact completely is the reason why it was most definitely winning those titles. I ain't never seen Rudy Gobert.
Herm, logically, what we're doing is applying logic.
Because but this is logic.
Herm, listen to what I'm saying.
Know what Bill Russell brought.
Herm, listen to what I'm saying. What impacts wins and losses in the 60s doesn't have the same impact in today's game.
I mean,
hold on, Herm, listen to what I'm saying. So just because we say
ran the
if Bill
rebound
Russell
battle. That's
got dropped,
supported in today's
just
game.
because we say if Bill Russell
Defense,
gets
that's
dropped,
supported in today's game.
just hold on one second. Just because we say if Bill Russell got dropped in today's game, his impact would look a little different, and his impact would look like a player who maybe isn't as great in this era, doesn't mean we're not saying he's not good. We're just saying that these are two different eras. In certain eras, the game looks different. In certain eras, what you do well might not have as big of an impact. For example, in the 60s, rim protection in the 60s versus that level of talent is going to look a lot different. Rim protection when you got Kyrie Irving driving at you. I think that kind of changes the outcomes at the rim for Bill Russell when he has a guy like Ja Morant flying at him. So I think that outcome is going to look a little different. So how am I wrong for taking all of that into consideration, saying, well, the outcome is going to be a little different? His impact of what he did great in that era when you got when really they didn't allow a lot of touch and they didn't allow a lot of physicality. They called almost everything a foul into this era where you got guards that's literally jumping over 7-footers.
You gotta look at it.
But I'm supposed to pretend that 60s impact is going to be the exact same in today's game.
Well,
I'm supposed to come up with some lie. I'm supposed to say that he's going to be Dikembe Mutombo times Akeem Olajuwon.
Lamont, he went against one of the most freakish athletes in sports, period, and Wilt Chamberlain, and was able to run with the man. They say Wilt Chamberlain was a guy that was competing, that was doing Olympic type of things.
Herm, let me ask you one question.
Able to run with him, jump.
When did he ever stop Wilt?
I'm not saying he was competing with him. I never said stop. So you can't.
No, hold on. If we're talking about defense versus Wilt Chamberlain,
he outplayed
him.
No,
he never outplayed Wilt. He never outplayed Wilt one time in his career.
Yes, he have outplayed.
Hold on. Tell me one time when he outplayed Wilt. He never in his career ever outplayed Wilt. He might have grabbed more rebounds in a game. He never outplayed Wilt. He never stopped Wilt from scoring.
Come on, Lamar, you're being very disingenuous, man.
Now I'm being disingenuous because you can't tell me a time.
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example, Lamar. Like he did outplay him. Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals, the man had 30 and 40 on Wilt Chamberlain. Come on, 30 points and 40 rebounds to Wilt's 22 points and 21 rebounds. That's outplaying Wilt. That's playing better than Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, you're being very disingenuous in certain aspects. Now, if you was talking about the 66, when Wilt had 46 to 34 to Bill Russell's 23, 31 to 7, you right. He did not outplay Wilt in that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you got some points, but it's been very instances that Bill Russell did outplay Wilt Chamberlain or equal to the same value. You could go to 65, 25, or 20.
Hold on, y'all. I'm going to tell you their averages head to head. Y'all want to know what?
Average 28 and a half points to 28 and a half rebounds.
Hold on. Wilt Chamberlain versus Bill Russell averaged 29 points and 28 rebounds. That's in a total of 142 games. Imagine playing 142 games and a nigga is averaging 29 and 28 rebounds on you.
But he still held them lower than his regular season average because it was.
Hold on. I want you
to ignore that game 7 though.
Hold on. We're not talking about one game sample sizes. What I'm talking about is if you said Bill, if out of 100 they played 142
games, 40
in
in the game 7.
Hold on, her. If you're telling me they played 142 times and all you can give me is one game, but out of the 100,
you multiple games.
Because right now, what I'm looking at is Bill Russell averaged 14 points and 23 rebounds, while Wilt Chamberlain averaged 28 points and 29 rebounds. Wilt Chamberlain also shot 50% from the field versus Russell, who shot 44% from the field.
Oh, boy. You just see now you flipping it because you were saying like when did he outplay Wilt? I gave you examples. Now you want to turn into
So
the whole career thing.
So
Come
it
on,
literally says right here.
What's it gonna be, homie?
Hold on. It literally says right here on NBA.com.
Stop moving it, bro.
It literally says right here on NBA.com. Wilt dominated Bill Russell statistically in almost every category.
Nigga, we just went from talking about when has he ever outperformed Wilt, which I gave you examples to. Now you want to move the whole goal.
So Herm, so is it accurate that is it accurate that 99% of the time Wilt Chamberlain dominated Bill Russell?
So hell no, it's not accurate because that wasn't what we was talking about. So no,
so is it accurate that 99% of the time Wilt Chamberlain dominated Bill Russell?
That wasn't talking about
that. Was.
Lamont. We wasn't talking about that, Lamont. We was talking about how.
And thank you, bandwagon. Thank you, bandwagon. Thank you, bandwagon.
He
went and Googled.
Nigga, he just Googled. Nigga, what he Googled? So what you talking about, bandwagon?
I just pulled it up right here.
Whatever, man.
No, hold on. But Herm, you said that Bill Russell. Hold on one second, Herm. You said that Bill Russell was able to consistently defend and stop Wilt Chamberlain.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so when you talked about Bill Russell's defense, what defensive impact did he have on Wilt Chamberlain at 142 games?
That wasn't the conversation, Lamont. So I'm not gonna answer anything.
Okay, so why? Hold on. So Herm, why? Hold on. Why would you talk about how good his defense was versus Wilt?
I did.
And out of 142 games, he maybe only had 2 to 3 good games.
Talk about that, Lamont.
So hold on. Out of 142 games, he maybe only outplayed Wilt 1 or 2 times.
No, Lamont, that wasn't. Nigga, you say, can you bring up examples of Bill Russell outperforming?
Okay,
Wilt? Nigga,
so hold on. No, I'm giving you the one example. Hold on, I'm giving you the one example. If we're talking about Bill Russell's defense,
we wasn't talking about
when did his defense ever consistently stop Wilt Chamberlain?
We wasn't talking about that, man.
Okay, so hold on. What were we talking about?
Conversation like that, man.
I'm not switching the conversation. Okay, so what were we talking about?
Nigga, we was talking about, bro, and Bill Russell ever outperformed Wilt in the game. I gave you examples, bro. Now you want to go there?
I give you the one game.
I did.
But out of one, so you give me one game out of 142.
When you said he never did,
I never said that, Herm.
That's all I did.
Herm, I never said that, Herm. What I'm saying is this. Did his defense have any impact on Wilt Chamberlain individually?
That wasn't the question, man. That wasn't what we was talking about. I keep telling you
the conversation was about Bill Russell's defense, right?
No, the conversation was you said that Bill Russell never outperformed Wilt Chamberlain.
No, what I'm saying is what we're saying is the conversation was about Bill Russell's defense. Because we were talking about Rudy Gobert. And remember what I said? I said, if we put Bill Russell in today's game, I said he would look like Rudy Gobert. And you said, nah. We were talking about the defense. And so what we're saying is his defensive impact, when you put him up against the elite in his own era, and his only elite competition consistently at the center spot was Wilt Chamberlain, did he have any consistent impact at stopping Wilt Chamberlain? And Wilt Chamberlain, skill-wise, was very marginal compared to the players of the day. He wasn't as skilled as some of the bigs that we have today.
Man, Wilt Chamberlain is a freak athlete, man. One of the most freakish athletes.
Okay, being an athlete and being skilled are two different things, huh? Being an athlete and being skilled are two different things. If you're just telling me all it took to score on Bill Russell was just being athletic, then that's not a very good defender.
Skill too, man. Wilt has skill too. Come on.
Okay, when you compare Wilt Chamberlain's skills to like a Joel Embiid, if you compare who's more skilled, Wilt Chamberlain or Joel Embiid?
It all depends what you value in skill from a center position. Wilt was shooting fadeaways back.
I'm not asking about what you value. I'm asking you I'm asking you who's more
He
skilled.
was shooting fadeaways in the post and stuff like
I'm
that.
asking
So
you who was. I don't care what he was doing.
Wilt
I'm just
Chamberlain.
asking you who was more skilled, Wilt
Wilt
or
Chamberlain.
Embiid.
Wilt Chamberlain.
How was Wilt Chamberlain more skilled
Way
than
more
Joel Embiid?
athletic, was more mobile, especially on the
Athletic
defensive
and
side
mobile
of
are
the
the same thing.
Nah, he was just more. No, it's not. You could be athletic, nigga, and still not not able to be mobile at the same time. It's possible. It's some guys that's very fast and
What
strong,
made
but they don't.
Wilt
They
Chamberlain more
can't.
skilled than Joel Embiid? Or
I mean, the man was a way better defender. Way better. It's not even close. When it comes to post game, Wilt had a better post game than Embiid. Embiid primarily shoot jumpers. So if you want to say a guy shooting a jump shot, primarily is the reason why he's more skilled. You don't know basketball for one. But when it comes down to Wilt Chamberlain, I mean Bill Russell defense on Wilt. Wilt is a guy that shoot 50% from the field. And in all those games and stats that you brought up, Wilt shot 46% against Bill Russell. So Bill Russell obviously had some type of impact to keep the man for shooting.
no, he didn't. He shot for his career over 50% from the field versus Bill Russell.
I'm just giving you.
I'm just giving you the numbers right here. For his career, he shot over 50% from the field.
I'm giving you an example of 1961 and 1962 season. I'm giving you an example of that when Wilt actually averaged 50 points per game. But in those 11 games that same year, he dropped from 50 points per game to 39.7. He was shooting 50.6% for the season. But against Bill Russell, he was shooting 46.3% from the field.
And they get hold on. Hey y'all, I want y'all.
That's a big dip from 50 to 39.
Hold on 1 second. Let me talk to the chat. Let me talk to the chat. So yeah, I imagine if your kid came home. Talk about
Hey, man, you
hold on, Herm. Can I talk to the chat, please? So I want y'all to imagine this. Y'all kid comes home. Hey, Dad. I did good today. Such and such didn't score 50 on me. He only scored 40 points. He only dropped 40 on me.
But we won.
Imagine taking pride in a nigga dropping. Imagine taking pride in somebody dropping 40 on you.
But we won, Dad. Hey, by me dropping us from 50 to 39, we won, Dad. so shit, we good. Hey, I ain't get the third place.
Bro, we all know that. We all know that Bill Russell had the better team.
We all know that third place ribbon, Daddy. We got the first place.
Hold on. We all Herm. We all know that the Celtics had the better team. We're only talking about the individual matchup. We're not talking about the result.
Yeah. Hey, that was part of the reason why the result happened like it did. So,
all right, hold on. Let's say. So you said that Wilt Chamberlain. You said he has better post moves than Embiid.
Man, no.
He's a better post player than Embiid. Yes.
Okay, no, hold on. We're just going through each skill category. So I'm on Synergy right now, and they've broken the big down into multiple skill categories. Who has better post moves, Wilt Chamberlain or Joel Embiid?
Wilt.
Nope.
Even A. Johnny can't even co-sign.
Okay, I'm just Herm. I don't care about your.
No, we're talking about for posting. I'm gonna for post up. I'll take Wilt, but go ahead, Herm.
No, Herm. I just want you to answer.
I been answer the question. That's
okay. Hold on. No. Hold on. So passing. Who is the better passer, Wilt or Joel Embiid?
I'm gonna say Wilt.
I'll give you Wilt there. Footwork. Who has better? Who has better footwork, Wilt or Embiid?
Wilt.
That's tough. I'm
gonna say Wilt.
That's tough.
Hey, it says right here, who has better shooting touch, Wilt or Embiid?
Embiid got a better shooting touch.
Who has better handle or ball control, Wilt or Embiid?
Embiid.
Who has better face-up shooting, Wilt or Embiid?
Wilt was shooting face-ups too.
Embiid.
Who is better free throw shooter, Wilt or Embiid?
Embiid way better free. Doesn't mean it doesn't.
Embiid shoot like 80%, right? Embiid shoot like 80%, right?
Embiid damn near like 85.
Well, I'll tell you the percentages. Wilt shot 51% for his career.
Yeah, we know that. That's not.
Embiid a better free throw.
All right. Okay. So the next category, the next category is defensive switching. Who is better?
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain.
It's
Yes.
Wilt, bro. It's not even close.
It's not even close.
It's defensive switching.
Lamont. Wilt. Yes.
All right.
Wilt. It's Wilt Chamberlain, bro.
It actually says right here, it says that there's a slight edge to Embiid, according to Synergy, but I'll rock with y'all. It says, so I don't even know what this means right here. I have no idea what this means. But it says stamina.
Oh, wait, nobody got more stamina than Wilt. 48 and a half minutes.
Yeah, that's Wilt, easy.
That's Wilt.
Like Wilt. And then it says basketball IQ.
I'm gonna say Wilt.
I can't say Wilt. No, I can't give Wilt because the information you needed to play basketball back then is not as much as today. What Embiid has to register as far as basketball information to be able to play in today's game, I don't know if Wilt could actually register all the information.
We see mental lapses in Embiid every year.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying he has a lot of mental stuff.
Hold on. That's not fair. One, because one, you didn't even watch Wilt, and two, if you go to lapses, hold on, Herm. Can I finish what I'm saying, Herm? And if you go to lapses, you're one of those guys that's big on people choking in the playoffs. There probably is no bigger playoff dropper than Wilt Chamberlain. So if you big about guys dropping and choking, then be consistent with Wilt, because Wilt Chamberlain might go down as one of the biggest playoff droppers in NBA history.
This is a hell of a day, because you want to know why my mind has changed? Because when Go James Kingdom, aka A Johnny,
why you gotta bring me in this shit? Why you gotta bring me in this shit?
Did a great breakdown video of Wilt Chamberlain why his numbers actually dipped in the playoffs. He explained it very well that it wasn't Wilt's fault. Wilt was actually playing with a high IQ and playing basketball the right way. So I mean, I really can't say that.
Now, Herm. Check this out. Watch this. Herm, did you learn something, Herm? I want you to now apply that logic to LeBron in 2011.
Oh no, 2011. 2011 was way different from what Wilt had. Way different from Wilt. It's way different.
You learned something, Herm. Let's see how well you really learn.
Herm, you really learned. That was great.
If you really learn, Herm, let's go ahead and apply that same logic to LeBron in 2011. Let's hear you reverse course.
I'm gonna use Dwayne.
No, Herm. Reverse course on 2011.
That's what I learned from Dwayne Wade.
No, Herm.
Herm. Comeback, but
we're specifically talking about what you learned from A. Johnny about why Wilt was a playoff dropper. Now, A. Johnny has also done a good job of explaining why there was a drop with LeBron in 2011. Now
see,
no, Herm. Use the same logic, and I want you to reverse course on 2011.
I listen to his Jokic. I listen to every other player except for LeBron James.
See.
I even listen to the Michael Jordan standpoint, but I'm not listening to him.
Now, hold on. Let me break this down.
I'm telling you that now. I'm not.
According to Synergy, it says post moves. It says Embiid's post game is more diverse and more calculated. They have Embiid better. It says passing.
A cool little comeback though.
Hold on. It says passing. It says while Wilt once led the league in assists, it says Embiid's reads modern defense is better. Can I just finish what it is? This is what it says on Synergy.
I thought I was muted. Hold on.
Hey, Lamont, I missed it. What did they say? Was it 6-6 Embiid? What was the score?
No. Hold on. I'm going to give you all the breakdowns. It says post moves. It gives Embiid post moves. It says post game is more diverse and calculated. Passing. It says while Wilt once led the league in assists, Embiid's reads are modern defense is better, passes out of double teams better, and more complex coverages. It says footwork. Embiid trained with Hakeem Olajuwon. His footwork in the paint is more surgical and refined. Shooting. It says not even close. Hakeem is a threat from the 3-point line, mid-range, and free throw shooting. It says making him a nightmare in pick and pop. It says Wilt never shot outside of 15 feet. Free throws, obviously Embiid. Ball handling, it says Embiid can run in transition, Euro step, beat defenders off the dribble at 7 feet tall. It says Wilt was athletic, but Embiid is more skilled with the ball in traffic. It says defensive awareness. It says Embiid plays in an era with far more complex offensive sets, guarding stretch bigs, switching on the guards, anchoring, advanced schemes. Wilt never had to defend the perimeter or switch onto Steph Curry types. It says rebounding. Embiid played against stronger, wider-bodied athletes and still averages double-digit boards. Wilt's 20-plus rebounds were inflated by era. More missed shots, faster pace. It says offensive versatility. Embiid can score from anywhere, post, elbow, three-point line, pick and roll, ISO. It says Wilt was dominant, largely a paint scorer in simpler games. It says adaptability. Embiid thrives in spacing, switching defenses, high usage roles, and modern analytics-based schemes. Wilt never had to deal with help side rotations, illegal defenses, or zones and traps. Says Joel Embiid, it gives Joel Embiid every skill category. It gives him an advantage in every skill category.
Yeah, because of the era. Basically.
Well, and go James Kingdom. That's what I was saying. So my whole point was your impact or what makes you great in one era will look a lot different in another era because the game is different, especially
now Will would be
more. Hold on one second, Herm. Especially more futuristic eras where the game is advanced and changed. So what was great, which I'm not taking nothing away from Wilt because in his time, that man was elite. He was dominant. He was great. But if we're talking about plucking him out of his era in the 60s and dropping him in this era and then making a player comparison, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to dumb him down to one of the lesser players of the league because what made him great in his era will not make him great in this era. Just being athletic and 7 feet tall in this era is JaVale McGee is athletic and 7 feet tall, and he not cracking nobody's list on nothing, right? There's a plenty of guys. Look at Jericho Sims. Jericho Sims can 48-inch vertical, set the record at the combine. That man ain't getting off nobody's bench. So just being athletic and tall in this era, you got to be way more than that. It's just like what Go James Kingdom talks about is skills. And when we start going to the things that make you skilled, that's where Wilt starts to lack. Because in his era, you could just be big and athletic versus this era, you got to be way more than just athletic.
But the reason I think he could be able to play in this era though, because he could pass Lamont. I mean, I think that he could be in the post up. He doesn't necessarily have to face up as much as everybody else. So you can post him up. Again, I don't think he would be as effective as he was when he was playing. Obviously not, because today's NBA is different. But I still think with what he has, you say just dropping him with everything that he was able to do in 1964 and put him in today's NBA, he had that fadeaway jumper. So he could, but that's only in the post.
He could run the floor too.
Yeah, he could run the floor. He would be great in transition. But again, the only reason I say you could post him up was because he could pass. But you're right, he couldn't do what Embiid do. He couldn't face up 20 feet from the rim, dribble, put the ball down, pass defenders in and out, weave. But he would definitely could post up. So, like I said, he had some skill sets, but like I said, they kind of knocked him for, like you said, for not having intricate defenses, not intricate offenses of that era, because everything was more simpler back then. And I get it. It was simpler. It was just simple basketball.
I just think without the film to support he could do it, it's hard to make the case. Like we can surmise, but I think it's easy to say that a person could make a certain pass when the team is in matchup zone and you got help defense all over the court. It's easy to say that you think somebody can do it versus watching somebody actually do it. Like, so there's really no film to support that Wilt could do it. There's hardly any film to support that any of his games that he even played as is.
I gotta get back with you on Bill Russell though. You know, Wilt was a guy that averaged 33 points per game in the playoffs, man, 52% from the field against Bill Russell.
Was a dropper.
And the Bill Russell, dropped to 25.7. 44.6 from the field, man. Hey, that's a big drop, man. That's a big drop.
Hold on. You said what dropped? Hold on. You said what about Bill dropped?
Nah,
I didn't understand what you were saying.
Chamberlain's production dropped when played against
versus the greatest defender of all time. That's what that is.
Yeah, no.
He had defensive impact, bro.
No, I'm not saying he didn't have impact. What I'm saying is what made Bill Russell great in the 60s won't make him elite in today's.
I don't know. He was very rangy. He did cover a lot of ground. He was very long and athletic. Great rebounder. Great shot blocker. I think he'll be great in this era too. Because you got.
I didn't say he wouldn't be great. I'm saying what makes you great in the 60s is not the same thing that makes you great in today's game.
But
and I said, like I said, shot blocking in the 60s. It's going to look a lot different from shot blocking in today's game when you got guys like Ja Morant and Kyrie Irving driving at you. And see, what y'all do is y'all penalize people like Rudy Gobert because he's running around having to block the shots of some of the most elite.
Penalize.
Hold on. What I'm saying is we all know, and generally speaking, who cares what you do? Generally speaking, they call Rudy Gobert bum because he's running around having the shot block against some Gilgeous-Alexander. He has to go against the Kyries. I mean, the LeBrons. He has to go up against some of the greatest finishers in NBA history, while y'all can't name no great finishers from the 60s that Bill Russell had to consistently go up against.
It was only like 8 teams.
At the end of the day, with fewer teams, you should be able to you should be dropping names. If there were ever great finishers and you knew guys that were really getting to the rim, really being crafty, super athletic, making it hard on bigs, name them.
Only Nate Thurman, Wilt Chamberlain, and Elgin Baylor, and Oscar.
And so at the end of the day, Rudy Gobert on a night in, night out basis has to see.
Bob Pettit wasn't a guy that could get to the basket. No, I'm saying, but he wasn't the type of guy that got to the basket. He was more like a shooter. He was a spot up guy.
I mean, I can play the film. Guy. I mean, I know it's not very much film, but I can.
Play some Bob Pettit. See if you can get some Bob Pettit stuff. If I'm correct, Bob Pettit was more like a spot up shooter and a little bit of a post up hook shot type of guy.
And Johnny, you also had Hal Greer too, which was Wilt Chamberlain's teammate.
Yeah, I know, but Hal Greer couldn't get to the basket like that. Like he wasn't a great finisher. He was these guys were perimeter.
He was a slasher though.
I know that's what. Yeah, they just, but they wouldn't like Lamont said. Like we're talking about great finish. We're talking about Kyrie's. You know what I'm saying? Even in the '90s, when we're talking,
he went against the Big O too, though. You know, he went against.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Big O, Elgin Baylor, Nate Thurman, Wilt Chamberlain. These were guys when they got to the basket, you were scared. You were like, oh my God, these guys could finish over me or through me. Like they were dangerous.
I don't know, you know about this guy because I really don't. But I'm gonna be it's a Guy Wilder's too though.
Yeah, that's more. I think that's the 50s. Stop it, man. He said, "Stop it, Lamont. Come on, Lamont. We're not. I hear you, Lamont. You're right. We can't. How they were impactful for the '60s is different than what it would be today. I completely agree with you. But
hold on, we got it right here. We got.
But Russell could still average 3 blocks per game.
Absolutely.
I'm not. But what do I always say? Averaging 3 blocks a game don't make you an elite defender. It's one of the reasons why I say I don't think JJJ is a great defender. I think he gets. For some reason, he's getting that 90s treatment where he gets some blocks, and now he's on all defensive teams.
He got one of the worst IQ.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. He don't belong. I don't know how he did it. And the same
like you said, he's not better than Bam defensively. How the hell you make a defensive team over Bam?
Lamont, he got one of the worst IQs in the NBA, man.
Who? JJ?
Triple J. Triple J.
He's horrible, but I don't understand how people put him on a defensive team.
Hold on, let me share. Let me play this for y'all right here.
Yeah, come on, show me Bob Pettit.
This is Bob Pettit versus Bill Russell.
He's gangster.
He cooked him.
He did. He cooked it. I think he scored 35 on him in Game 6.
He cooked him, man.
Now, what we're really looking at before I play this is
skill level
of play and skill level.
Yeah. I got you. We on it.
Let's check this out.
St. Louis. Here we go. Hey, that white boy could jump.
Okay.
Here we go. Boom. See, look. Perimeter play.
Look at that tenacious defense. Look at that tenacious defense.
No, Ma, you see, look, you couldn't move nobody out the spot. Look, that's Bob Pettit taking a hook shot. Look, see, that was Bob Pettit. A hook shot from 15 feet. Look, Bob Pettit again. Look, Bob Pettit. Look.
Oh, man.
That's what I told you. He was a spot-up shooter. That's what I'm saying. Look.
Money.
Now, what did Herb say?
Look, straight to the basket. That was dribble.
He took him out the dribble.
No, this is Bob Pettit right there. That's Bob Pettit. No, I don't even know which one was Bob Pettit.
This level of physicality
she was smoking.
This would definitely translate. This would definitely translate.
Hey, but remember, Lamont, you couldn't box out back then. You couldn't.
Yeah, I know. But
no hand
if you couldn't box out back then they definitely couldn't play in this era if you don't know how to box out.
Yeah, no hand checking.
This dude. Oh, they won the game. That's the end of the highlight, man. They won the game, man.
Hey, what I told you, Lamont, that's what he was, a spot-up shooter and on the post, hook shot. Look right there, bang.
Hold on, mind you, y'all, this is the NBA championship game. This is the best of the best. This is the best. So we're not just talking about a regular season game and they playing slouches. This is the 2 best teams in the NBA.
Dribble, make America great again, ladies and gentlemen.
Herm, talk about this, man. Talk to us.
Hey man, hey, shout out to the old guys, man. Because if it wasn't for y'all lads, they wouldn't be talking about LeBron James every damn day. So shout out to y'all old slow white bastards out there. But Bob Petty looked pretty. He looked pretty damn good though. You gonna see him. Look at that. Look at that money.
I got
man.
Bob Petty top 20. Hey Lamont, Bob
Money,
Petty
man.
top
Look at
20.
that J. Good.
Bob Petty's top 20 on my list, Lamont.
Look how he draw past Bill Russell right there.
Could Rudy Gobert guard that?
Oh my God, Rudy would dominate this era.
Petty got 20 on him too.
He'll be another Wilt Chamberlain. He'll be averaging 50 and 40.
Bro, how are these 7-footers playing below the rim though?
Because they got on Converse.
Was there no 10-second count?
No, not back then. No, there was no 10-second count back then.
Oh, hell.
Lamont, there wasn't even a defensive. I mean, offensive goaltending back then.
Man, shout out to the old guys, man. It wouldn't be no league if it wasn't for y'all, man.
And no hand checking. Look, Lamont, look, they said no flopping, and there's also no hand checking. You don't see no hand checking. You don't see nobody pushing, shoving, none of that. Didn't exist back then.
That's what makes Bob Pettit a significant threat.
Yeah,
to
I can't hate
Gobert,
on that.
I done seen more physicality.
He said Bob Pettit. He said Rudy Gobert.
In a toddler's fight.
Basketball had to start for somewhere. They had to start.
Hey,
no, I'm not saying that.
Pure basketball, Lamont. Stop hating. That is pure basketball. That is purest. It's pure. For all the rule changes. And all the
Rudy Gobert would struggle.
Yeah, they did make you dribble with the same hand. That was crazy, but they did.
No, you definitely couldn't cross over back then. They were definitely gonna call a carry. You cross over, they're gonna call the carry.
So once you start dribbling with one hand, you stuck in that one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember Havlicek when he stole the ball?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nigga, you gotta try to split niggas with one hand.
Oh, you know what? Talking about that game, if it wasn't for Havlicek stealing the ball, Bill Russell would have choked that game up. That's the game that Herm was talking about. Yeah. That was in 1964.
I did research on Bill Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Russell, if you think like one of the biggest knocks on him was, at least offensively, because his defense was always consistent in that era, but offensively, he only, especially in NBA Finals, he only had really good offensive games when the other team didn't have any 7-footers. Because there were a lot of times they played playoff games or was in the playoffs, and there were a couple times they didn't have 7-footers. And that was one of the only times he would really do well offensively. But when the other team had a 7-footer, man, he would struggle.
That's part of the reason I can't put him in my top 10 overall. Is because I look at his game
for the most
translating.
part, he was gonna struggle against Wilt, because Wilt was that damn athletic to the point where, and especially with the no-go tendency.
Bro, why do y'all keep saying Wilt was that athletic, man? I can play film showing you this man's athleticism was trash.
Oh, Lamont, don't do that, Lamont. Don't do that. Don't do it, Lamont. Don't do it, Lamont. Don't get started now.
Hey, Johnny got the film.
I got film.
I can pull it up. Hold on, watch
this. This man's a Hall of Fame volleyball player. Lamont, how he wasn't athletic? Lamont, what are you talking about? Lamont, this man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Peace. My bad. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
Lamont, and I'm gonna tell you, in LA, man, they were still saying that Wilt was running the gyms, the Poly Pavilion gyms, the pickup runs against Magic Johnson in the summertime. They couldn't do anything with Wilt.
I heard that before. I heard that.
Yeah,
Larry Brown has a story about that. Larry Brown has a story where Magic Johnson and them tried to take a game away from Wilt because Wilt blocked his shot, and then Wilt said, "Okay, you know what? Give me all of." I think he was coaching a college. He said, "Give me your college boys, and we're gonna play." He said, "Y'all not scoring no more," and they didn't score again. They didn't score.
How come when it comes to Wilt, it's a whole bunch of mythical stories that ain't no film
because it's 1900s, Lamont. What do you want, Lamont? It's 1900s, Lamont.
All of a sudden, Wilt Chamberlain, who had literally no muscle mass,
this is a
stood next to Arnold Schwarzenegger and bench pressed 500 pounds.
That's what Arnold Schwarzenegger said. Arnold Schwarzenegger said. That's what Arnold said.
I'm telling you from LA.
You was there, you weren't there, Lamont.
and I'm telling you, my uncle played for UCLA under John Wooden. He was on the freshman team. I'm telling you the stories that he used to tell me.
So you telling me that's a fake? That's an AI picture?
Just like Chilltown told us the story of Kenny Smith dunking the ball.
No, I don't.
Wait a minute, Lamont. Is that AI, Lamont? Is it AI? Is it AI watching Wilt Chamberlain and Andre the Giant carry Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's an AI picture. That's not a real picture.
Man, I don't know, man. Hold on. We're about to play this film now.
Oh, go ahead, play this film because I guarantee you're gonna see nothing but athleticism with Will Chamberlain. That's all you're gonna see,
bro. We about to see.
That's all you finna see.
What we about to see is we gonna see a guy that looked like he used to run track trying to play basketball.
Oh my
That's
God!
what it looked like.
Don't do that, Lamont.
Y'all know what it looks like when one of the football players that don't really hoop come and try to hoop with the hoopers.
Yeah, stop it, Lamont. Stop it now. This is my number 2.
It looked like somebody really athletic out there that don't know what they're doing.
You just proved that point talking about track, though.
Bro, I didn't say the man couldn't run fast. Being athletic and running fast is two different things. Basketball athleticism is different. All right, let's see this, y'all. Let's check them out. If I see him walk in the gym, y'all nervous?
Oh, yeah.
That's a big nigga.
Lamont, that's a 17-year-old. Lamont, you talking about a 17-year-old. Lamont, that's a 17-year-old. That's a 17-year-old.
I'm just strolling right there.
Lamont, that's a 17-year-old.
Look at him with the ball.
This is a 17-year-old.
I'm worried about that. I'm worried. Look at that. I can palm the ball. Look at that. Oh, man.
Lamont, he wasn't even allowed to drink. What are you talking about? See that?
Oh, yeah.
He was a globetrotter, man.
Come on, Lamont. Look at what he's doing. This is a 7-footer. It's a 7-footer doing this. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, here we go, Lamont. Okay, show me MB doing this. Here we go. Oh, yeah, MB can do that.
Oh, snaps.
Come on, Lamont. This is 1952.
Oh, above the rim. Damn.
Lamont, that's athleticism at its finest.
Oh, shit. I ain't seen this before.
Damn. Come on, Lamont. Nobody was doing that in 1962.
No,
look at
the athleticism.
Look at that. Nobody. You just said that, Lamont. You said how you had all these 7-footers and nobody could be above the rim. He was the first one. Look at him, Lamont. This is 59-year-old. Like he's 50, Lamont. This is 50.
This pimping Wilt right here.
Yeah, this is 50. Look at this. This is nothing all day. Look at Carl. Talking about he got no. Look at the muscles. Look at the trapezius muscles.
Oh, okay. Let me see it. Okay,
there you go, Lamont. Come on, Lamont.
Damn. Hey, man, Marcus Johnson.
Shaq can't. Lamont.
He's damn 70.
Shaq is the same age as Wilt right now. Shaq can't do that.
Man, Marcus
Shaq
Johnson
just jumped on NBMT.
dunking at 70.
No, he did not. That was an 8-foot rim.
Fade.
Look at that. Come on, look at that fade, Lamont.
Hold on.
Look, Lamont.
Ooh, look at that jumper.
Look, that jumper. He don't need to jump, Lamont. Look in your mouth. You better come out here. You better come out here. What's wrong with you? Look at that, Lamont. What are you talking about?
Man, look at this shot.
Look,
Give me
Lamont.
that.
Lamont, he can do
Hold on.
it,
Look at
Lamont.
this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this. Okay, I like this. I like this.
Look.
Give me that,
Bang.
man.
Look, Lamont. That was cash. Look, cash money. Bang.
This
He can do it.
ain't helping the 100-point game case, man.
Look at this, Lamont. Look. You remember Moses Malone shot? Look, this is a hook shot, Lamont. This is what I show. Look, they bet $5. He told him, I bet you $5 you won't make this. Of course I'm gonna make this. Bam. $5 was a lot of money back then. But put another $5 on it. I got you. Bet this $5. I got you. Come, bang. Look at that, Lamont. That's gangster, Lamont. Come on, Lamont. Look, he said, I bet you for $5. He's like, look, I'm betting you $5 right now. Let's do it again.
For $5 is
bam, nigga from the corner. Look, he's like, man, he just lost $5.
Okay, hold on. The hook shots is, but I'm trying to see athleticism. The hook shots that's tough right there. I'll give you the hooks.
You got to play the games for that.
Now you got to show him with his track and field stuff, man. The man broke records in track and field.
Okay.
Look at him. This is playing against younger dudes. Look at Lamont.
Look at the defense. Okay.
Get that out of here. What's wrong with you, bro? You get out of my paint. Look, my in church shoes, Lamont. Lamont, you never played in church shoes a day in your life, bro.
Yes, I have.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on, Lamont.
You got to handle too while you playing.
Yeah.
You got to handle too, man.
Look at this.
Damn,
look at this, Lamont. Look, they never saw nothing like this, Lamont. The real number 13. Look. Look. He was 14 then, Lamont. He was 14 then.
Look at the athleticism.
Come on. He was so great, Lamont. He had to go play for the Golden Trotters. Look. We saw how Jordan played in a suit. Never this great. Never. Look at this. Lamont, look at the athleticism, Lamont.
Lamont,
he's jogging, Lamont. He know how fast he can run. Look. Come on. Come on,
I don't know if Rudy. Yeah, y'all right. Rudy Gobert couldn't do nothing with that. Look at that post.
Nah, he would have dominated. He would have killed Rudy Gobert. This is a man. This is a grown man. This is a man that didn't even like being like this. Look, he didn't like playing rough. Remember, he couldn't play rough. He couldn't do this. This is why they were saying Shaq. Imagine Wilt Chamberlain could do what Shaq was doing. Look at that.
There. Hold on, he was struggling a little bit. Right
he was not struggling. He was not struggling. Look, in church shoes, Lamont, never in your life, ever in your life, Lamont. In church shoes,
damn, that's unstoppable right there. Look at that dribble. Look at that handle.
I told you, I give you Embiid the handles. That I give it to you. They couldn't dribble. Back. They couldn't dribble back then. Look, they couldn't dribble back then. That I give it to you, brother. Look, get out of here. Get out of here. What's wrong with you? That's for reparations. Come on, let's go.
You got to show all them gold teams.
Come on, Lamont.
Yeah, look at that handle. Dang.
Come on, man. Jordan talking about he gonna take Magic. What do you think Jordan would have took Magic in the 75?
Hold on. No. We got two peas in a bone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know your son. He's a high-level D1 basketball player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the coach walk in with a dude like this, right? Hold on. Let me go back to the other screen.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, Lamont. My bad. I wanted to show you something. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me put the other screen back up. Yeah. And the coach say, you know what? We feel like your son, if we pair him with this guy, we win in the NCAA championship. You having confidence?
Well, let me ask you, how old is the guy?
He's college, old enough to be in college.
No.
18 years old.
Is he 24 years old? College?
He's as old as as old as he is in these pictures.
If he's 24-year-old in college and he's been in college for 5 years, yeah, I'm confident. Absolutely. Yeah, sign us up.
You didn't like that hook shot? Please, you didn't like that hook shot?
Because in college, you could play his own and just pack him in the paint.
Hey, man. Lord, give him the good old Zach Edey.
Absolutely.
But you know what happened to Zach Edey?
Now that was bad culture.
That 16 seed came and said, we don't give a damn about you being 7'4".
So wait a minute, Lamont. Lamont, so you telling me this is a fake? This is a fake photo, Lamont. This is not him holding up Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger is like what, 270, 260 back then? What was Arnold Schwarzenegger back then? That's not a real picture.
People,
huh? He's holding with one. That's one arm. That's Andre the Giant. That's what I'm saying. You tell me Andre the Giant isn't strong? He's as strong as Andre the Giant.
Are two people lifting him up?
Yeah, you know who Andre the Giant is, right? That's Wilt Chamberlain to the left. Arnold Schwarzenegger is in the middle, and that's Andre the Giant to the right. You know who Andre the Giant is, right?
What are they doing that's so impressive?
That's a buff, big dude they holding up.
They're holding up the world's strongest man in the world.
Me and Herm could lift him together. Two men.
No, you are not lifting up. No. You are not lifting on. You are not lifting on Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I can squat 250 with no problem.
We could pick them up, but it wouldn't be no one arm like them.
Not like that.
Hanging on their arms.
Because they're strong, Lamont.
You must never lift it. See, you must, man. Come on, Herm. I know you lift the weight. Stop.
I can squat. I can squat a lot too, though.
Yeah, come on.
I know. I tell you one thing. MB can't do that. That's one motherfucker for sure. MB can't do that.
He'll get hurt trying to do it. He'll get hurt. Hey, we ain't gonna disrespect Wilt, man. We're gonna let them be great in their era, man.
Exactly. Let's leave Wilt
alone. We ain't gonna bring him over here.
Wilt is Thanos. Don't get me started.
That is crazy, man.
They say I'm on Wally time tonight. I told y'all I turned 44 this weekend, so that's official. I'm
when your Zach birthday, John?
The first.
Damn, you a Gemini.
Yeah, I'm a Gemini. That's right. I terrorize everybody, man. We adapt.
My birthday tomorrow, nigga.
Oh, happy birthday. See, that's how me and Herm get along. That's why me and Herm get along. We could adapt to anything, man. That's what's up, man.
May 30th, man.
Happy birthday, brother. Enjoy your birthday, man.
Same to you too, brother.
Yeah, man. See,
Herm gave me a warm welcome to the show last time, man. God.
I was cool as shit. I just like to talk shit.
But that makes me unk level, right, guys? If you're 44, you're unk level, right? I'm officially unk level.
It's normal, Herm. You ain't seen Crash Out Herm yet.
Oh, no, he's going off on me.
Nah, that wasn't him going off. You ain't seen Crash Out Herm.
I wasn't going out there with talking shit, though.
You know, none of us really tripped on it. We all thought it was just normal Herm.
Oh wow,
that's just the regular Herm.
That's the crazy part, man. Salute to y'all in the chat, man. Appreciate the love, man.
I'm still trying to find this clip when Herm
man.
crashed out on LeBron James, man.
Which one, the Nazi one? Because he crashed out on us too. We did one time. We got him good too on our channel as well. He got him good too one time. So it happens to the best of us, right, Herm? It happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us.
You snapped that on somebody. Shit, just last week.
Yeah, just visit. Come get it in blood, motherfucker. Come get it in blood. Come get it in blood. If you swore I owe you money, come get it. Oh man, this game is good.
I had it in one of your intros. I'm about to play the intro. I had it in one of your intros, didn't I?
Oh yeah. He go. I will troll it then though.
That's the one where I got the picture of him smiling. Right, he was so happy that day.
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny.
Ain't never seen Herm so happy at the end of his life. Wait, I don't know what LeBron did that day, but LeBron failed supremely. So Herm was happy.
Hold on, what was the name of y'all show, Herm?
Yeah, cause this
in the zone. Was it in the zone?
That was
was it
the crossover?
No, that wasn't the crossover. Damn, I forgot what the show me and True had. The name of it.
Was it You and True?
Yeah, that was the Me and True joint when you did that. You remember he had that crazy rap song playing in it.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Nah, it was a full court press.
It wasn't full court press?
It was a full court press.
Is it 94 Feet Boys with you and Young Africa?
Nah, it wasn't us. It wasn't us.
Was it in the zone? Was it in the zone?
I wasn't on In the Zone, but I know it's Me and True show. Let me see. I could go back to old messages and shit.
It's on your channel, Lamont?
Yeah, I'm about to go to my playlist. It got to be in my playlist, man.
It was really that bad?
Yes.
Oh, it's classic. Fun. It's classic.
Damn. Yeah, it was funny.
Let me see.
Pure classic.
Well, hold on. We got podcast. It's under podcast. Crossover. True. It's not True Talk with Hollywood Herm, right?
Yeah, that's it.
They got 4 episodes.
That's it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Videos.
Michael Jordan fraudulent, the defensive player of the year. No, that's.
It was just in the intro though, because I had to clip it and put it in the intro.
Yeah.
Damn, Lamont, you got 166,000 subscribers now. Lamont, keep going. Shout out to you, bro.
Oh, that's not it.
But it was True Talk Sports though, because he had that crazy song. I forgot the name of that rap song. Yeah.
What, the one when you went crazy?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. The song was. Oh, yeah. This is it right here. Listen to this shit. Hold on, I gotta download it first.
Found it. There you go.
Cause I made a crazy intro with it in there.
Yeah. It was classic though.
Oh, the song is crazy. I think the song got banned from YouTube.
Yeah, shit. You got some strikes for that, if I'm not mistaken.
What rap song was that? It was a real rap song.
Yeah, it said some wild stuff in it, man. About KKK, all that stuff it was saying.
Oh, it was a song you made yourself.
No, I didn't make it.
Oh wow.
Hold on, y'all might be able to hear it. I'm gonna share the screen. Maybe y'all can hear it from here. Let me share my screen. The song is kind of out of pocket, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Hey, listen to this, man. But I put Herm's audio with the song because they go together.
Herm is the best, man.
Hold on. Can y'all hear the sound? Let me know. Make sure y'all can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it.
So Slovenia stand up. Russia stand up. Soviet Union stand up.
Hey, man, I'm riding with y'all, man. We gonna put a nuclear bomb on LeBron James and Los Angeles Lakers, nigga. We bringing them illegal weapons overseas. You gonna talk about Nazis? Hey, Dom Hitler once said that, hey, all black men, hey, we are the kings. We are the dudes. We are the most powerful. So even Adolf Hitler knew that we were the most powerful. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I rolled with the Nazis, nigga, because they knew what we was before them other motherfuckers knew what we was.
Kung Fu Panda. Is my nigga. Put the barrel on his head and pull the trigger. With my nigga Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. An enemy A beats me up every day. He is a prick when she got shot in JFK.
Yeah, that song could get you. Boy, that song is nasty.
It got you some strikes for real though.
Man.
Oh my God. Oh,
what pushed you to that point?
Nah, I was just having fun before.
Okay.
No. Hold on, 2P. No, don't let him lie. When I pull up the original clip from the video,
I be messing with the people in the chat too. Lamar,
Herm didn't know I was gonna clip it, but he crashed out mad. He was siding with any team that was going against LeBron James, and it just happened to be Nikola Jokic at the time during his stretch when he was beating up on LeBron James.
This was right before the series started. So.
Man, that was funny as hell. Because remember, he was walking up the street. He was walking up the street asking random people about it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I asked somebody about it. He said, "Yeah, man."
Oh man.
Yep, that was exactly what it was too. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
He went full Kanye mode, man. Yep, that's fact. Damn.
He went full Kanye mode.
I wish Herm would be more consistent. We gotta get your show back, man. Herm, you gotta stop bullshitting.
We gotta start getting Herm.
I
get my laptop.
I do be BSing.
It'd be Herm showtime coming up. Herm nowhere to be found, man.
Oh wow!
Nah, I actually was showing up. That was Young Africa. That wasn't me.
That was true. That is true. Young Africa
was on point, actually.
Now, where are you guys from?
I live in Florida. I'm from Miami, so I live in Florida.
I'm from Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Memphis and Florida.
Okay. But Lamar, man, I'm in my doctorate program now, so I've been having so much homework.
Bro, I started my doctorate program. I got out of that immediately, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That shit was hard as hell. Yeah, and this how I know. This how because I sometimes I think I'm intelligent, right, bro? That first semester of my doctorate program, everything I turned in came back as an F. I'm sitting here trying my hardest. I'm talking about this professor was on me. I don't know if she had something against me or what, man.
Yeah, you gotta look up the professors before you jump in them classes, though.
Bro, it wasn't even. It was just all coming back Fs. I'm like, what?
Hey Lamar, this how happy Herm was when he was making that video of him crashing out about LeBron James. Right here. This one right here. This was the best. But I said, yo, this dude was so happy that day when they showed me that clip for the first time. I couldn't help but die laughing. He was going in on LeBron. I said, "Oh, this fits so perfectly, bro." Shout out to you, Herm, man. That was a classic, bro. I couldn't believe it. He was so happy LeBron was about to get his ass kicked. He was just over. He was rooting for anybody to beat LeBron. That was just the best.
Hey, Johnny, they asked you, have you ever seen the Bang versus Mookie debate?
No. I know Bang has debated everybody, but I have not seen him and Mookie.
Yeah, they did that here on FYF.
They did.
Yeah.
I thought you said Mookie was scared to come up here.
He can.
Oh, I need to see that one. I need to go back.
It got so bad.
Yeah, because Bang don't play.
It got so bad for Mookie that one of the subscribers made a rap song about it.
Damn.
Only thing I can say, I wish Mook would have done just do the debate instead of just that nigga just started. He just went in on LeBron. He didn't care about the debate. That's why I wish he would have just did the debate, because he could have made it interesting. Cause Bang, he be coming with his stuff, but he got some weaknesses that he could have explored some weaknesses Bang be having sometimes, but he just wanted to. He crashed out instead of debating.
Now,
Now I know you guys talk basketball, right? And I love what you guys be saying. And I hear you comparing eras. What is the best era of basketball to you and why?
Ooh.
I got
I
the
guess
2000 and 2010.
Yeah, I'm biased
Oh
because
no!
that's
Okay, I agree with you. Well, then we in
that's
agreement.
the best era. That's the
As
best
far
era.
as talent, I broke it down. I did a whole show about it. As far as from talent, from individual players to dynasty teams, to narratives, storylines, from greatness on both sides of the basketball.
The best draft class in history was in.
I think it's the 2000s gave you the best about everything.
I agree with you.
It's the most balanced era ever.
Yeah, I will agree.
I think the only thing that kind of hurt it
was the first couple of years
early on when they implemented the zone and teams had to obviously
figure
adjust.
it out. Yeah, you had to figure it out.
Well, their rosters wasn't built for it. Like they had to go get shooters. And like the only team that knew it was coming ahead of time was the Phoenix Suns owner, and he had already preloaded his team up with shooters. So they walked into it,
too, and the Mavericks too.
So the Phoenix Suns and a few other teams knew it was coming, preloaded their teams up for it. So they looked like they had some real great offenses, but it just because y'all motherfuckers knew shit was coming before everybody else.
Yeah,
I got the 2010s, and then until this year, and when this decade is always got to be this year. But I got the 2010s, but for the same reasons Lamar got the 2000s. The narratives, the everything. You know what I'm saying? The historical, the like the Bronze 2013 season, the 2016 Curry season, the 2017 Westbrook season. You know what I'm saying? The All-Star slam dunk contest between Levine and Gordon. Like there was so many great things that happened. The super teams, all the stuff that happened in the 2010s. I think it's really made it the best era in basketball. It's going to be one of the most memorable eras as well.
How many good dunk contests were there in that era, in that decade?
There's barely any good dunk contests per era. It's usually like one or two per era.
Not in 2000 to the 2010 to 2009.
But didn't they cancel the dunk contest for a little bit?
Huh?
In the 90s, the late 90s.
I
don't remember. I think the most memorable one that I remember from the 2000s was Vince Carter's. I don't know no other ones.
You got the Jason Richardson, Desmond Mason.
That's not really nobody.
Oh no, that was a heck of a contest.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I do because I do remember Richard Jefferson
between the legs though.
No, I know. I do remember that, but not too many people, bring that up. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about it, usually, like I said, every decade is usually one. The one in the 2000s was Vince Carter. The one in the 2010s was the Zach LaVine one. The one in the 90s was what, Harold Miner? Maybe.
No, I think the best dunk contest might have been, but at least that I can remember, might have been the Isaiah Ryder one when he was the first one to do the between the leg.
Yeah,
that might have been
for the 90s.
I think that was the 90s. Am I wrong?
I'm just saying. You saying that's the best
before Kobe won.
You said that's the best all time, or just the best for the 90s?
No, I'm saying when you think about the 90s, really, it wasn't a lot of great dunk contests in the 90s. It wasn't.
I remember Harold Miner was the one that was the most memorable, and obviously for me, Larry Johnson. But I think Harold Miner and Larry Johnson was the same one, if I'm correct.
I thought the one when Isaiah Ryder between the leg, that was at the time where nobody had seen no shit like that.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you have the Cedric Sabalas blindfold.
No, that was whack. That was whack. That was whack, dog. Come on, man.
Let's not forget Kenny Smith. Let's not forget Kenny Smith.
Right up to the rim.
Yeah, between the leg.
Let's not forget Kenny Smith between the legs, reverse dunk off the backboard. Let's not forget that one now. But I mean, I get what you're saying. Maybe the 90s might have had a couple of more, but I think that Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon one was just like that was.
Yeah, that's the best I've ever seen. The Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon is the best I've ever seen.
I agree with you. I'm just saying in the 2000s, I think you had a couple with Jay Richardson.
I give you that one.
Hey, Johnny.
But you had Nate Robinson and Dwight.
Here go the beginning of the music
that was
video.
Good one too. That was good too. All right, let's go. Let's see it.
Here go the beginning of this was the music video that we did after Mookie lost. Oh, hold on. Let me turn the sound up.
Player of all time, nigga.
Hold on.
First of all, LeBron James, right? Y'all call this motherfucker the greatest player of all time, nigga. He is the only player in NBA history
want to talk about easy work, bitch. Get your speech right. What the fuck is Listerine, nigga? Okay, but anyway,
what the hell?
In career win shares, regular season, and playoff season, I'm going to have to read my books.
It's facts over feelings. You talk about Listerine, boys. You Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You as a puppet. Boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings. You talk about Listerine.
I remember this.
You talking in mysteries. You as a puppet, the ticket that's misery. Said that you bite it, babe. Boy, know your history. All in your feelings. You gotta be kidding me. Bad for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it.
Yeah, he went off on that one. Yeah, I gotta check that one out, man. Check out.
Yeah. You see why y'all keep giving me shit? Now the next time I talk to Dookie, I'm gonna be like, yo, you are the worst Zesty, Jeffrey, and Listerine. You are the worst Zesty, Jeffrey, and Listerine. Yo, for real. That's how bad. That's how bad he was getting whooped. That he wanted to say LeBron's name. He wanted to say Le History. They love LeBron James, bro. They love LeBron James, bro. Them dudes are the funniest,
man. Bro.
Shout out to Dookie and them for getting exposed by A Weezy Bang in the Bang Nation. Shout out to A Weezy, man. Keep doing your thing, brother. That's what's up.
Adam John says, "What's the song is called Listerine, man? All you gotta do is look up Listerine on my channel. You'll find it. The whole video, man. He did a whole video, man. The song actually go crazy. Oh man,
that is crazy. That is hilarious, bro. Damn. You know what? I just, like I said, Lamont, I found your channel like a year and a half ago, and I missed all of this great stuff that y'all had from 2 years ago. Dang.
I was just listening. Carrington J says, "What happened to Go Mike?" I was literally just listening to Go Mike stream because I don't know if you know Go Mike, Go James Kingdom.
Nah, I don't know.
Go Mike is he do the most random streams at the random times. And I tuned in. It was like 3 a.m. I tuned into one of his streams, and him and his panel, they was just talking, and they be having casual conversations that be having me dying, man. And they was basically saying they was talking about needing more subscribers, and Go Mike was basically saying, "Look, man," he's like, "Man, I need some more subscribers, man." He's like, I need some people that ain't got shit to do at home.
just collecting subs.
He said, I need some people. I need some dudes at home without shit to do that could just sit on the panel and just come on because they ain't got no job, man. But they was having a real conversation, man. And I'm sitting here dying, man. I'm dying laughing. I tuned in one time to his stream. It was the middle of the night. Go Mike and his panel. They let some random dude up on the stage. And it was some dude from India just butt naked, just showing everything.
Get out of here.
And as soon as Go Mike saw it, he screamed out loud. It was oh, man.
That's crazy.
I'm talking about random, like I go in the middle of the night, he have random women on there. They arguing and debating about relationships. I'm talking about, man, Go Mike. I don't know how he ain't went viral yet. I don't know how. That man is funny as hell.
I gotta go check it. He do his streams real late though. I think that's part of the issue.
Oh man,
he has to though. You can't. I mean, you gotta remember if your content is a little bit too, too adult, content, they don't push it like that.
Bro, if you ever met Go Mike, ain't nothing adult about their content.
That's crazy.
Go Mike, this man that came on the channel, he said he played LeBron James 1-on-1. Said he played, bro. Oh man, this dude is wild, man.
Lamar, you know how to find him, Lamar. You know how to find him.
Lamar, you got to bring the debates back, man.
Debate series, bring it back, Lamar.
I can't give Go Mike a show, man, because Go Mike too inconsistent.
Go Mike, he do his stuff at random, so that's kind of tough. You do it at random.
And then he'll fall asleep on the live and just leave it live for like 7 hours.
Oh no,
that's his name. That's his page name, Goat Mike.
Nah, he changes his channel name like every week, so it's always something different.
Something different, and then he'll mess around and do a show while he at work. He'll do it while he at work.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've been seeing people going live while they be at work. I'm like, man, you must have a real easy job.
We made he freestyled on our channel one time.
Uh-oh.
And because he's because Go Mike, one of the staples to Go Mike is that he's like a 10-year worker at like Walmart. He loves his job. Like he takes pride in his job. And man, we made a he did a freestyle on our channel. Let me see if I got it. It's called Cart Pushing 101.
Oh my God.
No, it's
these people are the best. I'm telling you, man, the internet's the best, man.
When Will came on here, some dude from Ticket TV came on here and exposed himself.
Oh, when are you doing the interview with the you're supposed to be interviewing somebody, right?
Yeah, Elliot. Yeah, I was actually supposed to bring him on today, but I guess some stuff came up, so now I pushed it to Sunday. So I'm gonna be having him on Sunday. So make sure y'all tune in. I'm gonna schedule the live. I'm gonna get that live scheduled probably tonight, so everybody can already be gearing up for it.
What time Sunday?
It's probably gonna be 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So I don't know what that is.
Okay. No, I could do that. I'm actually I'm going out of town that day, but I can do that.
You know, hey Lamont. You know what? The Lakers. I mean, not the Lakers. The Knicks look like they're about to win this game here.
Oh no, they are gonna win.
Yeah, they about to win.
Yeah, they're about to win.
You saw how bad it is when you give up a game in the playoffs right now. If they didn't give that game 1 up, they would be up 3-2 right now.
They up 18 with a minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
Yeah, that was
Indiana's pulled out their starters as well.
That's him right there. That's Go Mike.
Nah, that's not him, but it was a video we found that related to him. It kind of looked like him though.
Then Chelsea Downs. Considering whole parking lot, 2 people. Be a judge, knowing it's fucked up in a way.
That's him right there.
It's your boy Go in the building, Mr. He can't.
This is this guy, not this guy.
Big chest. He be talking shit on my name, but that's all he got is shit talk. He can't back shit up. I don't talk. I'm like the Black Mamba. I don't talk. I walk. That's all I know. All I do is back up whatever I say. Mr. Big Chest. He wish he was on my level, but he ain't. He always talking shit on my name, but I left the shit. Cause all Big Chest know about is trying to get the girls. He walked to the girls, they were like, hell no. I'd rather date that's the facts, you feel me? I'm the GOAT for a reason. Niggas be hating my name. I pull to the court and I give niggas buckets, left, right, crossover, mid-range jumpers. Like the black like a massacre. When I pull to the court, niggas get scared like Lamont. Lamont said he better than me, but I laugh with the messed up leg. It's all good and gravy. You know what I'm saying? I keep saying that shit. That's on me. I'm supposed to come in here like a number 2 pistol, but I came here like trash. I come to the court and I give niggas dunks. Niggas say I can't dunk, but I'm showing what's up. Niggas like True the King try to change. You can't see True the King, too short. The lady on the panel said that Big Chest was jacking off. He might have been. I'm done right there.
Hey man, you know who he sounds like?
Show that 101 game, man.
You know who he sounds like?
My name every time you wake up. Rico,
he sounds like
yo, why his sideburns longer than his afro?
Bro, go Michael.
Hey man, he sound like fisticuffs when Dave Chappelle was acting like the rapper on the Dave Chappelle show.
Boy, that was wild.
Damn, Lamont. And now I see Lamont why your channel.
Hey, Lamont, you still got the 101 game tape that he got?
Which one?
The one he.
Oh yeah, so he bet somebody. You know, I don't know if y'all seen a dude named Hitman X. He'll send super chats every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So he got into it. He got into it with Goat Mike. They ended up actually meeting up in real life to play 1-on-1.
No way.
Wow. Yes, to play 1-on-1, and Gold Mike beat him. Gold Mike beat him.
No way.
Bad too. They was oh man. Then he lost. He came on the panel and said he only lost because Go Mike was musty as hell. Because Go Mike said he had to run. Go Mike had to run. He had to run. Yeah, he had to run. He didn't have a ride to the gym, so he had to run to the gym like 10 miles.
No way.
Wait, he ran 10 miles and still beat him?
Damn.
So Go Mike played him again. Go Mike played him again.
This time with deodorant?
No, this time it was worse. It was worse because Hitman X got up like 15 points. I mean, it was like 17-2. Go Mike came back. Won.
No way. No.
It got so bad, man. His buddy had to step in and break him up, man.
Oh my
man,
God,
bro.
damn Lamont.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
Lamont.
bro.
Yeah,
Hold on. And Herm, you missed the last one-on-one he had. He put it on his channel. It was
played against.
He was playing some random dude, right? And it was some random 2 dudes. But the dude had his girl there. And Go Mike finally scored on the dude because they was losing. And he said something to dude girl. Bro, why these dudes get to fighting right there, man?
Oh my God. Yo, I can't, man. I'm telling you, bro. And you know what's crazy about all this is recorded. You know how much stuff is on the internet like this on YouTube, bro? It's crazy, bro.
Nah, babe, Johnny, he entertaining though. He's entertaining.
Bro, Mike, bro,
that's what I'm saying.
Bro, Mike is so random, man. That's funny as hell, man.
YouTube, that's why YouTube is it, man. I keep telling y'all, man, y'all make sure to subscribe and support people's channels that's doing content, man. They out here doing some stuff and you like it, subscribe and like it, man.
I'm gonna tell y'all what his channel name is to this week. He changed his name again. His channel name this week is, let me see. He changed it to, okay, so his channel name this week is One Gorilla versus 100 Men. I'm not joking, man. I am not joking.
He the gorilla.
He changes it every week.
Is one gorilla with the number or spelled out?
The number one. The number, like literally the number one gorilla versus 100 men. He has 3.4K subscribers. And next week I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't know.
Yeah, I better subscribe while y'all can.
Oh, no, I can't. It's not pulling up. It's actually giving me the Gorilla 100 Men situation. I can't. It's not giving me his.
I'll put it on the screen. He's actually live right now, man. Hold on, let me share.
Oh wait, look,
Let me share my screen so you can see it.
Yeah, it's not giving me no channels. It says shorts, lives.
No, you got to type in Goat Mike. Type in Goat Mike. That's the key to finding this channel. You got to type in Goat Mike in the search bar. You can't type in his channel name.
Okay, I found it. Okay, I found it.
Now
you got 3,000 subscribers. Okay.
Now the problem is he's live right now, but I still think that's his live from last night where he fell asleep. So it's probably not nothing on the screen. You think I'm joking?
No, he's live right now. He's live. He's yeah.
Oh, he got people on there?
Yeah, you don't want to pop it up. You don't want. I guess you can't. Can you pop it up? I don't know.
He gonna say some wild shit. He gonna say the Knicks gonna come back and win.
Nah, because it's the background. It's his background that I would say that.
Oh, the female in the background?
Yeah, he got a female in the background. They're live right now.
Yeah, that's Goat Mike channel, man. Y'all need to go check them out, man. But I'm gonna shut this one down. Yeah, I've been live too long, man, as it is, man.
So damn, Lamar. So you did 30 minutes about Anthony Edwards, and they derailed you to something else. The whole live.
The whole live, man.
Hey, what was your take on Ant-Man? I know I missed that.
Just the take was just that the media done with him. They used him up. They used him because he beat LeBron. Then they paraded him around like he was the next MJ, and then as soon as he had a failure, they discarded him. Now they moved on to SGA.
But the media capped the media capped though, because if they honestly remember Jordan, that's what made Jordan's story good. Because
but they
don't allow that.
Yeah, they don't allow you to talk about Jordan's failures or, Jordan's 6-0. He's perfect. And like I said, that's what I said. I said, Jordan, shit, whenever he was faced against a team that was better than him, he always failed. He never ever overcame. That was part of his journey.
Well, I think you touched on something that was very important, was the idea that whenever it's something great, they want to attach it to Jordan, but when it's not something great, it's not attached to Jordan. And that's typical of Zesty Jeffries. That's how they operate. And again, if you're gonna make him Jordan for doing all the great stuff, beating LeBron, doing all this other great stuff, then when he scores 16 points in the game and decides to pass because they're playing great defense, well, that's what Jordan did in '89. So you can't be mad at him for that as well. I just think that if SGA doesn't win it, I can see, because the Kobe fans are right now trying to run to the SGA bandwagon and saying he's a disciple of Kobe. If he doesn't win it, yeah. Some people don't like it because Kobe fans are real fans, so they don't like nobody comparing him to Kobe, or nobody can be compared to Kobe. Jordan fans, they love to compare Jordan to everybody. Everybody's the next Mike besides Kobe. But for Kobe, they don't let you say, yo, Kobe's that. See, look at George. George responded quick. As soon as you look, I'm not. He said, I'm not. He said, I'm not. The most Kobe fans don't, but there's some that's trying to do it because there's some Kobe fans that think they're Mike fans. They can try to do what Kobe
look, we all know that when these players are on their high, they love to compare everybody to Jordan or some player tested. And then as soon as Ant-Man loses and he has his post-game conference, everybody was comparing his post-game conference to LeBron after he lost. Oh, he's like LeBron and he's this. So they test the losing. They try to connect that when a player fails to LeBron. And when a player is up and he winning, they don't ever want to connect that to a player today. They don't never say he likes Steph, or they don't never say he like LeBron. They always try to connect it, winning and success, to Jordan. Oh, he being like Jordan. And it's just like, okay. And it all stems from people like Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, can you imagine Jordan being the measuring stick? Can you imagine somebody tell you something from 30 years ago is still the measuring stick of greatness? That means for 30 years, bro, you missed 30 years of greatness in your life because you sitting here looking for something that happened in 1995. Yeah, these people are the worst, bro.
Now, but Minnesota is a piece or two away from actually being the legit contenders to me. And what Ant-Man is doing, he's moving in the right direction. He's just going through his growing pains. So
yeah, the problem with Ant is Ant needs to figure out what type of player he wants to be, because you can't build around him until he figures out what type of player he wants to be. He's gonna have to lock in.
Yeah, that's growing pains, though.
It is growing pains, but he's gonna have to. It will help the team out if he picks a style of play and just rocks with it.
That's true. That's true.
Like, for example, SGA. SGA is, look, this is the type of player I'm gonna be. High efficient, mid-range killer. We're gonna build around that. SGA ain't one night trying to be John Stockton and another night trying to be Jordan. He's just being SGA every single night. And so when you simplify your game, which I think a lot of people are saying he needs to add to his game, I think he needs to simplify his game. I think he complicated things by shooting all these threes this year.
He did.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, now you're shooting just as many threes as Steph. Like, what the hell are we like? How do we build around you when you change your game significantly every year? It's just like, how do we know how to build? Like, and you got to pick a style of play and rock with it and commit to it so the team can build around it. That's what I feel.
I'm starting to believe, though, that the 40% 3-point stat is overrated.
For Ant-Man, it is.
That's interesting.
And that's the example. Ant-Man shooting 39.5, round up, it's 40. I think it's overrated because he was a better mid-range player in going to the basket and dunking on people. And honestly, that's why he got the comparisons to his predecessors, because of what he was doing.
Because he started getting double teamed and he was having trouble getting to the basket. So
what
he
happened
added a 3-point game to make it easier.
No, what happened was they started doing them like they did Giannis. As soon as you lose, because a lot of these critics don't know basketball, the first thing that they say is, "Oh, he can't shoot the ball." Like, remember when Giannis lost before he won the championship? Everybody on YouTube was saying, "Oh, Giannis ain't gonna win till he get a jump shot, till he get a 3-point shot, till he get a mid-range."
They said that about Jordan. They said that about LeBron.
But what I'm saying is, because there's more microphones and because now you hear everything that everybody's saying, it's just like he came back with a 3-point shot. But I think the 40% is valuable for the role players that are getting 3 to 4 looks a game. If those guys are shooting 40%, that's what makes it more valuable. If your main player is chucking up 40% from the three and he has to get high volume threes up to get there, I think 2 peas in a bong. That's where you're right, because I don't think your star needs to chuck up that high volume of three and shoot 40%. It's going to have less value if it's coming from one person, as opposed to you spreading that around to role players. If they only getting 8 shots a game, but 6 of those shots are threes and they going 3 or 6 from the 3-point line, them be the daggers. Them be the shots that kill you. I think you are right to a certain degree. I think he needs to get back to just being Ant-Man. Get your ass
absolutely.
Kill people at the rim.
But the King KO, I think Ant-Man already has a post game. He just don't use it. I think he got that. He just don't use it. I think he can take.
Well, you know what discourages you, and we were talking about this earlier. What can easily, especially young players, what can discourage you is when you don't get calls. And when we talked about that imbalanced whistle, it's hard to tell a player whose game where he's heavily judged based off his stats to keep driving when the refs aren't rewarding you because you're just stronger than everybody. And it's hard to, like, a lot of people don't have the intestinal fortitude of like a LeBron to just keep driving and keep going to the basket, even though you're not getting them calls. And it's just, it makes it hard. And so it's easy for SGA to keep driving. You know why? 9 times out of 10, if he don't make the shot, he going to the free throw line. And it's just like, damn, I might as well keep doing this because he's getting rewarded. And when he gets no reward and he's sacrificing, his body to drive in and getting the same physicality as other players, but not getting the calls, it's hard to tell him to keep doing the same thing. So I kind of get it to a certain degree.
Yeah. Like you look like Neesmith isn't going to get the same whistles that Halliburton gets or Brunson gets. But if you look, Neesmith gets beat up going to the basket, but he's physical, so they're not going to call it. And some would say, well, he's not a star. Nah, that's part of it, but the other part is he's just physical. And they're not rewarding the physical guys on the offensive end when they're getting hit.
I agree.
Yeah, but we gonna let Lamont off, man. We don't need to hold him. We don't need to hold him too much long.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, Herm, I think I might have found the magic formula, man, I think the magic formula is in the baseball parlays, man.
Hey, they do be hitting. I ain't gonna lie. That baseball,
I'm gonna tell you, man. One thing you got to give baseball players is they are consistent. If a motherfucker strike out a lot, he always gonna strike out a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If a dude hits singles, he definitely do to hit a single damn near every game.
It's so many ways to win on a baseball gambling tip. That's the unique thing about it.
So,
and they do. George is right. They do pay more.
You said they pay more?
Yeah, the parlays do be worth more than a lot of the other parlays they do in other sports.
All right, well, hopefully some of them hit, man, but it is what it is. But y'all, let me shut this one down, man. I appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all go check out 2 Ps. I'm gonna put them on the big screen, man, so y'all see the logo, man, so y'all know. 2 Ps at a Bong podcast, man. Maybe they're probably gonna be going live tonight, man. Make sure y'all go sub up.
We're going live tonight. 9:30 Pacific time we'll be on.
Yep, make sure y'all go search them, give them a sub. I want to see some of y'all over there bugging them in the chat, just like I be doing, man. Make sure it's, even if you trolling George, go over there and troll them like you normally do, George. Tyson with your bad takes. Who else? Surge with your LeBron hate. Come on, y'all, man. Y'all go share the love. All right, but look, man, appreciate you pulling up, sticking around, man. Appreciate everybody. And then we had 2 Wheels. I seen you come up here, man. My bad, we didn't get to you, man. But
man, I'm just here to spectate, man.
All right, man. Well, hey, definitely. I'll make sure I get you in on the next one, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop y'all down. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. to FYF Sports, man. We're gonna get this one. We're gonna get this one shut down. Another good show. Salute to everybody that pulled up Herm. And like I said, man, we're gonna if anybody in the chat, man, I know some of y'all, man, I know some of y'all got that itch or inkling and y'all want to do a podcast. We're trying to add another show here on FYF Sports, just like Goat James Kingdom, man. So if you think you could be consistent, and you got a show idea, whether it's once a week, whether it's twice a week, man, and you want to go live on FYF, man, just let me know. Just tap in with me on Instagram. And man, hopefully we can get it rocking. But guys, FYF Sports, another great podcast video, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports.